Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we are discussing issues to do with Igathe has joined the race for Nairobi gubernatorial race. Baba was in Mombasa trying to consolidate the base for Azimio, issuing out certificate for the successful candidates. We have also seen the deputy president was in Nyeri. He was actually cancelling the record that the president and his team had set over the development status for Mount Kenya. The deputy contradicts his boss and says that far from what Jubilee said, they have not done any development since Handshake 2018, an interesting conversation. We will also look at the challenges facing nominations. We are having consensus. Some places it's coercion. Some people are crying, some are celebrating. I think today there was a nomination for UDA in Nandi Hills, while Alfred Keter is putting on a brave face to win the seat. His challengers think he may not go through. So you're welcome. Let's have your take on these issues. Is Igathe the luckiest man in Kenya? He's being sought by all companies. Then finally, they want him to be the CEO of the capital city. What is your take? So let me share the link. You can join and give us your perspective. I will share one or two clips and then we can begin the conversation.
Nairobi County.
Thank you very much for that question, and the answer is an affirmative yes. I have put my name, my spirit, my energy on the line to run for the seat of governor of Nairobi City County. 40% of Kenya's GDP deserves competence, it deserves patriotism, and it deserves humility in service. And that's what I have come to offer. And I ask everybody who's watching us tonight to give me their vote, to elect me, and especially Jubilee followers to truly vote for me and back me up as I look for the ticket of Jubilee and to fly the Azimio flag and our leader, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, as our presidential candidate.
Okay, that's an interesting conversation. I've had most Kenyans, when it comes to plum jobs, they are happy that Igathe is taking them, the big companies. But when it comes to Nairobi, some want the usual politicians. So the conversation is there are those who think Nairobi needs serious managers. There are those who still think they need just the popular politicians they are used to take Nairobi as a city. So what do you think were the considerations, because there was a State House deal? What were the considerations for bringing this man into the Nairobi capital city politics? Is it managerial skills or is it just more of the same politics? Okay. How are you, my brother, Jared?
I'm doing fine.
Yeah, let me share a little clip on it now.
Even at the national level, that nobody should even panga Kenyans in terms of who should be elected as the president. So nobody has the moral authority to come and lecture us on anything in terms of who we should elect. We are electing a member of parliament for Nandi East by the people of Nandi East and for the people of Nandi East.
Exactly.
It must come from us. It must come from the wisdom of these people. They must respect them. Respect their wisdom. They understand. They know. They've seen. Allow them to have a choice.
And they should respect
And to
our
have
voice.
the voice and the democratic space. We should not be like, you see, they were confirming that I'm a serious candidate. Because this is only election or nomination which has been interfered among the many others. And there is a reason why we are doing this election today and no other. And I know most Kenyans are waiting. We've received many calls from all the different parts of this country, from all the regions, from northeastern, from coast, saying that Alfred, Keter, we respect you when you're in parliament, you represent all of us. It's not just the people of Nandi, including those people who come from Wasingishu. When they have issues or challenges to do with farmers, it is me who normally interrogate the issues in parliament. It's not even their members of parliament. And that's why they have no moral authority to speak about anything in terms of who should represent the people of Nandi. Allow the people to decide.
Yes.
Let them use their wisdom to make choices, and then we proceed to go into a general election. This is not the main election. We still have another election there. And the way they are behaving is like they don't even know. They're spoiling for even William Ruto. It's wrong. They should not use his name to say we are allies. This is not a member of UTA.
Okay. I've seen my friends are watching. Fred is watching. Marceline. Net ni mbaya sana. Eugene anasema couldn't be that network because I can't hear you. Okay. Is it my network ndio mbaya? Jared, unanisikia? Jared, unanisikia? Wa? Kuna mtu ananisikia? Some are saying I'm not audible. Yeah, it's raining here, so I don't know if my net is okay. Let me just... Okay, if Lynn anasema iko sawa. Yeah, thank you. There are those who are hearing. There are those who are struggling to hear me. Okay, let me share the link again. So what do you think? DJ anasema okay, anakubali, ananisikia. Richard anasema ananisikia. Tatu anasikia. Kizito iko sawa. Doc round hii ni password. Hiyo story ya password inaleta ish. Okay, tunakusikia vizuri. Huyo ni Fabiano. Nash anasema wacha baba aitwe baba. Baba alisema kitu, umenikumbusha. Baba Wiley ni Mombasa said that in fact IBC should do benchmarking in ODM on how to run a digital election. Na watu wenye walikuwa wanajiita digital walifanya analog election they bungled it. So baba alikuwa anawachekelea. What do you think? What is your view on the nominations? Raundi ODM iliweza ama inatu enjoy tu? Then we also had someone, PS Kibicho, he was in Kirinyaka, issuing nomination certificates to preferred candidates, and anasema, I think it's not 6PIECE, it's 5PIECE, because for Jubilee they don't have a presidential candidate. So he was saying vote Jubilee from MCA to governor. and then hapo juu sasa ni Azimio. Karibu sana, tuko na SK Evans, karibu sana, tuko na Jared Guru. Tupe maoni. Guru, let me start with you. How are you? It's taking too long for people to respond. I don't think my network is okay. Guru, how are you? Jared, how are you? Oh. You mean nobody's hearing me? Jared, how are you?
Yes, Wekesa.
Okay, let me try some. It's taking too long for you to respond. Ni net yako ama ni yangu ndio iko na shida?
Baadaye mimi nakusikia clear. Maybe I don't know how maybe other people.
Oh, let me begin with you. How are you?
I'm good, Wekesa.
Yes, tuambie hii story ya Polycarp Igathe. Unaonaje?
Yeah, I think this story I about it the other day. I think hii ni kitu nilisema hapa around 1 month ago. I knew this was to come 1 month ago. If you guys can remember, I don't know whether ulikuwa hapa ama ni Bernard. That's the thing. Itaenda hivyo. Kuna kitu itabadilisha. It is Igathe versus Karoki. And I think Wanyonyi is going to be given ministerial, Hama nominated with people with disability or something like that. So they are only being akina Kagure wanajaribu kusema watakuwa independent, but it's that when you don't see Jubilee and when you don't see Wiper in Nairobi, ODM in Nairobi, Jubilee in Nairobi, and that's a done deal. So these people, they will go against Sakaja. And I really don't understand how they considered Luya votes when they decided to put up a camp and Kikuyu. I don't know the chemist. About the maybe there's a shock.
Which camp are you talking about?
Huh?
Which camp are you talking about?
Karoki.
That was a deal between Ngatia and Kaloki, but today's meeting, the sources, in fact, the Nation put it that it is Igathe and team.
No.
Yeah, that's Nation.
Okay, what?
But
I don't know.
That was a side deal. That was a side deal, ya Kalonzo.
Okay, it's not far. It's 3 days on Sunday. Ndio watatangaza it will be a change between Kalonzo, Uhuru and Raila.
First, let's just see who are running first. Because
yeah,
running
okay. Igathe is coming in as a governor, and actually Nairobi need for me. I didn't dispute Tim because you cannot rule out Tim because Tim is one of the guys who made in terms of CDF in Kenya. Yeye ile kazi alifanya Westlands, kila mtu anaiappreciate. He was giving parcels, madawa hata silikuwa kwa hospitali. Alikuwa anafanya hata kazi kanjo inafaa kufanya. So yeah, sorry, town council. So it's one guy who was really about to transform Nairobi. But Igathe, ukiangalia institution zote ameenda, transform. What we need is he also need a serious debut because kila mtu anajua without when there is a debut as a issue, maendeleo inasuka chini. So for the opening remarks yangu nasema ya kwamba Nairobi governor will not be decided with Nairobi voters. Will be decided with between Uhuru and Raila Amolo Odinga. That is the fact, and we will not run away from that. Those two men, those two gentlemen, they are the people to decide who will become the next governor of Nairobi. And I see that Igathe coming. But as I normally say, politics in 1 hour ni kama wiki tatu. Between now and the Friday, you may get another breaking news. There is, I want to give an example when we heard that Mudavadi is going to get a ticket 2013. Some hours later, mambo ilibadilika. Kila mtu alikuwa, wale watu walikuwa wanapenda Mudavadi kama mimi. I celebrated somewhere in a club only to hear tena Uhuru ndio hiyo anamtukana. Sasa mimi nikashindwa, alikuwa ni mambo ina. So siku moja kwa politics, hata ikisemwa leo isainiwe nini ifanyike, anything can still change until we hear from somewhere na tuone kampeni imeanza na nomination period au process imeisha. Siku ni kubwa kwa siasa ya Kenya yetu. Hata some hours something can happen saa 4 saa 10 you hear something totally different. That's what I can say.
Yeah, but I think the trend that is going on is they want someone who is acceptable both to Jubilee and Raila, because he's going to be the president and Nairobi matters. So maybe if they call the team way, Raila has no problem with team, but maybe Jubilee wants a stake in that. But when they come to Igathe, he's both ways.
But before you continue, kuna kitu nataka nikupe kidogo ndio uelewe na wewe pia ndio uchangie hiyo, kuchangia pamoja na hiyo. Nairobi is a capital city, na ukiangalia hivi vyama tanzu ambao vimekuja Azimio, kuna vyama viko na kura mingi kama zile za Central, kuna zile za Wiper, kuna kura za Mrembe Nation, na kuna kura za these people. When we were talking tuweke Mukikuyu, tuweke Muruya deputy kama deputy governor, then the question is, who is number 1? Let me say Saluo. Then who is number 2? Those balancing inasaleta shida. Mind, there is a team. Kuna team ilichaguliwa kutafuta deputy president na mambo ya Nairobi. Inafaa kutoa habari yao Jumamosi. Hii imekuwa mbele ya hiyo habari. So more is coming. Hiyo ndio nafaa uangalie kwamba, because we must have this balance. If we are having a Kikuyu, we cannot have a Kikuyu governor in Nairobi. Then tukue na Kikuyu deputy president. Then hii ni muungano gani? Which Azimio we are talking about? Ndio nimesema, ndio maana ulisikia example.
You don't balance that way. Nairobi and presidency, those are two things. And you look at it this way. They are comparing, actually their closest competitor is the ticket of Sakaja. Now, if Sakaja is there, you see, the first thing is that these guys felt let down, and that conversation was there even in the UDA office when Wanjiru was removed on that ticket. And now, you know, Sakaja's block is not known. Actually, people struggle to understand who he is. So the block is not known.
Nowadays tunamwita Kosgei. Usisahau anaitwa Kosgei.
So for these guys, actually, let me tell you, they are striking a very serious deal, because if they take Igathe there, they take the Kikuyu votes, and then add team the Luhya votes, and then the Luo votes will come automatically because Raila will be the president. So they will support the Azimio candidate. Are you seeing the math that is coming out? So that will be, you are getting the three serious major blocks in Nairobi. Okay, let's have Guru. How are you? Huku it's raining and I'm having challenges with the. Okay. Guru, how are you? I think Guru is also having challenges. Let's have Mercy. How are you? Okay, before they respond, can you talk something about Keter? I had shared here on a clip on nominations of Keter.
Keter.
Even at the national level, that nobody should even pang a Kenyan in terms of who should be elected as a president. So nobody has the moral authority to come and lecture us on anything in terms of who we should elect. We are electing a member of parliament for Nandis by the people of Nandis and for the people of Nandis.
Exactly.
It must come from us. It must come from the wisdom of these people. They must respect them. Respect their wisdom. They understand. They know. They've seen. Allow them to have a choice.
And they should respect
And to
our
have
voice.
the voice and the democratic space. We should not be like, you see, they were confirming that I'm a serious candidate. Because this is only election or nomination which has been interfered among the many others. And there is a reason why we are doing this election today and no other. And I know most Kenyans are waiting. We've received many calls from all the different parts of this country, from all the regions, from northeastern, from coast, saying that Alfred Keter, we respect you when you're in parliament, you represent all of us. It's not just the people of Nandi, including those people who come from Wasingishu. When they have issues or challenges to do with farmers, it is me who normally interrogate the issues in parliament. It's not even their members of parliament. And that's why they have no moral authority to speak about anything in terms of who should represent the people of Nandi. Allow the people to decide.
Yes.
Let them use their wisdom to make choices, and then we proceed to go into a general election. This is not the main election. We still have another election there. And the way they are behaving is like they don't even know. They're spoiling for even William Ruto. It's wrong. They should not use his name to say we are allies. This is not a member of UTA.
Okay, yeah, Budi. So what's your take on what is going on in Nanand Hills? You're on mute.
Keter is one guy huwezi puuza kabisa. That is a man who has been there fighting for the farmers. Okay, amekuwa akifight DP, lakini amekuwa akifight na zile vitu zinakumba wakaazi wake, kuanzia majani chai, mahindi vile ilikwama kwa mambo. In fact, it's the one who started the issue of Mexico na ikajulikana. So those people farming ndio cash crop yao na mahindi zao sililala kwa gara, and they were not happy when they heard that mahindi, serikali iko na upungufu wa mahindi, but mahindi imetoka nje. So these farmers, their families, neighbors, waliona kweli hakukuwa anapinga Ruto kimakosa. Alikuwa anasema kitu kile kinakumba wakaazi wa Ponde na Uva. So this is somebody you not rule out. Na I'm happy if it come out, if it come, I know, and I know for sure, if in the case for next 3 months, Raila kama president of Republic of Kenya, anaweza taka Kiteri sana kwa serikali yake. Si ajabu hata drop as an MP, hata kama na win, to be given a ministerial, because he's a straightforward man, he's a statesman. I don't know, but ile nyimbo inanifikia kidogo. Sudi may not come back, and Sudi should come back, court is waiting for him. Karatasi gusi, Ruling is coming on actually mwezi wa saba. And this ruling iko kwa Mogambi is not that good. I don't want to talk something in court, but it's in the public domain. He has fake papers. He's already quoted to proof. But I don't think whether DCI and anti-corruption will take something to court, which they know hii makaratasi ni ya ukweli na wapeleke kotini. They must have gone to NEC. They must have gone to they have confirmed, and I don't see how the magistrate, so-called whatever, we rule that this document are genuine. And if that is the case, even if we are elected, he must drop. And that is the kind of people we don't want to rule our country. Hawa ni watu wamelalia watu because you are next to DP, you are doing nothing, you are not there. Well, so long as uliamuka asubuhi ukatusi Raila, you have done your work. And that is why I think people Wanchiko anamuka. It is not going to be business as usual, and many more are coming. The Rift Valley you see, you are calling it bedrooms. Those people are not stupid. They are being used to kurusa maneno na nini, but they really fought knows what they are doing. And I'm telling you, in the future days where we are heading, we normally say to combat na marumu America amefika, but tunaendekea hapo. Things are changing. Tumeacha ile mambo ya kuambiwa. And you are going to be surprised what's going to happen in Kiambu County, actually. And I know some of the people who are going to come as MPs, very clear, even in Gatundu, where the bedroom of Kuria, Chama Chakas is not where. I know Chase Ngugi is going to take over. Now the deputy governor of Kiambu is called Chase Ngugi. He's going to cover Mama Anapendwa sana na ako Jubilee. Those are the people who normally talk the real thing. That's all I can say for now.
Okay. Guru, I see you rotating. I don't know where you are, in the sky or where. I've seen you going round and round and round.
I'm in the sky.
You're in the plane, huh?
Yes, I am just about to land.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah, tell us issues to do with what is your perspective on Igathe? He's a good manager, but can he manage Nairobi and its politics? Can he, some are saying it's a late entrance. Some are saying Wame West Katia a campaign and then they bring someone else. So people have different views. What is your view?
My view is that, there's something people don't understand about Nairobi. Nairobi has very many interests, and the deep interests, commercial, that are in Nairobi are such that those people will always want somebody they can trust. And that is why the likes of Sonko were way off the line. So, and you can also imagine they tried to bring in somebody they could trust, Igathe. Now, I believe Igathe is a compromise candidate of the vested interests that are there in Nairobi, especially for the capital holders, the people who are propertied, the propertied class, especially from some part of this country. You will notice that most of the property in Nairobi is owned partly by the Kikuyu from Murang'a. They have a very deep interest. I don't know exactly where Igathe comes from, but I will not be surprised that he may be coming from that part of this country. Therefore, as to his political prowess, that is something different. But you see, what he lacks in political mobilization will be well compensated with the liquid cash that this property class has. And of course, Gatia is another one. He's well known personality. He has done business in this city for a long time. and is well connected as well. But I think those first-hand interests of the proper-tained class may not trust him, because I think he could be having conflicting interests with the same people. So they would rather have Igathe, who they may not conflict in terms of competing interests. I'm not surprised that they want to take this seat in whichever way they want. And these people, they are not jokers. They know what they are doing, and they are ready to compromise anybody along the way, even in terms of paying them cash to keep off the race. So I think there will be a lot of money changing hands for people to pave way for the right candidate that this class would want. Also, they are acutely aware of the ethnic cant that is spread in the city. That is why you see people like Sakanja, Rorende, could also be facing a problem because their names have now been brought to the service. And you know, in Kenya, unfortunately, we label each other very, very fast using names. When I hear of Wekesa, what comes to mind immediately is that is a Luya. When you get a name like Joroge, you know exactly where he comes from. When you encounter an Okoth, you are able to say that that's a Luo. So the reason why the name of Sakanja, Kosgei, has come up is because, unfortunately, that's the way we play our politics. Those Ruyas who thought this was one of their own could now have a second thought. And
It's not unfortunate
unfortunately,
because
that's what it is.
that is even how he himself grafted his identity. He first moved as if he was going to ANC and landed in UDA. So he also guided us and confirmed the fears of many.
Exactly, and that was a big
And
mistake on his part.
as you bring up the identity of Igathe and where he comes from, don't forget that when the interviews were being done by Nairobi businessmen, I think the key players were the Mount Kenya Foundation. And Igathe is a member of that Mount Kenya Foundation.
Yes.
So the whole process, they could not do the whole process and fail to have a stake in that. In fact, most people doubted that the government, the CEO of James anaitwa nani? We were Equity.
Yes.
Mwangi.
James Mwangi, yes.
Yes, they thought that he will be Raila's running mate. So
Yes.
I think Igathe's identity, yes, is a Kikuyu, but more identity is about the ruling class and the moneyed guys. Like,
that's exactly. But you also notice, Wekesa, the issue is also that there is that Role Kikuyu in the slums who feel comfortable when he sees the Ajoroge. So it is very much easy to move in there with money and convince him, oh, no more do we talk, and then anything happens from there.
That's okay. But don't you think it's also important? Don't you think it's also important? We have been having Tugeges in Nairobi running the city. While we are very happy when we hear Igathe, ECV, imepokelewa, Vivo, imeenda, Equity, we are always happy when he's moving in the senior companies. So when it comes to the city, what is the problem with that? Because we need the city managed by the best brains, if that is one of them.
There is no problem. In fact, I think the city is in great need of managers who have knowledge of modern, management rather than the kind of management that we saw being offered by Sonko, which is more of a populist, strain, and which at the end of the day does not achieve much in terms of infrastructural development and human capital development. So I think the city will be better off when we have the brains of the likes of Igathe. The only caveat here is that he doesn't become a great captive of this interested capitalist class from that part of the country, because you can have very good ideas and then you are derailed by the very deeply vested interests. But nevertheless, I think it's a balancing act.
But it's good to have somebody who can define his problem. Huh? You see, we had Songo in the city, and all he was telling us is cartels. Yes, we know they are cartels, but cartels need to be defined. Who are these people? What are their interests? You need to define them. So don't just tell us cartels.
And by the way, the bottom line is service delivery. If you are delivering valuable money, it doesn't matter whether you are given tenders one after the other, because finally the public, what they will see is the services that you have provided. If it is water, you provide clean, accessible water. If it is roads, you provide clean roads that are devoid of potholes. So that is story of cartels. For me, I think up to some extent is overplayed. It only becomes a problem if the cartels are more focused on corruption, stealing money for no services rendered. That's the way I see it myself.
Thank you.
Guru.
You have a question to Guru?
Guru is here. Yes, Guru.
Guru, let me tell you.
Yes.
Don't even mention the name Mungatia in Nairobi. That man, people are already going to for supper to wanaandanga kuchukua pesa supper. That is the fact, bro. Hii mtu walianza kwanza kuchukua pesa na Mudavadi ya masamba ya maiti. Akaunti yake ndio ilitumika. Kitu ya pili, hii mtu ndio in fact Raila alimunemu wakati Raila alikuwa strong ile wakati ya second that Ngatia ndiye alikula pesa ya Kemusa na Uhuru akaambia Uhuru, don't try to tell us au mjui. And kwa nini nimeleta hayo? Raila is not only focusing to win election, he's also focusing the kind of people who he will work with. Smooth, because his big agenda is to set away corruption. Igathe, he has zero rated corruption case anywhere. Actually, his hands is clean. He's a man you can go to driving himself, and he's a CEO of two, three companies. Raila is not only one to win. I want you to take this one to the bank. The reason why you see Raila went to Mombasa, I don't want to talk a lot about Sabal because he's not here to defend himself. But you can tell who is Abnasil is. According to whatever he's doing, you know where we want these people, the CDF money, simekuwa managed namna gani. The same reason I like what Wanyonya did, because that is my constituency. So the key word here I want panelists to know, Raila hataki kuwa rais tu kwa sababu anataka kuwa rais. Na ukiwa rais kama una watu kwa kaunti ambao nidhamu ya pesa ya wananchi itakuwa kazi kwake, na kielelezo ni hapa Nairobi. Nairobi being a capital city, 30 billion si pesa ya mchezo. Utapea ngatia mtu amekula ya madawa, halafu mumpe tena ngine 30 billion. Hii mwaka moja peke yake hata misara atatoroka naye. So he has every reason of going to State House to sit with Uhuru. I know for sure he must be giving a lot of directions who to given a ticket. So for me, the way you see even in Omapay, you know what happened in Keter and Nairobi, the long issues, what he did, as much as Songo was a goon, Songo ni vile tu alikuwa anakura, anafurisa, anashika wakora na yeye anakura na anapiga kelele. Sasa hakuchua alikuwa anafanya yote, lakini ile uchafu yote Keter alikuwa anafanya na alimwandika akatoroka Omapay. I think ndio Uhuru wa Raila alikimbia akasema no, Gladys Wanga. In Kisumu, everybody knows, in fact outside Kenya, Kisumu imekuwa nini as we speak. That's where he wants Nyong'o back. We cannot deny. I'm a neighbor of Nyasa. I come from Kisii. Kisumu is my next city. Actually 40 minutes to drive. So we know Kisumu imekuwa nini. I don't need to come to Nairobi to get what I want in Nairobi. I can simply go to Kisumu. Because Nyong'o has transformed that city to become one of the best city in Kenya. And that's where Raila want that person in. The reason you see that man want Kinyanchui Park in Nakuru, Mbugua, the now State House control, did nothing, control nothing. And he had Nakuru na no, Mbugua was the first governor.
Budi.
Yes.
Just 1 minute. Huh?
Okay, as I rest my case, the key word.
We should earn Kenya shillings 201 million. It's associated with Mr. Richard Ngatia and Paul Ndungu. The president cannot claim to know nothing about these individuals. And Kenyans know who these people are to the president.
Is this why maybe Raila is uncomfortable with bringing?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I think I've told you here that the past before handshake, Raila mentioned this man. And this is the man who is dishing a lot of money here. In fact, hata mimi nilikula 15,000 mahali na ni pesa ya waonjo. Alafu tena tumpatie. No, that's total rubbish. That man cannot be trusted. Raila knows. Yeah, no, nilipita mahali sikanikuta, sasa singeacha kunua NC. So, what? No, that's it. Kama alita aspirants, anawapea 15 independent, ODM, Wiper yote. Na si watu wawili, maelfu ya watu. Huyu mtu wako na pesa ngapi? Pesa zilikuja na mabox 15 na amelipa chakula karibu milioni 2. Yeah? Arabu akaita wa ODM 2020. Arabu akaita leaders 2020. Mimi niko kufikisha mia.
That politics of money, it's a problem. And I remember when Raila was landing from UK, when he was coming back, recently when he went to UK, he said he will reject candidates who are corrupted.
Yeah.
They are using money to get their way to power. And part of the strategy Raila is doing, I know voters are blaming him. You see, when you go to nominations and pick candidates, it's easier to pick someone you have a record with and say, this one, I know him. You see, us, sometimes we blame leaders, but us, Wanjiku, are the problem. Most of the time we like popular candidates, and most popular candidates are people who have dipped in pockets somewhere, corrupted their way and caught money, so they come and dish out. So we want these popular candidates. And when they are denied chance, we say this is democratic and fair. But the moment they go there, we are the ones crying and saying, why is he not fighting corruption? Why did he accept this one? Why did he accept that? So right now, I think most parties are deciding, because nomination direct ticket is part of most party regulations. So they are deciding to get the candidates they want, because they will be blamed anyway, even if they allow Wanjiku. Even if they allow Wanjiku to choose the best candidate, they will still be blamed. Why haven't you done this in your? Why haven't you done this in Jubilee? Why haven't you done this? Okay, you
so
can now
Bernard, sorry, Eric, as I finish up my closing remarks. Expect a lot of direction. Expect a lot.
We're just opening the debate. No have to make closing remarks. Just put a comma, and then we will come back
for
to
opening. Yeah, it is opening remarks. Sorry. Expect a lot of by-election after Raila presidency. If it yote from you, dear, that some people are going to fall to face full face of the road, na itakimbishwa sana na watu watakanyaga kotini na pa election zitakuwa. Expect that one in next 1 year in Raila presidency. Nimemalizia hapo.
2 questions and then we move. Moses, and then Guru. Or George, you also had a question.
No, I didn't have a. Yeah, you were asking George. I didn't.
Hi, how are you, Eric?
I'm fine.
No,
Moses,
it's not about. Okay, sorry.
You are asking a question. If it's not a question, you are
It's
next
just
in
a contribution to one's Igathe.
So wait first.
No.
Let Guru ask a question, then I give you, because you are the next person. You are the next. You can,
okay, it's not a question.
I'm saying, let Guru ask the question, then I come to you, because you are the next person to make substantive contribution.
Mr. Budi.
Yes, Guru.
I've heard you talk with a lot of certainty that some people will be kind of removed from their positions and taken to court. I don't want to dampen your spirits, but not unless Raila Amolo Odinga has shock absorbers. This country is full of corrupt people, and it is possible to corrupt your government if you are not careful. And what happens when these people get to power, and that is what has been a big problem with Kibaki and even Uhuru, they coalesce together and can actually blackmail the government to get through what they want. So I don't know what system that Raila will use, that his government is stable and is still go hand on a huge part of the political class that may have put their hands in the cookie jar. I am not very optimistic about your statement. What I know is that any new corruption may be dealt with ruthlessly, but the old corruption may not be as aggressively forward. That is my take.
Guru, let me answer you 1 minute, if you don't mind. Wherever we discuss here, it's not an authentic one. We are trying to weigh out what will happen. But remember, we have few dear thing and other parties where it has no control. And these people will come in as a governor, a MP, or a senator, women rep. Somebody in a court, somebody has issue to do with corruption. Since Raila has no powers in these parties, what will happen once later in and strengthen our courts in the EACC, then he will use that EACC, and this year will move forward to take these people to court. If he is serious, is the way he's talking, if you hear these two parties, the only person who's talking about corruption is Raila Amolo Odinga. And what corruption are we expecting them? The other day I was talking with Alex on private chat that what do you think if somebody is arrested and taken to court on a fake certificate, Form 4 certificate, university certificate? This person is earning public money day by day, month per month, staying in a nyumba ya serikali, nyumba ya gari ya serikali, na magistrate ako hapo doing nothing over it. That's why I think Alex will comment about that. We need a serious person who will follow that. Even if you are a UDA, you are ODM, you are corrupt, you are corrupt. You are corrupt. That's your word. And that's what we expect Raila Amolo Odinga to do. That's why I say expect a lot of by-election Raila president if he mean what he's saying. That's what I meant, Mr. Guru.
Okay, let's wait and see.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa.
Okay, let's have Moses K. Yeah.
Okay, yes. How are you, Wekesa? Hi.
Tuko poa.
Okay. Concerned to Igathe. Igathe is a very okay, mko poa? Have you heard? Munanisikia? Hello. Igathe is a very good manager. And the thing I can advise Igathe, if I can have a time with him, is to remove the suit and start going campaigning around the slums. Because majority of the Kenyans, these middle class, they live these counties which is neighboring Nairobi, like Machakos, Kiambu, and if we gather need to get these votes, he has to remove his suit, his tie, and go back to these slums where the majority of the slums who lives in Nairobi. Secondly, I think Baba, they need to talk with Karonzo, because I've heard that Gatia has gone to Wiper. If Gatia is vying the same gubernatorial seat with Igathe, there is a bit of votes watagawana hizo kura.
No, I think here we need to talk facts. Right now, you cannot move from one party to another one.
Yes, true.
If you have a problem with the party, you can only go independent.
Yeah.
So if you tell me he has gone independent, I will understand. But telling me that he has left Jubilee to Wiper, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
but
that's
somewhere I saw that Nikama man.
That's a rumor. Yeah, he can, if going independent, I can understand.
Okay, because now sasa unaona Igathe, me, if I could be asked, it could be vice versa. Wanyonyi could be the governor, because you see, and Igathe being deputizing Wanyonyi, because Igathe is being perceived as a elite. Mule ni tajiri. Most of these Nairobi now wamekuwa sasa, hiyo ndio shida iko hapo Wekesa. So me, what I can say is that as if now he knows is going for an interview, and this is not an interview of Vivo or corporate world. It's going to do the campaigns, and most of voters, they are in the slums. So he's supposed to go to the slums. And he gets someone who is going to push. If he can get someone who is going to push him in those slums, he can make it, and he's a very good manager. I rest my case.
Okay. Thank you for your perspective. Let's have Mike.
Yes.
Thank you, Eric. I'll be very brief.
I have seen Mike just
The entrance of
Mike,
Igathe.
Mike,
Okay.
kuna
Okay.
mtu nimeruka anaitwa George, and then we come back to you. Sorry for that. Anaitwa George.
Okay,
Nilikuwa nimemruka.
George, this is Asante. Thank you so much, Wekesa. I am just impressed with what I'm hearing so far. I just wanted to say that I've been following what has been going on in Nairobi. I saw a picture today of Wanyoni actually accepting, like he was going to deputize Igathe, which I thought looked to me like it's something a nicer picture. You know, I'm not in Nairobi. I don't live there. I live outside the country. But I like to wish my country the best and hope that everything is going on well over there. I saw pictures of Nairobi also. Nairobi has developed to be so cute. Somebody actually just posted something on Facebook today about the pictures of how Nairobi has changed. And to me, it's like you need now people who can progress it, not people who are going to mess it around, like the way they had messed it up with Sonko. Now Sonko goes to Mombasa, and who is so crazy to even vote for that guy again in the second largest city? So mine is just to hope that things work the way I'm looking at them. I like that Igathe and Wanyoni matchup. That to me looks like a very sexy thing. Whoever is saying that Igathe is like more of like a rich person, like he's not going to go to Kibera or whatever. Of course, he wasn't campaigning the last election or when he deputized Sonko and decided to resign. I'm sure that he will have a team that is going to organize his campaigns once he is like the nominee for the Azimio. I like the fact that, okay, he is a Kikuyu, the Wanyonyi is a Lui, as you say, and of course, Raila being like the Luo president, of course, I like that. I think that will make Nairobi continue the right path. The last thing I will say is I just get shock absorbers every time I look at this Kakamega politics and I see that I'm just going off topic, but just something I need to say. Like Malala is always like out there and grabbing all these headlines, and I'm just getting scared because also Paranya put Kakamega on a very good footing, and I would just feel so bad if they put again Malala there to just start messing up things. So having said that, I just like sometimes to come on and see my countrymen, and I'm glad to see you guys. So that's it from me, and I hope to listen more from you guys so I learn what's going on back home. Thank you.
News just in, Alfred Keter has clinched the seat. Oscar Sudi, who was saying Mambo Bado, has finally congratulated him. So we are happy. Democracy wins. They did all they wanted. They wanted to stop him, but he has finally managed. Okay, let's have Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. I'll be brief. I think I'll comment on Igathe's entrance in Nairobi's politics. It is not. It is common or public knowledge that Igathe is being propelled by the business community, and that is the higher class of the business community that believes that he represents their interests. And Igathe also represents the face of Mount Kenya, if you might want to call it, in Nairobi. So Igathe's interest or Igathe's coming in is for me being propelled by certain interests that want to make sure that Nairobi is well managed. They have the best interest. Of course, their personal interest coming first, but the overall is they have the best interest for Nairobi, because if the business community flourishes, then we get more opportunities, even for the lower class. because these industries and these corporates do not operate on their own. They operate by employing people. If you wake up at 5, you'll find people from Kibera walking to the industrial area, and those industries are owned by business communities. So, I'm not suggesting that it represents the rich, but it represents the business community, which makes Nairobi a business hub, definitely. He also represents, like I said, Mount Kenya. So those two, I think, from the people fronting him, think he will attract a good or a sizable number of voters. But the truth is, our politics is very primitive. We are excited by very, very basic things. You see a lady swinging and dancing on stage, and she said because of that she wants to be a woman rep. You see a person walking barefoot, or going to a kibanda to eat beans, and then he says he's humble, he understands the ground, and because of that, people in the slums will be very excited to say, "Huyu Mutu, he relates with us, he's down to earth," and they vote for him as a governor. I think as Kenyans, we should be mature enough to understand now that a place like Nairobi, we need a manager, not a politician. We need somebody who will run the county as a business entity, without emotions, without bias, without tribal consideration and inclinations. But above all, we also need somebody who has integrity, and Nairobi is a very good ground for corruption because of the budget it controls. So there are very many interests that will come in for different reasons. But for me, I would have thought Igathe would be a good candidate, but the politics might not favor him, because the people who vote, the business community representing or fronting for him, only contribute to maybe 10% of the voters. The masses are the people from Kibera, Kawangware, Madare, Kangemi, who wake up at 4 to vote, and to them that is a man in a suit, classified as a dynasty.
Mike, really? Let me ask
That is
you.
my observation. That's why we are
Yeah,
prosecuting.
I'm interrogating it because it's a debate. Huh? Really? Let me ask you, why do
Okay.
you think even the Songo himself converted that Jubilee ticket? Why did he has to go? And he knew that for me to win Nairobi, I have to go for either that Jubilee ticket. So it's not just about being a popular. He also knows the maths. And my take will be that if they can't do it right now, when we have the two handshake brothers and have brought the masses together, if they can't choose the right person for Nairobi, when will they do that? Because after that, we will still live for the populist to win. I'm just provoking you. Continue.
That is true, and that's why I brought in. You see, for me, I've already
and
given
as you
my take,
argue, and as you
and
argue, consider,
I'm
and
mm,
as you argue, consider this time we voted for Kidero. Kidero is not this exciting guy. He was too official, and he was actually the first governor. So
remember
this guy is the reason.
uh, f- in when the time Kidero came in, I think Nairobi was a purely ODM stronghold, and you being in ODM gave you like 70% head start, and other people would just follow, because Kidero represented Raila, and he created an impression that he was Raila's right hand man. And most of us believe that he was actually funding 30% of ODM campaigns. So it was like just gifting him for loyalty, but it was not so much about him being official or a good worker, because the history of people is not secret. We know Mumias was not run down by air; it was run down by a person, and we know who the leader of that place was at that time. So it was a reward, and when you are popular because of patronage or because of party, people will overlook certain things and give you that benefit. Right now, if Waiguru is fronted as DP, Mount Kenya will forget all the things they said against her. It's not because she has changed or anything, but it will be because of the party and that other consideration, which might not be what actually we need to look at. So for me, by the way, if you had me well, I would have preferred Igathe to run the county because of the things I've said. Nairobi needs to be run as a business entity, not as a political entity, and he carries the credentials of such a person. And he's also well exposed, well traveled. He's been in all the bigger blue chip companies. You need somebody who has an understanding of how cities are run, not somebody who comes from a village and wants to to to, to empower mamambogas by telling them to sell in front of Hilton Hotel just to show that he cares about them. We need to run the city in a way that it will attract. We are a hub in Africa that attracts investors from all over the world, and yet we carry ourselves as a village city. We need somebody who will be brave enough to package Nairobi as a hub for international conferencing, for investment and all other things. So I might be saying two things from the same mouth, but I'm also being very logical that I would even, as much as I would have preferred the Igathe, if somebody, if
Now
UDA
hit the
conspire
nail on
with the
hit the nail on the head. I want people to hit the nail on the head. There are two candidates here, Sakaja. So tell me, what is competitive advantage that Sakaja has over Igathe in terms even of mobilization, in terms of even exciting the crowd? Let's
it's
face
purely
it there.
that
Then
I'll give you two things.
I'm raising issues and then you comment on them. Then two, in terms of the population mass he comes from, Sakaja in Nairobi is still lacking identity. That's why he moved from Jubilee. He went trying to go to ANC, and then he finally landed to UDA. So tell me, in terms of the starting capital, Sakaja, which is his constituent that he can say this is my reliable constituents in Nairobi? You told me you wanted to Beril. Now I'm provoking you to Beril.
He's got a very solid capital. Yeah, I'm answering you. Let's have some noise. I'm answering you. Sakaja carries the tribal tag of Luya, which up to recently is being destroyed by people poking holes in his real ancestry. But he carries a mystery of Luyasm, Westernism, which sort of appeals to the Luya community. He carries youthfulness. Of course, Igathe is an age mate, but he's packaged himself well as a youth. That also gives him some head start. He's been a senator. Don't overlook the fact that he's been in Nairobi politics and he was a senator with over 500,000 votes. He's somebody who is known, so you cannot say that he's not known or he's not marketed himself. He's a current senator actually of Nairobi. So those two gives him a head. Those three actually give him a head start. Igathe is being propelled, and I can say for sure, as much as I like him, he's being propelled. He's not driving himself. He's being propelled.
Point of order.
And that doesn't give him a lot of energy. You know, when you do.
Hands are up. You can pause for 1 minute. We have Alex and Gul.
Yes, please. I'm listening.
You know, I wonder which newspaper you read and which newspaper I read. You know, we have not been sent here by anybody. That's the good thing about it. We are here to analyze the truth of the matter as it is. I'm one person who views Sakaja as somebody who has really never contested in any election. He has been a beneficiary of euphoria and political patronage by the fact that when Uhuru needed a party and KANU had been taken by the so-called Biwot, he had to get an easy path, and therefore TNA became the party. And Sakaja was nominated through that. And if you look at even the 2017 consensus, when Sonko came in and they tried to block him by all necessary means, without Sonko, Sakaja will never have gotten even one vote. So that tag of saying that the guy has, Sakaja has been a senator of Nairobi, Sakaja has never been even a senator of Nairobi this far, because when Nairobi was suffering in the hemorrhage of corruption through the man called Sonko, Sakaja connived. Sakaja failed the people of Nairobi. Sakaja, what has Sakaja really done for the people of Nairobi? Sakaja is not even a Nairobian. During the revenue allocation, Sakaja came out as somebody who did not know how to negotiate for Nairobi either. And we can put clips here and you know, Sakaja has his blueprints outside the Senate. But when he's put in the Senate, I mean, the man Mutula Kilonzo always swallows him. He doesn't even know if he's a senator for Nairobi or Makueni. You just need to know that. When you listen to Sakaja, when they're debating with Mutula Kilonzo in Jeff Koinange's show, you may always think that Sakaja is still in the parliament. He's not in the Senate. So I don't know this so-called Sakaja base in Nairobi. I've never known it. I can say Sonko had a base. I can say somebody like Sifuna is trying, but at least he is identified as a Luya, and therefore, when it comes to the Luya vote from Kangemi all the way, and all the way to Kawangware, you can say there is a base there. But think about it: if Sakaja is left alone, without the help of the DP, without the euphoric help of Jubilee, what can Sakaja do in Nairobi in terms of mobilization? The answer is nothing. Totally. And then there is somebody who also came here and said, Igathe and the so-called business community. Who is business community in Nairobi? Let's be honest about it. Last time when we used to have our tear gas Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the business Nairobi came out to be who? The Mount Kenya Mafia. So when we say the business community, there is nothing called a business community. There is Mount Kenya Mafia, who are businessmen in Nairobi, and therefore they do not represent the whole business community of Kenya, especially in the CBD. So we should not allow an amorphous caucus, which comes out as a business community. That's a good big name. But when you realize that the composition of that has never been a Kenyan one. It has always been Kikuyu. And even more so, it has always been Muranga. So let us not allow this tag that, the business community. There is nothing like a business community. Those are people who come during the election for electioneering, but when it comes to now the business community, for example, you know very well, and I know very well, that the Kisses people have so many circles within Nairobi. The Matatu sector, at least 30 to 40% is owned by them. Do you see a representation of them in that business community? Hell no.
70%, 70 Matatu,
so
70.
I'm giving us the lowest so that some people will not blow their noses here. But, and you know that. The rental community, all the way to from Rongai, Kitengela, Kasarani, Utawala, and all the way to Syokimau, Machakos. That whole area is owned by almost the Kisii. 60%, and I'm giving the lowest. Have you ever seen the Kisii community being represented as business community? Hell no. Let us not allow the so-called business community to lie to us. If there was a composition of business community, it could be the face of Kenya. But the so-called business community that has the hands of Igathe, it is Mount Kenya, not from Kiambu. It is from Muranga. So let's say the interests of Igathe are from Muranga. Then we can dissect this thing honestly. Otherwise, that amorphous tag that the business community, that's a lie.
I remember I simplified for him. I told him Igathe comes from the Mount Kenya Foundation. You need to know
yes.
That's the team that you can, it's tangible. You can say these are the people fronting him. And we know they have played a bigger role in Baba's Azimio thing. So he may be representing that kind of people. But business community is just a general term which may not mean anybody or anything. Sawa.
Okay.
Guru, you had also
finishing, if they come with their honesty that is how they want to negotiate for Igathe, we have no problem, because to be honest, when Baba wanted to climb the mountain, they helped us. If they come with honesty from that point of view, we can never dispel them. Why? Because when Baba needed to climb the mountain, they really helped us, and we must appreciate them. They worked so hard, they used their money, and for Uhuru and Raila to work harmoniously, the Mount Kenya Foundation have been very good to us. But we must warn them that their interest should not supersede the Kenyan interest, because that's the problem. If their interest supersedes our interest, then all these so-called tenderpreneurs are going to resurface again. Then where are we headed to? Thank you, Wakes.
Alex, can I put something close to you 1 second, please, before you
no,
finish?
Ask the chair. The chair may not accept.
Wait first, Budi. I had Mike. He needs to let Mike respond to Alex first, because we may short circuit the discussion.
What Alex is saying is very, very true, and I don't know why we are talking as if we are in argument. I think my introduction was Igathe is being fronted by business community. What you have just done is to help me define what that business community is. You have not contradicted me. I didn't say anything other than that. But I also want to remind ourselves is, for instance, what was the consideration for the overwhelming voting of Sonko as the Nairobi governor? What did the Nairobians consider as the most important thing that gave Sonko an overwhelming victory in Nairobi? If we get that, then we shall know how else or how the next governor will be voted, what the considerations will be. Because what we are discussing here is very elitist, is very boardroom. But the reality on the ground is people don't rationalize or reason the way we are reasoning. What I'm helping this panel do is to bring you to the minds of the people in the slums, in the bottom, what now you dear calls bottom, how they reason and what considerations they give when they want to vote for a governor. What you are thinking of is the right thing, but is that what will happen on the ground? Now, that is the question we need to agree. So that if what people are thinking is not what you are thinking, your good ideas are just as they are on this screen, but they cannot go beyond or go to the ballot. So I'm trying to provoke that type of discussion so that we help each other communicate the right message to the populace. That the consideration should not be tribe, community, or what. But that is unfortunately what the masses, the 700,000 or 900,000 who will vote for the next governor be. It will not be what you are talking about. The euphoria drives a lot of politics in Nairobi. You cannot pretend that. That's why you see somebody like Millicent Omanga always just dancing and getting young boys excited. She will be elected and you'll wonder why she was elected. Sonko used to throw himself on the road, and that's how he became a governor. Those are the things that make people vote for you. You go to Akibanda, eat beans with them, and they say you are humble. That's what I said. So we need to agree that the reality on the ground is not as rational as intelligent as we are discussing? And if it isn't, what is going to change? We should not just put our heads in the sand. We should come out and say this is the reality, but how do we address this concern? Because it's a real concern. Nairobi needs a good leader, whether it is Igathe or Tim or whoever. We should try to get a good leader, because Nairobi can make 40% of the GDP of Kenya is in Nairobi. And if we get Nairobi right, we would have gotten 50% of our economy right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. But I think we are moving in the right direction, because right now, if our discussion is between Sakaja, Igathe, and the team Wanyonyi, I can tell you, even if one of them caught, okay, we will not be badly off. So we are moving in the right direction as we discuss over who should be the next CEO of Nairobi. So we will not be where we were in 2017. At least we would have moved, even if it's just one step ahead. So Guru, you had a question?
Yes, I wanted to chip in on what our colleague has said here. It is true the competing interests of Nairobi are so intense. You realize that the hawkers and the slum people, they do not grey any serious regard to good managers. What they want is people who allow them to do trade and hawk their goods without disturbance. And even if that means all the way to the city hall steps, they don't care. And you may wonder why the populist readers will find space in Nairobi. That is it. They have no business knowing whether the city will be clean or not. That is the least of their concerns. And they are a huge population. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. And if you are to do a bit of investigation, you'll find that most of the MCAs who win seats in central business actually do promise the traders that they will protect them to do trade anywhere within the city. And on that basis, they wake up very early to go and put them in as their MCAs. So Igathe has a lot of work. Igathe has a lot of work to do. And maybe the person who may assist him to get the footing is Wanyonyi. Because the moment he is viewed as a distant person from their interests, he could suffer the consequence like the one that was suffered by Gakuo, despite doing so well for the city in terms of cleanliness and orderliness. He ended up being a casualty. In fact, they did not want to hear anything to do with Gakuo. Yet, he was among the best city fathers that we have ever had. So it is true. It is true that any of those candidates who does not come up like is close to the slum dwellers and the traders, the hawkers, then it could be a big problem for him.
Thank you. But let's not also forget this. There are 4 major tribes in Nairobi. Kikuyu, Luo, Luya, and Kamba. Those are the big voting blocks. And when you look, Raila had an edge in terms of presidency vote, but Songo had a slightly upper edge on Kidero. Why? Because the Jubilee factor, they did their maths right. By bringing in Songo, you realize that there are guys who voted for Raila for presidency because Kalonzo was with Raila, but went for Songo as governor. So he picked a few of the NASA votes and added to Jubilee in terms of governor. So that's where the arithmetic remains actually the voting blocks. This euphoria you are saying, I haven't seen them very, euphoria are always a party. It's either a NASA euphoria or a Jubilee euphoria. I have not seen very individual euphoria that are associated with candidates because the margins were very minimal. Even Sakaja had a very big percentage. We can also argue the same way UDA normally argue that it's Ruto who met Uhuru president. And on Songo's ticket, there is Igathe. So we don't know the contribution of Igathe to Songo's governorship because it was one ticket. We can also flip it on the other side and say the same vote that Songo got is the same vote that Igathe got at that time because both the names were on the ballot. And why we think now, right now, he may not be popular, I don't know. Alex, you had one thing and then we go.
Yeah, 2017 election, it was not about the person that was in the ballot in Nairobi. Let us be honest. It was about parties. At some point, everybody agreed that Sonko is not qualified to be a governor. But given the fact that 2013 to 2017, and remember the latter days, where now Kidero became a cabal at some point. He cahooted with the enemy. And when the later came, he needed a nomination in ODM, you remember. And he came in late. And we reluctantly took him because he was the incumbent. Changing and flipping was going to cost us. Mike asked, what made us lose Kidero? If we answer that question, I think then you will start seeing the matrix of the problems that Kidero faced. The seat of governorship in Nairobi was not as important to the Jubilee and the CORD at that time, as they later to realize that there are some duties the president had to do under the leadership of the governor, and it frustrated them a lot until they had to make some negotiation. So in a de facto, the governor of Nairobi was like a cabinet minister or the interior cabinet ministry. And that really made the Uhuru government realize if we have to take over the presidency again, Sonko must be the beneficiary of the 54%. So I'm one person who says Sonko never won the election. Nobody will convince me that Sonko was a beneficiary of 54%. Sonko never won an election. Let us not talk here as if Sonko won an election. Sonko never won that election. Thank you.
In fact, I have misgivings on the nomination, on the day of nomination. And that's where Peter had a problem, Peter PK. And for us who come from Machakos, there was, when you go to Songo village, I normally pass there. I passed there and it was all quiet. And asked, why is the village quiet? And people told me, guys have gone to Nairobi to vote. Now let me stop it there. So we know what happens anyway. Let's have, Budi, you had something to ask Alex before we proceed. Huh?
Yeah, so I think being a beneficial of one of Nairobi politicians who are not up there, but upcoming one, I want to emphasize this, and I didn't want to say it, but nilikuwa nawawekea tu kwa mawazo mjue. Raila aliweka timu ya watu 22 kitambo sana, around 3 months ago, kuangalia ni vipi Nairobi inaendeshwa na itaendeshwa na nani. Raila is one guy who is not really looking on ni kabila gani. Among the best have been voted in, na lazima hiyo machina angeikubaliana naye. Saa hii Raila ambiwa na Uhuru what to do. I think he need a very strong team wenye atafanya kazi naye. There is a lot of people with big money, with serious money, and who have not won that. He's doing everything. He has done his research well, and I think the research, that's what came out. Hiyo ni kazi yake. And again, somebody was asking here, why did people voted for Songo? And then you can also ask the same question, why did Kuria was voted in on the by-election? there is what we call Jubilee wanted, the organism. Those people can make noise. Those people who can do anything, like kuleta hata kinyesi ya ng'ombe na nini umwage kwa ya nini umwage kwa stadium. That kind of stupid, because there was a lot of oath. Kulikuwa na pressure mingi sana from court during that time. And again, so Igathe came in because Songo had no papers. He needs somebody who can guide him constitutionally, afanye vitu kisheria, na akapata kwamba ile mtu anafanya kazi naye ni ngumu, and that's why he resigned. So for me, and I don't speak for ODM, but I can tell you for free, this is something itachaguliwa tu kwa sababu ya ukabila pandene na pandene. Though they were also looking, if Papa climbed to mountain, what this Nairobi gubernatorial tell ni picha gani naleta kwa Papa for later to get a percentage, at least the percentage he wants. So hii kiti chaguliwa tu hivyo. There's a lot of things have been done. Tusiangalie tu from perception of politics. A lot of things have been done. Yes.
Okay, let's move forward now. Alex, it's your chance, and so I don't know whether you are still around, or I.
Yeah, I'm still around. My views on Nairobi is I wish we could take a minute to listen to our candidates. In as much as I'm uncomfortable with Sakaja, and that's a problem I have. I listen to everybody. I've listened to Sakaja. I've listened to his blueprint. I've listened to how he wants to divide Nairobi and what he talks about how Nairobi should be protected. The only thing I don't agree with him is where he moved to. And I think it's going to cost him a lot. But if there is a person that could have been neutral without too many interests, it could be two people. And I don't know why we are still not talking with that one person again. Sakaja comes in as a person of a neutrality when it comes to the politics of tribal, because now Sakaja is no longer Luya, and the Trans Nzoia people, the Saboti people, have not claimed him. So far, Sakaja comes in like the Saitoti for a very long time. So we don't know if Saitoti was a Kikuyu or a Maasai or what. So I wanted the politics of tribalism to end in Nairobi, because I think Nairobi should show the way. But I know that's difficult. That's my greatest desire. Again, another person who for the first time I welcomed in my heart that maybe let us give him a chance was Tuju. I kind of thought when during the NDC of Azimio, when Uhuru said, sina chochote cha kukuitisha lakini nisaidieni huyu kijana yangu. I thought that was a better way to bring also Tuju in the city politics. I think he qualifies to be in the city politics, and being a former, rival of Raila for a very long time. Raila seems to be working with his rivals in a better way than those people who have worked with him. When you look at the history of Raila, people like Anyang' Nyong'o, people like Orengo, people like Dalmas Otieno, until Uhuru, these were rivals, bitter rivals at some point. But Raila gave them a chance to work with them, and hence, because of their differences before, they had a plan and they achieved. For example, Dalmas Otieno increased the retirement age to 60. The benefits were rescheduled in a better way. When Dalmas held that ministry, so much was done that time. And you can see even Ministry for National Planning, when Anyang' Nyong'o was the minister, you saw weekly we could get those updates, and the country was moving forward in a better way. So I thought even Raila being a president, we needed a governor from Jubilee, but also with good working terms with Raila. That was my view. And if the latter could become his deputy, then we could move away from Tim Wanyonyi is a Luya, Sakaja is a Luya, Sifuna is a Luya. I mean, we are having that tag too much to a point. Those qualified, just because they come from a certain tribe, they are disqualified because of association to a certain tribe. We needed to neutralize Nairobi to a point that now tribalism will start fading away slowly, to a point we can speak about a Kalenjin also becoming a deputy governor of Nairobi. We could have surprised Kenyans and chosen a Kalenjin as the deputy governor of Nairobi. But I think the politics, as you said, of 4 tribes in Nairobi has hurt us. It is not the policies, it is the 4 tribes in Nairobi that is hurting us. That if we have to choose a running mate or a governor or a senator, we have to put the tribal matrix. I wish we won, because when NMS was chosen, who cares? I don't even know what that guy's tribe is. But we keep talking that the guy has done A, B, C, D. But when he is performing, we've never remembered which tribe he is. For sure, I don't know which tribe he comes from. But we can all agree that there have been changes. So if we all agree that there have been changes through the NMS and how it has come, what can we borrow from it in these few years? What we could borrow is that we don't know who is, from what tribe he comes from. And therefore, we should not know where Wanyonyi is coming from, where Sifuna is coming from, where all these people are coming from. So we put qualified people with the interest of Kenya front, not business community, no, Kenyans as a whole, because we all, as we said, the 40% of our GDP is found in Nairobi. If we fix Nairobi, as my friend has said, 50% of our problem are fixed, but we can't fix them through the tribal matrix or tribal mortgaging. I wish this time around, with Baba being the presidential candidate, could have sanitized the politics of Nairobi. I hope he's listening. I hope he's listening. Thank you.
Wow, that is great. Anyway, I think the awareness of tribe mostly is propagated by the ruling, the political elites. Like you see, when Sakaja was in Jubilee, nobody even bothered to know where he comes from. But when he started making moves, and people now wanted to follow the in my language, they normally say that you can follow a gazelle on a rock. So they wanted to follow a gazelle on a rock and see where it passed. He went and lodged in ANC slowly, and then he moved to UDS. So people are wondering what is the rearrangement all about. And I think we still have work to do for us to leave these tribal matrices. But that awareness, why do you think it's even put in the constitution that we need to share? We don't need to discriminate. We need to share. We need to appeal that the cabinet the government should reflect the nation. It comes from a background that most of us, when given opportunity, we want to have our cronies, people from our tribes, in those positions of power. And so sometimes we have to highlight it and make it that it has to be deliberate. When you're doing your government, let there be a Luya, let there be a Kikuyu, because we are naturally in those enclaves. I think one of the person who did that to overcome that was Paul Kakame. He has tried to overcome the issue to do with the Tutsis and the Hutus. And as you said, if Raila can move and strike a balance, we will be happy. I will want to vote for Alex without knowing the second name. I just need to be impressed by his ideology and manifesto. Thank you. Let's have tulikuwa tumefika kwa nani? This guy has disappeared. So let me just go straight to
But Wekesa, protect us. We come here in the panel to give our views. I mean, I think it has become perpetual that Olo attacks everybody to a point of tribal and personal. Olo has attacked me personally on my tag being a kissy. Olo has attacked Sarah on being a woman. I think we must ban Olo. It has come to a point that we cannot. I have friends who have come here on a personal level who have given their views on the panel. When we come here to give our views on the panel, it's volunto. Olo should stop attacking and abusing us. It is becoming too much. And everybody in the comment section will tell you that Olo abuses people on a tribal level to a personal level. He must stop that. Block him. We are not going to fascistize him anymore. Enough is enough. He's attacking me 3 days consecutive on a tribal level, on a personal level, and he must stop that. Thank you, Ekes. I'm not leaving Mutembei because of him. I'll be here.
Olo, and one wonders, why should you fight your own? You share a whole province, you guys. Why are you attacking each other? So anyway, we are all Kenyans, despite where which not political affiliation you come from. We are all Kenyans, and let's forget about this petty politics. Let's compete here on ideas. Even when you are talking about tribe, bring out the values, the things that stand out. I am a Luya, yes. Let me bring out the best thing about Luya. It should not create animosity so that Sarah sees me as an enemy. No. Sarah is my friend, despite he comes from a different place. Jared, even I don't want to know which tribe he comes from. We only agree on ideas. Eric, Kinywa, Sam, Mike, I've never even bothered to know where he comes from. So let's forget about that. Those are political arithmetics. And even when they put tribes together to win power, let's see that all Kenya should benefit. You see this sense of entitlement, like it is us, it's our man. You see, you make me feel threatened because I'm voting for Raila, who is not, he's a Nilot and I'm a Bantu, but I'm a diehard. Sometimes even people attack me and Eric, why don't you follow your man, Mudavadi? Why are you always following Raila? I'm not following Raila because of where he comes from. I'm married to his vision. That is it. So you need to be married to someone's vision and manifesto and forget about where he comes from. And so maybe Olo may not feel more entitled to Raila than I am. Oh? Sarah, are you entitled to Ruto than Mudavadi, my man? No. In fact, Mudavadi will benefit from Ruto maybe more than Sarah. Let's face it.
That is very true.
Yes.
Mudavadi will benefit more than even me.
Yes, and there is someone even who comes maybe from the area, look at it this way, and Tutu confessed. He said that, you see, we share, his home to Raila's home is like 7 kilometers. But Uhuru appointed him, and Uhuru has been with him. So as much as they were close from where they come from, they charted different political path. And his benefit, his success is not associated to somebody close to him. It's somebody completely different. And maybe my success may not be from someone who we share the same tribe. I need Sarah maybe to break through, and I'm here abusing her. And by the way, after 9th now, if we don't value even people who are coming here and start making strategic relationships, after 9th we may lack what to discuss. Maybe you need to pick a phone call and call Sarah and say, can we have a deal now? Let's discuss how do we venture on, because politics will be over. So let's make strategic relationships here. Me, I normally tell people, I meet people with the Uda and we take tea, we eat nyama choma. Politics is politics. It's just, it's not even, if you break my skin, it will not come out, blood will not come out UDA or ODM. Kindly, so let's be civilized. I don't have to block you. I think you just need to reason out and do the right thing. I will hate it that I'm here to attack Sarah just because she comes from a different tribe. I will attack Sarah based on her ideas she's fronting here on this channel, but not because of where she comes from. I hate that. Let's proceed. Eric.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wekesa, namesake. Let me say hi to everyone. I can see Guru, George, Alex, Mike, Jared, Deto, and Sarah. Let me say it's good morning, I think. Okay, I'm so grateful to be in the platform today. I've been following a little bit behind the curtain for some time. I've not been able to join. So I thank God for today. I think the first and foremost, what I may say about, let me start with the last thing, Jubilee, 6PIECE. Kibicho, you know, I think this thing this time around will not work well in any party, either Jubilee, UDA, or DM, whichever party it is. I think it will be hard for it to work on a 6PIECE, because you remember in 2013 what happened, and most likely the problem we are facing in the country, and we are regretting now saying this government, hey, this, that. We are the one who made that mistake. You know, people voted, I think, out of their thoughts because of hype. People voted as per hype. The way the hype of Jubilee was too high. And that has been a problem that we have been facing in Kenya for some time. Voting because of the hype at hii chama. Because I think in 2013, 2017, it has been a little bit tricky because people didn't vote for the correct leaders. They voted for political parties. And that's the mess that we have come to find ourselves into. And I'm sure Kenyan people have come to realize the mistake they did last time. So for this time we expect watu wachaguane kitenge. Nasikia watu wanasema kitenge. You vote UDA, you vote ODM, you vote DAP, as long as you get the correct leader.
Yeah, are you stuck? I think he's having a network challenge, but he's talking about...
And purposely, sometimes you find most of leaders... Okay, so sorry, I think my internet had a little bit of problem, but can you hear me now?
If it hangs, this is what you need to do. Just switch off the video so that you can do the audio. If it's hanging.
Okay, fine. But now you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me just go back to my submission. So I was talking about the Kitenge type, and now people have come to understand what happened in 2013, 2017. And you see, most of leaders are aligning themselves with the parties, thinking that because this party has got an hype, I'll manage to go through it and win. But apparently, you have seen even in nomination, those we used to see as a powerful leaders, they have been dropped out. And most of it, we may not say that it's about leaguing. Sometimes it might be real, a reality thing, but they cannot accept. They will say it's a leaguing because they thought that going to a certain party that has got an hype, they will be elected. So for 5PIECE, I don't think it will work anywhere. Especially, let me talk about, let me say, if you go to like Nyanza, in Luo Nyanza, maybe it might work. If you go to Left Valley, like Nande, those places, because I normally tell people politics at a time, it's a tribal thing. It starts with tribal thing. And that's what people misses a lot. And even if we argue here till in the morning, at the end of the day, you'll find it aligning itself on a tribal thing. You'll find some people from Rift Valley, they will vote for their leader. From Nyanza, they will do the same. From Western, they will do the same. From Mount Kenya, they will do the same. So we need to accept this thing as we continue learning. But the best part of it, we have a lot of political parties that are trying to divide those issues about tribal issues. So let me just go to about the Ruto in Nyeri. I think he was going for a function. I didn't watch it much, but I've seen it online a little bit. Moreover, I may say it wasn't a political meeting, if I may say so, as for what I have seen. But you know, political dynamics these days, you go somewhere even for a cup of tea, the first thing at the end is politics. So we may say so. Then about the Raila in Mombasa, you know, Raila had to go, you know, he needs to go to the stronghold and to leaders and talk to leaders. I think everybody in parties and coalition, they are trying to engage with the aspirant so that they come into a conclusion, a positive issue that they won't lose in any manner. So I think everybody is focusing about that. Then about the analog and digital, I think for that part, I may challenge the Kenya Kwanza people who are saying that they are young, but you see they are the elderly people, whatever they call them, the Azimio, wanasema ni ya wazee. The ODM have managed to do the digital nominations, and it have at least worked rather than the more analog one. You see the analog one, what it costed in UDA, a lot of losses, and you know that loss is the public money, the members fund. That was the loss, the ban of the ballot box, all sort of things. I think I may say in future, if nomination can go, everything can go digital like in other countries, it could be much better. Then the State House deal about Igathe. You know, Igathe was there with Sonko, and you know, Igathe is a manager, but he was given into someone who used to work things the way he want. You know, Sonko is a person who wanted to do. If I want to go to Kibera today to do something, I don't involve my deputy governor. I just go do them. If Igathe do something, Sonko will come and do something different in the same place. So that was a little bit chaotic on that time, but you know, Igathe as a manager, he couldn't handle Sonko. That's why he resigned. And for now, Igathe coming back into this position, I think this is the deal that has been drafted to make sure, you know, there's a Tim Wanyonyi. Tim Wanyonyi is the best, is a good person. And if Rigathi and Tim Wanyonyi, you know, Tim Wanyonyi is in ODM, Rigathi is in Azimio actually.
You are banged again, huh? Eric, I think we need to conclude there. You will come back when the network
Even in
stabilizes.
Jubilee, he comes as an Azimio. I don't know. I think let me just use 1 minute to conclude before my net goes off again. 1 minute to conclude. So for Igathe,
Wekesa, can you correct Eric? It's not Rigathi, it's Igathe, Polycarp Igathe. There's two people.
yeah, Igathe, yes, Polycarp Igathe. Yeah,
Okay.
like,
I understand where you're coming from.
yeah, at least you should understand where I come from also, Neto. So Igathe, I think that's a plan for Azimio, and that's a, you know, they won't try, you know, in Nairobi they are fighting to make sure that the Azimio, the party in Azimio coalition that get the Nairobi seat. And you know, if you compare Igathe and Wanyonyi and this Sakaja, I'm sure with and then Gatia, I'm sure Sakaja cannot survive those people, because at the end of the day, Igathe, Wanyonyi, and Gatia, they are in Azimio, so things will be done. They will talk, and finally they will come up with a governor and a deputy between three of them. So I'm sure Sakaja will not manage those people, because if you go and look about it, like Tim Wanyonyi, it's a nice person. And also Igathe doesn't have any history of anything wrong. So I think they are trying to draft a good deal, and we are waiting for that. About a nomination and consensus, I think I would advocate for consensus to avoid these issues of fight here and there, because I'm sure in nomination something called free and fair, it's a little bit tricky because you know, it's something politics, and as they do, you know, they need to take to check who, and they are going for the popularity, who is popular in consensus. They just look like that. Opinion polls, they check who is popular, who is not popular. You know, this issue of popularity might mislead people, because the people you are asking about this person, you might go a long way without finding a people who are someone who supported the other person, because of the area you are working for, the opinion poll. So I think for that purpose, and in primaries, I think most of people doesn't show up to vote, to nominate their leaders. Most of people doesn't show up. Wekesa, you can see in Mount Kenya what happened in turnout. It was very low, and you were expecting it could have been so much large, but it was very low. So for nomination, I think the parties should think and try to handle things as the way they are. If it's to take those aspirants to the ground and see by themselves how things are working, the people, I think it could be much better, because sometimes you are going for consensus, then people start crying there. You see, like in Mombasa, how Baba is having a little bit hard time to go and resolve, because someone has been given the certificate. After that, the people of the other person, the supporter, started complaining. You know, it seems like it's so tough. And if you go for nomination, you lose. People say that's a leaguing. You understand? So they need to be very careful on that. So finally, let me close my submission right now. Voting. If people vote with hype, we are going to get the wrong readers. If people go for it because of the hype of the parties, we are going to get the wrong readers. All people need is to stay cool and do a research, look what someone has done in your constituency or in your ward, and vote wisely. Don't go for party. If you go for parties, like in our place in Darakaniti, we have UDA, we have Azimio there. The governor is for UDA, we have another governor for Azimio, and we have some people for other parties. And you will find that most of UDA people will get those elected, another for Azimio, and people, most of them will lose. So this time around, we don't have to go for 6PIECE. We just need leaders. If in this political party, the leaders are there, the 6PIECE are the correct people, then we go for it. If we need to change and put Kitenge in between, let's go on.
I think you have met enough submission. Even the network has decided to cut you off. Let's have Sarah. How are you, Sarah?
I'm good, Bernard. Oh, Eric.
As long as we need leaders who can deliver. We don't want leaders who are going there.
Kinyanji, you can end there, kindly. We are struggling to hear you, but still, I think you have met your point.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think my network is fluctuating, but I think my submission is okay. Maybe in meantime it will be fine for the second one. Thank you.
Karibu. Sarah.
Yes, Eric. I'm used to Bernard mostly.
Come from Nandi, Alfred Keter has just won nominations against the wishes of Sudi.
Let me tell you, these nominations, some of us, we were there 1 week before.
Yes.
Especially my home county, that is Baringo Central.
You are running for MC or what?
Yes, I'm there in August on independent ticket. I don't have a party.
That's okay.
Huh?
That's okay. The
way I'm seeing Kina Alex, Kina George, yeah?
Well, Kwanza, it's good to go independent. I can vote for you with a party.
Sasa mko wazima, lakini nimewamiss sana. I wanted to talk about these things you are talking about at the suit. 3P suit. Ama mnasema nini?
Suit hiyo ni ya party leaders, but
hakuna story ya 6PIECE. Hakuna story ya 6PIECE hapa, Eric. Hakuna story ya 6PIECE.
Leaders.
What we want, a party is just a vehicle. What we need is the leaders. No, we are not using the party that we get people. You might have the party and you have a wrong leader. What will you do? You've seen the UDA, the big fish walitimuliwa wote nje. Sababu gani? Hakuna kazi wanafanya, kazi yao ni kupayuka tu kila mahali. Hakuna kenye wanatusaidia. Especially mine of Baringo Central. The area MP, we voted him in Maendeleo chap. The other day he came in with UDA, and then the other gentleman wanasema ati huyu jamaa ni mtu wa Azimio. Tukasema afadhali mtu wa Azimio kwa sababu ya ile kazi anafanya. Mpaka even one of the aspirant alikuwa anasema ako na tikiti, ashapewa certificate. Tukasema wacha tuone hiyo certificate. But I thank God we won. Wakati tunataka kupewa tikiti wanasema ati hiyo tikiti hairuhusiwi kwenda huko, lakini tulisimama kidete, hatubembelezane. Sisi tunataka a leader. We don't want those people ya kwenda kukunywa chai Nairobi na kuja kutupanga hapo reserve. Hiyo iwezekane.
Yeah, before you begin your submission, I need to have an interview with you for an independent candidate. Actually, on this channel, tupange. We need to have that. Sindio? Hiyo tutapanga.
Utapanga.
So that no, at least you can encourage more independent candidates. There are so many.
And I'm telling you, Bernard.
2017, we had 27 candidates for governorship, independent. 30 candidates for senatorial, independent. We had 13 women rep, independent. We had 215 MPs, independent. We had 1,659 MCS, independent. And we had I think so, quite a number they went there, although a few succeeded, but you can
and I'm telling you, Wekesa,
yes,
take it to the bank right now. When you wataingia kuanzia MCS mpaka huko parliament, half of them will be independent candidates.
It's true. Everywhere I've seen.
Because of what? In fact, hata saa hii tukiongea independent wengi sana wameenda. Na I'm telling you, we are getting a lot of independent candidates. Sasa nashindwa hii watu wataongoza nchi namna gani na independent candidates? Huku mnaharibu, mnaenda kukalia watu like this one of Nandi. We also have on Thursday. Thursday we have in Mogoti on Thursday.
That is the best parliament when we have independent candidates. You see, it will play its role, the oversight.
Yes.
So we don't have a problem with independent candidates.
But Eric, the problem with us now, these big fish.
Wekesa, you know,
yes,
being independent is dangerous. You have to be independent, leaning to what or what. Otherwise, you may miss the lucrative committee that will make you just an amorphous two group. So if you don't affiliate yourself to either Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, you're gonna miss the House Committee. And that is why in the United States, all independent candidates have always leaned themselves towards what? The Democratic Party, because that is how they become chair of maybe Foreign Committee, chair of Finance Committee or Security.
But Lex, I dispute that one to you. I dispute.
Lex, what
Can
you are
I give
saying
you an
is
example,
right.
Lex?
Okay.
Wait, Sarah, first. What he's saying is right, but it's always a post. It's always after election you can choose where each manifesto you can align with.
You know what, Lex?
And that's why.
Election,
can you think mtu kama nani anaitwa Muhammad Ali, hata huwezi jua alikuwa independent. He affiliated, and the majority actually we had around 13 MPs who are independent. But if you are asked to name how many independent MPs in our parliament, you don't know because they chose to align. So after you are elected, you can choose to align which side you want to work with.
I concur with you, Eric, because right now you don't have to align yourself with any political party. Just go individual. And then after election, you've been elected, then you align yourself with the political party that you want.
Right now, you have a benefit of getting votes from both sides of the coin. You play around with your.
Yes. Lakini unacheza chini ya maji, usijulikane huko pande gani.
In fact, Eric, an independent candidate will be a very, very highly demanded person, because should it go 50-50, each side will be fighting for you. So you'll be the girl to be looked for.
In fact, when someone wants to form a government immediately after election, you always look at the numbers. Like US, they had the Senate, they always have a problem. Wanashindania hapo 2-3 seats. So the first thing wanachukuanga is independent, wanaweka up so that wakuwe na numbers. So if you are forming the government and you see you will not have enough numbers to pass the bills, the most lucrative people will be independent candidates. You go for them, and that's when you will just realize that you have owned a mansion in a declaration. Let's move on.
Wekesa, we have to be very careful with in what reason you're going independent, because it's very dangerous to a democracy. I'm not saying Mama Sarah, I mean specifically, but it's very dangerous to a democracy because then it makes the whole political thing very complicated.
But that is why we put it in. You know, do you know why they put it? Even the same Kina Raila who are saying vote for a suit, they are the same guys who advocated for this constitution, and they deliberately put independent candidates there because they know also when parties are still have not matured, sometimes they suffocate people inside there. Like if you find you are very popular, yes, and somehow somebody has just snatched you. Let me ask you, like this case of Naivasha. The guy won, then all of a sudden they tell you that another person has won with 1 vote. So instead of arguing about 1 vote, you just go to independent and say, maybe let me try and manage now to get this 1 vote back through the ballot. So if you're not sure that the party has done you justice, there's no acrimony. You know, when you go independent, you are delinking yourself from party struggles and you test your own popularity. And in our democracy, let's accept.
There's a thin line. There's a thin line between that. There's a thin line because that's how also, if you're not careful, that's how what do you call them? Uprisings begin. Just be careful. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying let's be careful with how much somebody can go to the other side. And because, I mean, we need to toe lines of what the country's politics is all about. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it needs to be checked.
But Ndeto, I disagree with you because of one. If you cannot get justice on where you did your voting, what else will you do? You will go to independent, and then you get your justice there.
But so Mama Sarah, I can always claim I never got justice. I can always claim I didn't get justice. I can always claim I did not get justice, even though I lost fair and square. I can always go back and say I did not claim, get justice, and then go back and bring my own things, and then an uprising is up there. I don't know. I'm not saying independents are bad. I'm just saying that I think it's something that needs to be walked on a very thin line and watched. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Usinchukulie vibaya Mama Sarah.
Okay. Anyway, someone made a joke and said that perhaps Kalonzo needs to be an independent running mate. Okay. Sarah, finish your...
Well, let me finish my submission. You guys, munipe amani jameni.
Let me say something to Sarah. Sarah, I encourage you go with independence. Go with independent. I encourage you 100%. Past that, in parliament, if you go as an independent and you get elected, definitely in parliament, independent candidates, they normally align themselves with the government that is there. Once you win, you'll just support the government that will be there. As an independent, you support the government. And you know what? You'll find yourself able to work for your people. So I think, Mr. Wekesa, I've just said, just find for us.
You are just commenting.
Deto from Nyandarua. I told Deto to go as an independent. to run away from Kuda because he's a young man, to go
I'll
independent.
give you a feedback. We have just talked to this night. I'll give you a feedback. So, Sarah, I think, Alex, the only thing that we can dispute is an independent candidate should not expect a party to campaign for him. For example, let me put it this way. Kidero should not expect Raila to campaign for him because you are independent. When you are independent, you stand on your own. So you should not feel jealous when Raila is campaigning for Wanga because that is his party. However, you have a choice to choose whether to affiliate with Raila or Ruto because you are independent anyway. So you should not mix issues and say, oh, why is he campaigning for this? You are independent, so you don't have to get the privilege of people who are in a party. So Sarah, you can now finish your submission.
Hata mimi nimuongeleshe Sarah kwa dakika moja tu.
Oh, how are you, my friend? Lost. You are lost until you are rigged out of nomination.
Sasa nimeketi hapa nyuma ya tent mkimdanganya Sarah na wasikiza tu. Mara aende independent ndiye akisha chaguliwa achague.
Mimi si mtu wa kudanganywa. I'm already in independent. Si wa kudanganywa. Sikia hiyo na usikie vizuri.
Sawa Sarah, eti akisha chaguliwa sasa ndio aangalie ni side gani atakuwa. Sarah, wamekudanganya rafiki yangu. Hapo unapo campaign kwa hiyo nini yako.
Na mimi si mtu wa kudanganywa. Hii mambo nilifanya kitambo, so I've been in politics for the last 40 years. Where were you?
Okay, I accept Sarah. 40 years maybe sikuwa nimezaliwa hiyo time. Lakini sasa venye unaenda independent, maybe unatoka Baringo County. Baringo County ni bedroom yetu sisi kama UDA. Lazima umtaje Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais William Ruto kama mtu unayemuunga mkono. Ukitaka kupata kura 17, sema Azimio hata kama uko independent. So lazima utasema ni William, unamsupport mpaka uweke picha yake. Huwezi kuwa independent mpaka ukuwe independent uko kwa uchaguzi ya urais. Lazima utuambie uko wapi. Hapa kwa Senate uko wapi? Ngoja tu Sarah. Hapa kwa rais uko wapi? Hiyo pia lazima useme. Kitu cha pili, Eric, mimi ni mzaliwa wa Homa Bay County. Lakini jana sikufurahishwa na wamama kutoka Homa Bay County. Wanatusiwa na wanapiga makofi na vigelegele. Kabla baba hajaomba msamaha, hao wamama kwanza ndio waombe msamaha, wamama wa Homa Bay. It was not good because Kidero is our son. Gladys is also one of us. And we need to give them a fair chance, like Sarah has been given in Baringo County, to do whatever they want. Na hiyo matusi si ya kwanza. Nilisikia ingine 2011 ama 2014. Waliposema kwamba anayempinga Otieno Kajwang pia alisema tu vivyo hivyo. Mbona kila siku iwe ni Homa Bay County? Hata 2027 matusi yote pengine yataletwa Homa Bay County. Na Homa Bay County tumeamua au wawili wote ni wezi, lakini tutachagua the best thief. Wote ni wezi. Na wanatoka constituency moja. Wote wako na pesa.
Sugecha Sarah submission alafu ndo kuja submission yako.
But you can't use the situation of one county to define an independent. You know, you're being unfair that you're defining Sarah from the political situation of Homa Bay.
No, nilishamalizana na Sarah, wewe umebaki kwa Sarah. Sarah nimemwambia haezi akawa independent mpaka kwa uchaguzi ya governor na rais. Ako independent kwa MCA, anataka kiti cha UMCA.
Lakini wekeza mbona huwezi kunitetea hapa? It was my time na
submission ya Sarah, si conversation.
It was my submission. Alafu nini mbaya na
Clean.
Sasa
you are to ask Sarah a question and then to achie Sarah.
You are to ask me a question and then you continue submitting your issues. What is wrong with you?
Okay, then I'm sorry. Then what I was saying about Sarah is this. Sorry Alex, kama nimekukosea, nimeachana na Sarah nikaingia ile ingine. So Sarah, tumekubali unaenda independent and that's your decision. Na kitu sisi wana UDA hatujafurahia, mnakuja nomination, mnaona mmechengwa kidogo, ndipo mnakumbuka independent ina exist. Si mngeenda ya kwanza, hata tungefanya nomination kwa hiyo ward yako.
Clint, mimi sijaenda nomination, I'm already in independent kivyangu. Sijaenda nomination, umesikia? Na usikie na hiyo masikio yote mbili.
Which is okay, Sarah. Sarah,
So,
na ng'ombe iko na nyama mingi. Si
nyama gani? Hii nyama yenu ya mashida juzi tumetoka kuwaokoa wengine hapa, mnapeana direct ticket na mnatumia kina Sudi hapa kutusumbua hapa. Hakuna siku tutachanganywa siku nyingine.
Siwache nikuelezee nyama
wacha nikwambia hata mimi ni UDA lakini hamtatutisha tena. Hamtatutisha.
Sarah, si ungoje uambiwe nyama iko na pande ngapi?
Mimi sitaki hiyo nyama ya kazi gani? Nipatie wapi? Sitaki hiyo nyama, nipatie time yangu nipeane submission yangu. Wewe zima yako kwanza.
Sasa hii nyama ya William itakuwa nyama kubwa. Serikali iko na nyama kubwa. Pengine tutakukumbuka tukukatie part nyingine uende ukakule.
Mimi sitaki kukumbukwa.
Wewe nyama yenyewe unajua iko wapi?
Nyama iko wapi?
Usikubali. Can you protect other people here, Wekesa? The Azimios cannot give us time, Wekesa. I'm trying najaribu kumkatia Sarah kuje kwa chama na Azimio wanakataa.
It was my time.
But I have a right to convince you to come back to the party.
Wewe
watu wa UDA wacheni watu wapeane submission.
Please, it is time for Sarah.
Okay, Wekesa, Azimio wameshinda. Let me wait for my time.
Clint, wewe ni mtu ya Azimio, acha kutudanganya. Your photo is
na hivyo ndio tutashinda kura.
Sarah submit. Clint, we are coming back to you. Sarah Malaysia.
Wait, Kasa. Can you protect me from this gentleman? Tell me how many men? 9 versus 1.
No more questions.
Yeah.
And I've also vowed nitakupatia your special session for independent candidate.
Thank you so much.
Siku Clint ukitaka kuja ulize hiyo maswali sasa. Wacha kumsumbua hapa.
Hata Clint mwenyewe anafikiria nimekuwa kwa elections juzi. Ajui mimi nimesimama kivyangu nikijua ukora yenye iko kwa hii chama yetu. Kama hujulikani huko mbele utakula huu na Zara juu. Wewe unaona saa hii Sudi anazunguka kila mahali ati kwa sababu ya marudio ya nini? Anazunguka kutafuta nini? Siawache wanaume wangangana. Kwani yeye ni mwanaume yenye amekaa namna gani? Ambia Sudi apige style mzuri. Sisi wamama this time leo natupembelezane. Tutashikana mashati hapa. Ni kuvaa long sports shoes na kukanyagana hapa. Mbaya. So I was saying about nini? Party nomination. No. I had gone to this nini of tulikuwa tumemalizana na suit 6P suit. Hakuna story ya 6P suit. Hii mambo hapa ni mix and match. Hakuna story ya kusema ati kama ni UDA unatoka UDA kutoka MCA mpaka huko juu. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Especially even my own county. Hakuna story ya 6P suit Wekesa. Sisi tunachanganya, sio UDA, sio Jubilee, sio KANU, hata mpaka ya Raila yuko huko. Na tubembelezane, sisi tunatafuta mtu, tunatafuta kiongozi, hatutafuti chama, tunatafuta kiongozi. So ufuchi hii mambo ya kusema 6P suit hiyo mto hiyo Kibicho mwambia hii aliotea aenda reconcile akili yake, asema alikuwa anasema akiwa ameotea kutoka wapi. The last thing I wanted to say ndio niwachie wengine wa submit and then baadaye tukuje second round is about Nairobi. The race of governorship in Nairobi tunataka mtu we are not looking about the tribe ati huyu ni mlugha gani huyu ni nini. Tunaangalia performance ya mtu. Kama huyu mtu amekuwa akiperform vizuri, we will give it out. Lakini hii story ya kusema ati leo ni Wajaluo, kesho sijui ni wa Kisii, kesho ni wa Kalenjin, hii haiwezekani. Tuangalie kazi ya mtu ndio tuweze kumpatia. And then about party nomination, hii party nomination ilikuwa ni fake. Wanasemanga mwenye nguvu umpishe. Kwa hii party nomination ilikuwa ni mwenye nguvu umpishe. Kama hukukuwa na nguvu ni shauri yako. And I can quote my Baringo Central in nomination. One of the aspirants alikuwa anatutisha akisema he has the certificate. Then sisi tunamwambia come on with your certificate. But at long last The person mwenye alikuwa anatusiwa ndio alichukua certificate. Yeye huyu analilia kwa choo sahi, nafikiria bado anaumwa na tumbo akiendesha. So hizi watu wasikuje kutubragia hapa. Ruto akae huko juu angoje tumpatie president, lakini huku chini atuachie tungangane wenyewe kwa wenyewe. So let me give out to other people and then I will come second round to submit mine.
Thank you. But why you guys did you make Suit your prefect? This guy is harassing people. Am I alichia point to be prefect of Rift Valley?
Wacha nikwambie bwana Wekesa. Umeona Kenya amefanyiwa leo Nandi? Bas, ajaribu kesho kutwa Thursday. Si ni kesho ni Thursday. Ajaribu kesho ni kesho. Ajaribu kesho huko nini? Baringo Mogotio. Ndio atajua watu wa Baringo ni watu aina gani. This time round hakuna kuchegeana. Kama huko next na deputy president, kaa mbali na yeye, lakini our affairs wachia sisi. Kuja umtetee ya president huko juu.
Bio. So thank you. Let's have alirudisha
mimi sasa Wekesa.
Let's have Clint, you make your submission, then we go to Posoro.
Only 5 minutes.
Wekesa been here since hata Clint amekuja nikimuona.
Hapana,
ni ndeto alafu Clint. Tuambiane ukweli.
Sara
wewe unanichukua tu kwa Ndeto and then Clint.
Clint alikuja baadaye, Ndeto alikuwa hapa before.
Wekesa ushanipa.
Hapana, tufuate tu haki. Huyu hata jamaa alifika.
I think niliassume umesubmit. Sorry for that.
Hapana, ni Martin Ndeto alafu Clint.
Nimemuruka. Clint tulia tu 5 minutes.
Watu wa independent.
Anakuwa very specific to the point. Hata sumbua kama wewe. Ndeto najua tu lazima aguze Kalonzo mahali Kalonzo amesema yeye ni Mkikuyu.
Si Mkikuyu, huyu ni Walalo, ametoka huko Sikuru, huyu ni Walalo wa Somali. Anyway, mimi hata kitu najua ni mapema kwangu, mimi naingiaga baadaye, lakini leo niliingia, lakini Alex ameguzia karibu kila kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema, because I think I don't know, umse ananipataga haraka na juanga everything I want to say, but kuna kitu mlikuwa mnasema story ya politics za Nairobi. I want to go back and at the risk of repeating Alex, if kama watu wengi hawaelewi how Sonko came to power. Sonko started by kupatia watu hapo Buru Mtindwa, kuwapatia mabaiskeli wando akauze maziwa. Eventually then he became akanunua nini matatu and everything. Last time the Sonko akuje kuwa governor wa Nairobi, what really happened, the reason Polycarp Igathe was taken from Vivo Energy, and I knew him very well in Vivo Energy because he's a leader. I mean, he's a, what do you call it, technocrat, somebody who's, he used to be the CEO. They knew Niondo time walikuwa kipigana Sonko na Margaret Wanjiru. They knew Sonko had the vijana wale wa mtaa, but they also knew that Nairobi wasn't going to be run like the way Sonko does his thing, because Sonko tu nule tumso wa mtaani. And we have to be serious. In fact, nitagongo hapo hivi, but I might be one of those people who actually believe Nairobi shouldn't be a county. Nairobi should actually be under the national government. I know a lot of people will not agree with me on that one, because Nairobi is the heart of Kenya. So Polycarp Igathe akikuja, and that's why alitoka haraka. And then again, also remember Polycarp Igathe PSC. I mean, he's a good, but he's not as good. Polycarp Igathe he belongs to the club of Kina Chris Kirubi, the guys. I mean, go look at it in YouTube. You will see them. Walikuwa goko hivyo, those guys who, wale wadosi, they have their own club and whatever. So I think Nairobi politics is something we need to really look very careful. And at the risk of going against Alex again on this one, though I know we agree on many things about Nairobi, I personally think Sakaja is good for it. I see him even though mmesema like he just came, I mean, yes, he came through Jubilee, na hiyo, you know, he was favored, but I believe Sakaja has something. Mi kwanza kuna kitu moja alinishika nao. The day he got alishikwa akiuko hivyo anakunywa kunywa, and he quit all his committee jobs. And that's what we always say. Hata tunasemanga Baba, the day he became Baba was when he quit his Kibera seat and went and ran again and came back, because there's integrity with leadership. Ukipatikana umepatikana, my friend. Do the right thing. Hatutashinda hapa hivi mtu unapatikana umesema sijui what was it that Moses Kuria alisema the other day, kuiba kura alafu unasema hapana tulisema kuimba. You know, these dramas of utoto, we need to have leaders who have integrity. Yesterday I said it over here. Some of the people that come in this in this panel right here have so much integrity than 80-90% of the leaders that we have in Kenya. Because we come here and we have different opinions. We have UDA hapa nasumbua tunacheka, and you know, we talk. We have more integrity than some of them over there, because I think some of them, they've just realized that, you know, they are playing with kids. They can come and say whatever they want to say today, say what they want to say tomorrow, na kila mtu atakubali, you know, and everything. Nobody questions them. Here, when I come over here and I say something, I bet you, in 2 days, I say something different. Hapa kuna mtu tu ataniambia, wewe si Mato ulisema hivi the other day, you know. So we hold each other accountable. Back in Kenya, nobody holds you accountable. As long as you have the biggest mic and the biggest, you know, rig, roadshow rig, then you're good to go. Running real quick, independent, Mama Sarah, please usinichukulie vibaya, I'm not attacking you. Me, I think this independence is gonna one day come and give us some problem, because, and hiyo pia najua nitagongwa, but because when you get nikienda mahali nishindwe, then nikimbia niseme hiyo ilikuwa mbaya, even though it was fair and square, and then I go independent, then you will start having people that you cannot even control that government if you are the president, because now the independents really don't depend on you, don't do whatever, and there's no bill you can pass because they can be bought on each side. Mtu amesema hapa Muhammad Ali, look, he just disappeared. Ayuko ujui, kidogo alikuwa na Raila, kidogo sasa alikuwa NASA, kidogo ako ile side nyingine, hata jichopevu imeisha. Why? Because of where the money is. People who you thought would never be bought. Why? Because it's not bound by, you know, by the whip of ODM, the whip of Jubilee. They have no whip. Unajua, if you're ukiwa kwa chama, there's a reason we have a whip, to whip you to come back to line and work with the chama. Asa ukiwa huko sasa utapata you're just making those chamas become very weak because they cannot control you. There's no way they can do that. The other thing nilikuwa nataka kusema, kuna fununu iko mahali na let's see it. I guess what we've been saying here, Martha Karua is gonna be, kuna fununu iko mahali Martha Karua is gonna be the running mate, na nimesikia pia fununu ingine that Minji on the side of Ruto venye nisikia Martha Karua is gonna be the running mate. Other than that, like I said, nimeingia mapema leo.
That will be a perfect pairing.
Well, yeah, Martha Karua I think is confirmed.
It will be a perfect pairing and a complete contrast. You see, when we have Ruto and and Minji on one ticket, the guys who were rated at the highest in corruption, we alikuwa 33 with 31, then a complete contrast when Martha Karua and Baba becomes a good. I like that. Wacha wachukue walete hiyo.
I think ya Karua is confirmed. Haijawekwa public. Hiyo tu there's somewhere I got it, but from very credible sources.
Unajua what is happening? We know. They are on the final stages, by the way. Do you know it's in less than 10 days, every party should produce a running mate. So hii kelele unasikia si ati, there will not be surprises. Hii noise wameweka hapo, they want to, how do people respond to this news? So sio kelele strange, ni ukweli unasema. Are you done? If you are done,
Yeah, for my
maybe where
submission,
I just wanted to ask
I'm
you,
done. I'll be here, but in Askiza, if anybody has a question, they can ask
what
me.
I
But
wanted to ask you on independent is, I think also you are independent mind. One, I've seen you not following Kalonzo blindly because he's your kinsman. So you are independent mind. Two, you are telling me that you can still vote for Sakaja even if you are Azimio. So you are independent. So allow people to be independent like Sarah. And three, Sarah said that she has been independent since then. She did not join a party and then ran away. She just chose that is her path. Okay, let's now have Clint. Do you have a question, Robert?
Yeah, I just want to comment on what Martin just said about Mother Karua. First of all, hey, Sarah, I agree with you before I talk to Martin about I don't care which party you come from. This idea of saying 6PIECE, hell with them. Tunajua watu sio chama. So, hey, Martin, about Mother Karua, it's confirmed. I know that even though I'm here in California, it's confirmed. It's Mother Karua. They'll be traveling. They'll be in DC with Ryder, Sad Kosgei, and other people. And I expect them to be in San Francisco area, like 1 hour from where I am, maybe next week or the other week. And that's what I'm hearing too. So I just wanted to make sure that's what I'm hearing.
Thank you for that. Let's have Clint then Posoro for submission.
Thank you, Bwana.
I know Clint, you are not happy when we mentioned Mother Karua.
Thank you watu wa independent, thank you watu wa Azimio, thank you kila mtu bana. Sasa nikianzia mambo na running mate, I don't understand why mkichukua Martha Karua we have to take minji. Kwani hiyo province yao iko na nini? Sasa shida yenye tuko nayo sisi pia kama wana UDA, tunaweza chukua Mudavadi, watu wa Western mkose kutupea. Sasa nyinyi pia kuwa trust ni ngumu. Anyway, Eric, sitakosa kuendelea kumshawishi Sara akuje kwa chama, kwa sababu Sara bado ni mtu ako na nguvu, anaweza akatusaidia kwa chama kufanya kazi mbalimbali. Asiwe na pupa kama huyu wa Churchill show anaitwa nani? Huyu wa Meru. Tunampea kazi leo kwa presidential
MC Jesse.
Bwana, tunampea kazi kwa presidential, I don't know. Jina ingine hapo tulimcreatea. Alafu anatoka.
No, mlikuwa mnataka kumpanga. Mlikuwa mnapanga MC Jesse, hawezi pangika, mlijaribu kumpanga.
Na mimi pia sipangwi.
Hiyo ni hate speech walisema. Sipangwingwi ni
Anyway,
hate speech.
I think MC Jesse doesn't know what he wants because alikuwa kwanza kwa Mount Kenya Foundation akapewa mpaka UMC. You see, ameraisiwa star yake vizuri. Kidogo ndio huyo kwa DP. So kidogo then he doesn't know exactly what he wants.
At the foundation UMC, I mean that one was a job. Ilikuwa kazi. Hapo hivi kwa DP, I think he really wanted to run using the UDA, but udaku yao ni mingi, so they could not handle it. Sasa amerudi where he belongs. Acha kimbia independent. And I agree. Watu ambao wanataka kwenda independent ni sawa, wacha wakimbia independent. But I think what Nani Mato said, the next president, if there will be a lot of independence in parliament, there will be issues in governance. You're definitely, we have to prepare for that.
Okay. So Ben, I also agree. Alafu story na Kalonzo Eric. Hatuwezi kubali sisi kama wanauda mkue mkitesa Kalonzo. Kalonzo aliwaambia vitu anataka kabla kuja Azimio, mkasema tumesikia, kuja baba, tutakushughulikia. Alafu mnampea vitu ana sign vitu haelewi, mara hiyo sijui tuende huko kwa Babu Owino, inaitwa hiyo uwanja sijui inaitwaje. Ndio hiyo mshasema inue Raila mkono. Alafu sasa mnakuja kumwambia imebaki 8 days. Mnamwambia tumeunda komiti ya kutafuta running mate. Na hayuko kwa hiyo komiti, hajui ni nini mnasema pale. Bana, msicheze na Kalonzo. Hatuungi mkono, lakini hatuwezi kubali pia wanaazimia wamchezee Kalonzo hivyo. Na kama ni mbaya, si akuje huku kwetu. Tutaona venye
boss, sinyi mnasemanga mpangwingwi, shughulika na kwako, acha si tushughulike na kwetu.
Eric, if you don't protect me from the
Mato, huyu jamaa si ati mtu wako kwa upangwingi. Huyu ni mtu wako Azimio damu, ni kutupima hapa tu bangi hapa.
Anatusumbua tu.
Ben,
If you want to know political stand here, clean ask me.
Eric, protect me from the independent candidates and the Azimios. I say my points, then I quit. On the UDA nominations, Ben, huyu jamaa Alfred Keter hafai kupewa certificate. Hata hiyo ushindi amepata, inafaa hiyo kitu irudiwe. Hatuwezi enda nomination party tumie resources zetu zote, alafu tumchagulie Raila mwenye anaenda kumtetea kwa parliament. Certificate ipewe number 2. We know Alfred Keter from 2013. Anachaguliwa leo, microphones za press zenye atokana nazo next, iwe ni Kericho ama wapi, ashaanza matusi. So hiyo certificate I suggest ipewe number 2. Ama akipewa na yule wachepa, yule wa
wananchi wamemchagua, kwani ni Clint, si ni wananchi?
Hapana, hii ni maoni yangu Sara. Kama amepewa hata yule wa Ben, huyu waniponge nisiponge, anaitwa nani? Anatoka huko Western. Huyo pia apewe certificate kama Keter atapewa. Niponge nisiponge. Na siku hizi amepotea. Alafu wenye mnamshutumu Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi kwetu kwa Kenya Kwanza ni kama Babu Owino kwenu. So tafadhali tunaomba Oscar Sudi aheshimiwe.
Babu Owino is a learned man. Babu Owino is a learned man.
Ben, on Nairobi politics, I think I don't know both candidates well, but I would wish kama mtachagua governor wa UDA, kwa sababu kuchagua governor mwenye opposition kama Kidero that time itawapa shida nyinyi kama wakazi wa Nairobi. So mchague governor mwenye atakuwa kwa government, ndio maendeleo ikuje kwa wananchi. On the Homa Bay issue, Eric, nishakwambia mimi ni mzaliwa wa pale. Hatukufurahia mama zetu wakitusiwa, na wao ndio wanapiga makofi wakisema aya. So yote 9-10 tunasema kwamba tumemsamea, lakini both candidates hatuwataki wote, lakini kwa sababu wamekuja wawili, the best amechukuliwa, amefanywa running mate wa ODM. Huyo ndiye angefaa kuwa governor. So tutajipanga tu na hao wawili, kwa sababu ni majirani hata huko nyumbani, and one of them will have to be the governor. So hapo tutajiamulia sisi wenyewe kama wakazi wa huko, na hapo baba hana usemi wowote. And lastly, I want to plead with anybody that supports Kenya Kwanza, sana sana UDA. Ukizungumzia Kenya Kwanza, ujue unazungumzia UDA. Kwa sababu umeona tumefanya nomination almost Kenya nzima, tumeachia tu Mudavadi na Weta places kidogo wafanye sharing huko Western. So when you talk of that great coalition, it is UDA. So anyone that supports UDA, Ben, Eric, I think hata kama umeshindwa kwa nomination, I'm happy Sarah hakwenda kwa hiyo nomination. Wakubali ushindi ama wakubali wameshindwa, na wakuje tujenge chama pamoja. Baba anasemanga kwa Kijaluo, Ng'ombe iko na parts mingi, unaweza pata mguu, mkia, zile horns zinaitwa, unaweza pata hizo horns, unaweza katiwa nyama uende ukule. So wasitoke kwa chama, we need them. Kama huyo wa Naivasha mwenye alishinda lakini baadaye ameshindwa na kura moja, akubali ameshindwa na kura moja, hakufanya bidii. Next time 2027 kwa party nomination hakikisha ametafuta kura moja na ameshinda. Na kama unatoka kwa ngome ya Kenya Kwanza, Sara Kikabon, kuja kwa chama tufanye kazi pamoja, alafu 2027 ikifika unaweza ukavai as independent candidates. To be sincere, independent candidates hamtachaguliwa wengi wenyu, kwa sababu mnataka kujifanya mko independent mpaka hamtaki kusema mnaunga nani mkono kwa hizo viti zingine. Na msiposema Sara, hamwendi mahali is a very strong term. Maybe hamtachaguliwa. You have to decide whom you are supporting at the highest office. So Wekesa, that was my submission. Lakini hapo kwa Kalonzo sana sana apewe running mate ama kuje Kenya Kwanza. Juu hata ukikompare ako na wabunge wengi kushinda Martha Karua. Kalonzo amesimama na nyinyi kushinda kila mtu. We want you to give Kalonzo the running mate position. Ndio kitu alipromisiwa akaenda Jakaranda. Kalonzo hakuambiwa tutaunda committee, sijui itafute running mate. Committee gani inatafuta running mate?
Boss, you have to substantiate. Niesabie MPs wa Kalonzo. One.
Man, Wiper has MPs, you know them.
One.
Wiper has MPs, man. Hata kama wanatoka
MPs, I don't know. Sijasikia MP anaitwa MP. Who's number one? Niesabie.
Kuna huyu Kafaya sijui Mwala wa anatoka huko nini. Siku hizi wanafuatafuata Ruto wengi wao. So Eric, hii serikali ya Uhuru
hiyo mchezo bwana. Mimi nimetoka Ukambani, najua yote bwana. Kila mtu hapa anajua. Hiyo mchezo wa kushinda mkiongea vitu propaganda hapa we bwana. Stop. Slow down.
Sasa mtakuaje na anaitwaje? Kingpin na mkose kumchagulia MPs wenye wanampea support. Nyinyi Wakamba ni watu gani?
Nani alikwambia Kalonzo ni Kingpin Ukambani wewe?
You know, whatever formation they come up with.
1 minute, clean.
Whatever political formations. I want my brother Raila to know, whatever formations they come up with, whatever political formations, this is the time for brother Raila to be president of Kenya. And I commend him for resilience, for ability to stand strong.
Aidha, Kalonzo amewataka
whatever formation. So you have given him a leeway to choose whoever he wants. Whatever formation.
Give me, nipe 2 minutes nimalize Ben. Kama Kalonzo ameongea hivyo, then hata hiyo point yangu sasa imekuwa irrelevant na nimeachana na yeye ateseke hapo kwa Azimio kabisa. Yaani badala kae ngumu na mtetea hapa, yeye anasema whatever. Man, that guy should be voted out. So Ben, Eric, otherwise sisi UDA, I'm happy with what we did in nominations, but hapo kwa presidency mmetupanga. I wish tungeona hii story yenu mapema 2018 venye tulianza siasa. Maybe atunge waste resources, lakini huyu kijana ya Kenyatta bana. Kwa press ako ngumu. Huko nyuma ya curtain pia ametukalia ngumu.
Sisi tuko digital, nyinyi analog. Uliona vile tunafanya nomination na tablet.
hata stop the count mtapost na hizo tablets.
In fact, IBC is coming to ask for benchmarking.
So Eric, nilikuwa nasema bana, hii kijana ya Kenyatta bana, kwa press amekaa ngumu. Yaani anatujibu kila mahali. Huko nyuma ya curtain pia anaitisha mikutano. Kama na imagine huyu ni mtu tulimsaidia bana.
Mutafinywa. I thank you. Let's have an
So just a minute. Wekesa, I think in August we need peace. Na I hope mtu atakubali matokeo ya uchaguzi. Sijataja mtu. Lakini wenye wameishiwa na chance Azimio kama kina Kalonzo, wakuje tu. Wakasirike na wakuje. Kama vile wenye wameshindwa kwa nomination yetu wamekasirika, wengine wameenda independent, wengine wameenda Azimio. Kalonzo pia kasirike tu mara moja tu, this time peke yake na akuje. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Yeah.
Clint, this will be the most peaceful election you've ever seen in your life because the margin itakuwa tu kubwa sana. Sijui kani wewe ulisemanga siku nyingine hapa itakuwa ni kama governorship na nini na presidency. This will be the most peaceful election. Hata usingoje vita, tembea my friend.
Thank you.
Kwa majina naitwa Edward na nimetoka Tigania East, sehemu za Meru County. Na ningependa kutangaza hadharani ya kwamba leo hii tumejitokeza sababu ya hasira kubwa sana ile tuko naye. Sababu ya hii inaitwa Kenya Kwanza na imeandikwa tena ikifika Meru inaandikwa Meru Kwanza. Tumeona hiyo Meru Kwanza ni kwamba iko na upendeleo. Sababu kitu ya kwanza, Meru sisi tuko kabila tatu. Na kwa hizi kabila tatu inaonekana moja imetengwa, hii ya Tigania East. Na tunajua vizuri sana hii ya Tigania ni kama kwamba imetengwa. Na tuna uhakika imetengwa sababu hata Ruto mwenyewe ndiye alihusika mahali pakubwa kupiga Munya wakati alikuwa gavana. So inaonekana hii serikali bado iko na hasira na watu wa Tigania. Maana Munya wakati alikuwa gavana, tunajua Ruto alitoa machinery zote zikateremka Meru na alikuja Meru 51 times ili kubomoa Munya. Sasa round hii tena wameanza kuja tena kutumia Lentore kutubomoa. This time round kama vile Munya alikuja akabomolewa, Mungu akatusaidia akawa CS. Tunawatangazia Ruto round hii utajua njia ile utapita nayo kwenda Igembe kwa Lentore, sababu hapo unapitia ndio kwanza unabomoa hiyo daraja inaitwa Tigania. Tigania ndio umeunganisha Imenti na Igembe. Tuko katikati, tumetengwa. Tunakuambia Lentore usipomuondoa kwa serikali yako. Hata mimi ni waunda, nilikuwa unda na nilijua alikuwa amejinominate kama senator. Tunajua hivyo. Maana anajua hata Peter Ngavana tayari ameweka jina yake kwa nominated senator. Sasa hiyo ni kuonyesha tayari amepanga kuanguka na ni kukuibia, anakuibia. Anataka pesa yako si kura. Kwa hivyo wewe kama Ruto una masikio, usikie Meru haiko na wewe tena. Tumeamua. Ni ukweli ama si kweli? Tumeamua na wewe potelea mbali. Tutapigia Azimio sababu ya Munya. Hatukutaki tena. Kwenda zako.
Hii watu wa Kilindi hawa.
Unaona shida ya kuuliza watu kama wamekubali. Kuna mtu alikuanga anasema risasi imebaki ngapi? Moja, na itapiga nani? Mtu akashout Raila. So ukichukua hivyo opinion poll lazima kuwe makini.
Wewe sisi hatuwataki Meru.
Huyo ako tu na hasira zake. Huyo ako na hasira zake.
Huyo aya. Huyu jamaa ako na hasira zake. Sasa asilete sisi hasira zake au.
Bwana. Haezi ongea hivyo na hasira alafu atake tumsikize, hapana.
Sisi tunasemanga ukweli, tunasemanga ile kitu inatuuma. Ndio hiyo sasa.
Let's have Posoro.
Okay. Good evening. Naona kuna mada.
Morning.
Actually it's now morning.
But it depends on where you are.
Yeah, in Kenya. So I've seen STATEHOUSE deal where Igathe is in the race. I think that's where I will start. I will begin from. I would wish to say that Igathe is a man that we have known before because we saw him jointly with Sonko whereby he was the deputy to Sonko. And we saw how he ended up working with Sonko. We know that at some point he resigned, and he had his own reasons why he resigned. Although Kenyans were not well informed, he never came out and told Kenyans exactly why he resigned. We saw him resigning. So to a great extent, I think on leadership, especially leadership of a very important county like Nairobi, since we have seen him before that he cannot withstand pressure, I don't think whether he's a person who can run Nairobi County. And if he has to be in the leadership of Nairobi County, then I think he should be a deputy to somebody, so that he can correct the mistakes that he made last time of being an unreliable deputy who just resigns when pressure is so much. In fact, he didn't even stay long. So we didn't see him really how he was able to maneuver around the pressures. In fact, if he was a good leader, then we could have seen that leadership in trying to maybe help Sonko, whom probably saw that he's not working so well, so that we can see his leadership as a deputy, that he could shelter or hide the weaknesses of his master or his boss. So he failed there. So if he has to come back this time round again, he should come back as a deputy to somebody. He should not be brought as the governor. We have not even seen him campaigning anywhere. So he cannot just come and expect to be given the position of governor, yet he has not been campaigning. So how can those people who have been campaigning for a long time, who have supporters, just hand over their supporters to him? I think that is very unfair. And on this one, I think because I'm seeing here you are talking about State House deal. I think President Uhuru, who is actually staying in State House, should keep off this kind of politics that he's trying to bring to Nairobi County. He should allow the Nairobians to choose their leader, a leader who can manage their businesses, a leader who can lead them in their activities. Somebody here has just said that he would wish to have to see Nairobi not being a county. I think that is very wrong, because Nairobi County, those people who drafted the Constitution 2010, they saw a need for Nairobi to be a county, a city county. And so we cannot go back to where we were before 2010. The Constitution is very clear that Nairobi is supposed to be a county being led by a governor who is substantive, not the way things are right now. Right now, we've not been having a governor since Mike Sonko left the scene. The county is being run by, I don't know, from State House. And I think that is against the Constitution. Let Nairobi County remain as a county, be led by a governor.
Recognize Kananu as a governor?
Kananu is a governor, yes, but there is Badi. And I think the courts addressed themselves on this issue, and they said that is an illegal entity. So we need a governor who can be in charge of everything in the city. Now, coming
So what is
to
your
the
view on, you have said that the president should leave. The president is just a Kenyan like you. He has met, he's a party leader. He's choosing he's nominating his candidate like any other party. UDA have already nominated Sakaja. Any other party can nominate. In fact, I saw Wiper had nominated Ben Mulwa, but they later revoked. So any other party can nominate their candidate, and those who don't belong to parties can nominate themselves as independent candidates. So what is wrong with that? Wananchi will make their decision. It's not like president has chosen the governor.
I agree with what you are saying. It's true. The president is a party leader of Jubilee. But then there is this story I heard today that he's trying to, coerce Tim Wanyonyi to step down and become a deputy of Igathe. And I think if that is true, that is what I'm trying to say is wrong. Not that the president doesn't have
It's not a
the
coercion.
rights
It's a deal for parties, because either way they are in Azimio and they don't want to lose that seat. So they sit together and as Azimio agree which candidate are they presenting, because Tim Wanyonyi cannot be coerced by president. He doesn't belong to Jubilee. So when you see Tim Wanyonyi going there, it's an agreement between ODM and Jubilee. They are sitting down and looking who is the best candidate for us, or how do we approach this election. They are doing their marks. So don't say he's being coerced. It is the agreement they have.
You see ni maoni yangu hapa, so I think I'm giving my point of view.
Yes.
As I'm looking at things.
For the sake of viewers, I'm just amplifying, but you continue.
Yeah, so I feel, according to me, I feel Tim Wanyonyi is more qualified to be the governor. So if Igathe must come in, he should come in and deputize Tim Wanyonyi. Tim Wanyonyi has proven to be a man who can lead people. Like now, he has done so well in Westland constituents where he has been an MP, and he is also mobilizing people on the ground. People are listening to him. He's a politician who can really mobilize. We have not seen Igathe doing much about maybe trying to mobilize people towards. So when we will say that we give Igathe, Tim Wanyonyi to just resign his maybe ambition for Igathe, are we saying that now Tim Wanyonyi's supporters should just be handed over to Igathe? We should also look at the things, the way things are on the ground. Tim Wanyonyi comes from a community, and this community, the Luya community, they have numbers in Nairobi. Apart from this community, we also have other communities that have been supporting Tim Wanyonyi all along. Now, if Tim Wanyonyi just drops his ambition, don't you think these people are going to be frustrated? You saw what happened in Mombasa. People are crying. Do we want also people to cry here in Nairobi? Do you think by Wanyonyi surrendering to Igathe, you think that Azimio will win? In fact, if we do that, then it's like we have just allowed Sakaja to win, because all those people who are supporting Wanyonyi today will majority of them will just support Sakaja instead. Personally, I can also not support. I cannot vote for Igathe, but I can vote for Tim Wanyonyi. So if Tim Wanyonyi is not on the ballot, I will go for Sakaja.
Why?
So that could be also the views of many other people. So that's what I'm saying, that we should not imagine.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
You saw the deputy president presenting Sakaja, and someone who introduced UDA in Nairobi was Margaret Wanjiru. She introduced UDA in Nairobi. It worked. In fact, most of the meetings were done in her church. Worked very hard knowing that she's going to be the governor of Nairobi. By the last minute, they had meetings and meetings, and she had to accept. So, are you seeing that both sides there is people who are hurt, or you are just thinking it's only one side? At the end of the day, if you are 4 teams and you need one person, 3 teams will be hurt. Even out of the 2 UDA and Azimio. When finally one will become a governor, the rest will be hurt because they wanted Sakaja or they wanted Igathe. So it's always like that. Beginning from the handshake, when Uhuru met with Raila, the first team worked out Kajiita Tangatanga. You will always have to make sacrifices because not everybody will always agree.
Let us also, some of us come in. It's not a sacrifice. I disagree with you. The one thing why Mr. Sakaja was given that ticket is because Mr. Ruto has something in mind. He thinks by giving him a ticket, if the Ruyas will come out and other people fought for him, they will fight for his team too. That's what he has in mind. It's all games. And I agree, because let the people decide. I don't care who wins, who's going to be the governor of Nairobi. Let the people decide. That's what we call democracy.
Yeah.
Roba, I don't think Ruto is doing what you're saying. Ruto did not have a national figure who can run. And he knows he can't win Nairobi. And that is why, if you see, where I realize that Ruto is conniving is that we come to realize months later that Sakaja is running on a UDA platform. And the rule says you have to be 6 months before the election. So the question is, when did Sakaja become a UDA member? When did the negotiation start? And how? So it looks from me that the deputy president had decided a year before that Sakaja is going to be what? His candidate. And that must have been during the revenue allocation.
And why was he deciding him to be his candidate? Why? What's the reasoning behind it?
He has no any other candidate.
Okay, I can give you that, but also give me one of the reasons why he's doing it. He thinks that if people vote for him, he will also try to get some votes in Nairobi because he knows very well he does not have Nairobians on him. That's
Sure.
Mr. Ruto.
Sure.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Sakaja, I mean, Wekesa. Let me put it this. Yeah, let me put it this way. I agree with Roba and Alex about what they have said about Sakaja and everything. But I want to tell you also that you also need to look at the history of Sakaja and Ruto. These are people who have been working together even from 2013. I think they have a history together. So they are not, Sakaja is not a strange person to Ruto. Maybe Margaret Wanjiru is more of a stranger to Ruto than Sakaja. It's a matter of maybe parties. But Sakaja, Ruto will be more comfortable having Sakaja on the ballot than having Margaret Wanjiru. So that is my position on the same.
Margaret, they started working 2010. Sakaja, they started 2013. So you are contradicting yourself. 2010,
No,
Margaret Wanjiru and Ruto led the no camp for constitution. That is where they become buddies.
I agree with you on that.
Yes.
But more serious things have happened between 2013 and 2017, where Sakaja and Ruto were working very closely. So that is why Margaret Wanjiru.
I don't see the closeness of Ruto and Sakaja.
Ruto and Sakaja, they can work across whatever it is. Who cares? Let the people of Nairobi decide. I don't care if Ruto is supporting Sakaja. Is Sakaja capable to run Nairobi? That's what we want to ask ourselves. Is other candidates capable of running Nairobi? I'm one person, when Nsoko came in, I was against it. I told people, this man does not have education. He's going to mess up the city. I know some of the people were just like, called me names, and they don't approve them that I was right. Education matters. Sakaja, I don't support him. I've not even decided whether I will support him. I don't know even afford for Nairobi.
Made you, apart from education, what made you not like Sonko, apart from education?
No, Sonko, the way he was doing things, he was doing childish things. You know.
No, I want you to name them. I want you to name them.
One of the things what I disappointed me on him, it was the idea that he goes all over the place. He comes from nowhere. Oh, he has some ambulance things or other things helping people. That's fine. But that one doesn't mean he's qualified to be a leader of Nairobi. That's what I mean. He can do whatever he did. He can just help people through charities. Or the way he did some of the things, giving some things out, maybe motorcycles and other things. That's fine. But that one doesn't mean he's qualified to be a governor of Nairobi.
Mr. Wekesa, can I conclude?
No, wait, my friend. There's also a statement that is saying that is too heavy that we need. Because when it comes to Sonko, we are using a different analogy to design his behavior. And I know people who have been members of parliament in Nairobi who have behaved like Sonko, who acted like Sonko, who are using the same mechanism to become governors like Sonko. But we don't take that stand to criticize them. We have one in Kisii, and I've never seen you take that stand.
Hey, Alex, let me. What you are saying is right. Okay, let's go back. Sonko was a senator of Nairobi. Why should he become? What else could he do? He never did nothing being a senator. Why could they give him? I mean, they gave him a ticket and he became a governor, and that's why what I'm saying. He did nothing being a senator, and because of his tricks and other things, they let him to be a governor of Nairobi, and that's why I say, blame the people voted for him. Blame the people. If it was me, I would hold somebody that can't what he has done. He has a track history. I mean, that's the way I say it. I just said our people, sometimes we follow what we are being told. And now, I don't want to interfere with you, Basoro. I agree with you, my friend. Uhuru Kenyatta and others should stop interfering from this matter. They should stop. That's the way I see it too.
Okay. Can I continue?
Yeah,
proceed. Hello, Wekesa. Yeah, so I was actually saying, I've been interjected a lot of times.
Alex.
Hello.
Yes.
Alex, can you hold for me? And Theba is coming. I have to.
Okay, then. Yeah, I can do that. I can. But who's going? Can you put everybody in before you go? Wait like 5, 10 minutes, people to get in, like Julia. Let me tell Wakinandeto and here, then you go.
Yeah, I will be at the background before I sign off completely.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, so I think the two gentlemen have not contributed, Robert and Black. But so after Posoro finishes, you can now give to Robert.
Okay.
Okay, so I continue. So I was actually saying that lastly on Tim Wanyonyi, I think we can also give him that that benefit of him being physically challenged. He also needs to be given that opportunity to be a governor. So of all the governors that you are seeing running, none of them has the condition that Tim Wanyonyi has. And the Tim Wanyonyi has actually has shown he has the credentials of being the governor. So he should be given an opportunity, although in a competitive process, as Roba said, without any external interference, but not trying to tell him or to force him to step down for anybody else. And then, as on independent candidates, I think I want to also say that what I've seen one of our contributors said that because somebody has failed in the nominations, you can just jump and you move to the other side. Okay, that's right. But we have seen that independent candidates who end up being elected, they don't actually remain independent. So I think the drafters of the constitution didn't see it that way. They expected that the independent candidates were to remain independent, not the way we are seeing Muhammad Ali has been behaving. He is more of UDA than being an independent candidate. And I think if we go to that direction, then we are not likely to achieve what the drafters of the constitution wanted. Now, on lastly on the issue of
what do you mean? What do you mean? And the constitution gives us freedom of association, and even when parties, leave alone even independent candidates, even parties can work together, and that's why we had ODM coming together with Jubilee working together. So what do you mean by?
Yeah, I stand to be guided on this, because what do we mean then by being independent? Because if you look at
means you are.
Let me ask him. Let me ask him a question that will help him. Is Bernie Sanders a Democrat or an independent?
I'm not very well versed with American politics.
He is an independent, leaning to Democrats. But because he has worked with Democrats for so long, he contested to be a presidential candidate within the Democratic Party, the DNC, and he almost clinched it twice. Being independent, does it mean that you are independent from some political manifesto? You are independent on running as a candidate. It's like a third-party candidate, or in some countries they call it write-in candidate. Okay, so once you get to Congress or Parliament, you must lean yourself towards something so that you can be chosen in committees. Because once you get to Parliament, you must choose a speaker. You must align yourself who you want to be a speaker. Secondly, you must align yourself on your political and economic objective. That obviously puts you in a position that you are not independent anymore. You can be in a party and then you decide that I'll be independent, though I'm in a certain party. For example, John McCain was a Republican, but whenever he voted, he was a maverick. He never voted in party lines. That's why he was one of the winning votes for affordable care. You hear that? So being independent is being judged by Kenyans. We need to re-educate people and tell them, what does independent candidate mean? When you are an independent candidate, it's different. But once you become an MP, you are no longer independent MP. You are affiliated to something.
Okay, I get you.
You lean towards something. Thank you.
I get you. So I get you. So I think then if that's the case,
before you conclude,
yeah,
there is something that was cropping up in Kenya, and
yes.
independent candidates wanted to form a coalition, a coalition of independent candidates. Why? Because they realize that being independent denies you many things. For example, when people are going to campaign on the ground, usually they have a cloud of the party. But you are independent, you are alone, everything is about you and you. So they also want an association as much as they are independent. So independent doesn't mean that you enjoy loneliness, that you work in isolation, but it's only that you have the freedom to choose your association. I think you are running away from the party patronage, but it doesn't mean that they are running away from freedom of association.
Okay, see, they are running away from the party patronage, but
I see quite a number of people.
Yeah, but eventually they end up going into a certain party or leaning towards a certain party. That's what I see. And lastly, I just want to inform Alex. He has actually talked about a Sonko kind of leadership in Kisii. I think that is very wrong, and I can't leave him unchallenged. I think we don't have such a person in Kisii. We have a leader who is very articulate, a leader who is visionary, a leader who has been tested and tried and proven to be somebody who can deliver. He has delivered before, and so we cannot just parallel him with the kind of Sonko that we have seen in Nairobi. So I think that one he should stand corrected on that one. So I just wish that
I think you have that is inaitwanga premature. Ungemuuliza who are you referring to? So you are answering.
I know.
Anyway, Alex, take charge. And people, if you are in a comment section and you want to join this discussion,
I officially called my guys, Kip, Julia, and Dato, to come there. I told them we need the panel to be on fire. So I'm driving home. So one of them will be in charge and just be on the back. When I get home, I'll take charge.
I just wanted to tell them that right now, if you drop off, you will have to wait until Temba comes. So don't drop off. Let's have the discussion. I have to wake up to somewhere very far, so I have to sleep.
I have a question for Osoro.
Yes.
Can I ask him a question before he goes?
Yes.
Yeah, you were saying there's someone. I come from Kisii County. Which someone are you talking about? I mean, no, but that's one here. Actually,
yeah. I think we should ask Alex. I wish. Alex, who are you referring to?
I mean, who are you responding to as a strong leader?
About Zakaga.
Let us not take it there. Let us not take it there. Let us continue with our debate. I was just challenging the debate, but I consider him to be a good and a strong leader. But I don't want him to go uncriticized because I want us to. Yeah, thank you.
Alex, before Wekesa goes, can we know what who was following who's followed who, so that we know who's going next?
Roba is going next.
So I wish you
let me just give you an outline. Kuna Roba, and then we go to Black, and then Julia, and then Martin, Kip, and then Jiru, in that order.
Let me stop there. Let me allow other people also to contribute. Thank you.
Roba, it's on you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I'm not going to take a lot of time because I'll come later on. I'm going to attend my son's baseball game in a few minutes. Yeah. Let me just say what a discussion now. But at the same time, You see, one thing I could have liked us to do as this platform, we have been having these elections right now, or these primaries, and most of them looks a failure, and they would have been fighting and other things. But what we are not talking about, what's the solution on this? We should have a discussion now. We should have a solution to end this violence of primaries or candidates like with this unfair rigging and other things, so that next time it does not happen again. And let me start from there. I believe one thing about going forward, if we need to make some adjustment in our constitution and other things like people were talking yesterday, one thing is I believe we should empower our counties to start be responsible for our primaries election going forward. If they get that power, I think we can do very well, because nationwide, to all election has failed. If we want our democracy to really take off, we want to have, because we know everybody has been saying democracy is local. Some places they do negotiations and other places. Why can't we empower our counties so that they will become the source of where we can hold responsible for holding these primaries when it comes to election time? I think if we do that, that'll be okay. We should also, one of the things, somebody was talking about independent candidates. They should not be allowed to run, or I think something like that. I disagree. The will of the people matters. Democracy means majority rules. If somebody comes there, he lost whatever he lost, he comes back. If he wins, he wins. Let them give them that chance. We should be a country where we let democracy to prevail. But if we just go like because he fed from ODM or NAC Kenya, now he or she should not have a chance to run again. I think that's not good for democracy. Again, somebody also was talking about Oscar Sudi and Boba Wino. I think I know yes, Mr. Wino, I know him. Not personally, but I've seen him. I mean, compare the both two, I know they are MPs, but Oscar Sudi, my goodness. Is it not that somebody who needs, I think he needs to go back and maybe standard 8 or Form 4. At least he can get educated. The way he behaves as if he never went to school, and I think he deserves that because he never went to school. That's the bottom line. Even I don't know how he got himself to parliament, but that's the will of the people. They chose him. But us from outside here, we know why the problem is. Suri and Nsoko, they are the same people, and you know why I call them the same, and why I think they are fed sometimes on their leadership. It's because of lack of education. I remain with that one, and I cannot take it away. Okay, one thing is now I come back to Nairobi. I think most of us, we are overreacting about Nairobi elections. Let's treat Nairobi like any other county, like Kisii County, like Kakamega, like Machakos. I don't care, because Nairobi County should be given a chance, the Nairobians themselves, to choose their leader. But the problem is, it looks like every presidential candidate, come Ruto, come Raila, come Uhuru, they want their own people up there. I mean, let us move on. Let the people decide. I don't care whether it's a Sakacha or who comes, as long as the people choose them. I'm against what they did. When Soka had problems, they took out and they brought that man in to be the leader of Nairobi. That was against the constitution. They could have not done that. They did something which up now, I don't trust him. So things for Nairobi, let the Nairobians decide. Okay, another thing about Keter in Omapei, somebody was talking about it. We know Keter was in Nairobi. He became a governor. He has a right to go to Omapei. If he wins, he will win. If he fails, he fails. That's how democracy works. But let us not try to be like he should not run or is betraying somebody. He's not betraying Mr. Raila. He has a right. Keter has a right to do what he's doing. So let me just leave it right there, because I will become, when it's going to be evening here, like morning hours there. I know Martin, the evening hours, the last hours I'll be around. But and who has a question, I can answer your question.
Robert, I just wanted to tell you that when people were talking about the independent candidates, they were not saying that they are wrong. They were just saying it can be a problem with the governance system with whoever is going to be the president, because if you don't have the numbers and these people can be bought without being whipped, then there becomes a problem.
If somebody's being bought by a president, then you know what? We are dead. Then we, as a country, we give these people mandate to go to parliament. We vote for them so that they can be independent-minded. If they are being bought, then we have a problem. If that's the case, then we should not even have elections then. I mean, I don't get it. I don't get it. That's a problem. Even I've been saying that, like, whenever we have some people in parliament or some people, they have been given money to support so and so. If this money, let's move this country. We want to change. There's this idea, and in fact, we just brought it. There's this idea, I think our country is, I don't know whether it's going to end when. We are building a country where everybody thinks when you grow up, get to the government, steal, come rich, and move on. That's what they believe. That's what people believe, stealing or being bribed. And if we have, that's why I'm saying when we go August, let's try to get the best people. But if the same people we are getting them, they are being bought, then we have a problem. Generations come, we have problems.
Thank you, Robert. All right, Black.
Robert, before I sleep, let me ask you a question. You have said that we should treat Nairobi like any other county. Nairobi controls around 60% of the GDP. So, in other words, whatever the president is running, whoever is running the country knows that Nairobi is very essential in whatever he's going to do. Even all services are controlled. Before even devolution, everything used to happen in Nairobi. So you can imagine, if for you to be successful as a president, you should also see Nairobi being successful. So you cannot close your eyes just because people have been given a democratic right to choose their leader. What happens, you ignore it. You, at the end of the day, the failures of Nairobi will catch up with you. So that's why they take initiative to see that for me to run a successful government, it has to begin with the capital city.
Yes.
Can I answer? Can I come in?
Yeah.
Mr. Wekesa, you are 100% wrong. In developed countries, right now, where I am right now, where I'm seated as one of a state which is one of the 5th economy in the world. That's California. But you can't tell me because it's...
Whoever is not muted, can we mute, please? Whoever is not muted, there's an echo.
Can I what? Yeah, what I'm saying is, let's also look at developed countries where we borrowed our constitution from. Some developed countries, it doesn't matter. Like now, I'm giving you an example in the US. In the US, California is the biggest state in terms of population, 5th economy in the world. But you know what? Do you know the last time California got a president or people running there because it does that? No. We should treat Nairobi as another county, regardless what capacity, regardless what's there, what is the capital city. We should even move the capital city from Nairobi. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We should, if it's a county, it's a county. And it's on the constitution. I'm glad it is.
Keep is your hand up. Alex, keep alikuwa ameinua before wewe, acha keep aende alafu, because we need to come back to Black. Keep harakisha.
Okay, Robert, you gotta understand that capital cities are what run a country. If the capital city in the UK is moved from London to somewhere else, it will never work. They've tried. These are our fathers in terms of the constitution for the whole world. You can never move a capital city. Now you talk about a state. Sasa, where in America, you already know that you're saying that you're differentiating between. No, we're looking at Nairobi as a city, not even as a county. So the most important part of Los Angeles as one of the largest economies in the world is Los Angeles. That's where the money drives. That is where these legal people are. So you can't tell me that you're going to move the capital of Los Angeles elsewhere. New York is another one.
My friend, I think you don't know what you're talking about. Los Angeles is
Robert,
let me answer the question.
Wait, Robert, wait. I want you to answer both questions together so that way we save time. Because there's other people who are trying to also get in so that we're not remaining on the same point. So there was two people who raised their hands, and that was Kip and then Alex. So if Alex can ask you the question, so that way you answer both of them, and then we can move on to the next person.
Keep not finished. Keep Jamaliza.
No, you can take over right now because I think I've finished from. Yeah.
Okay, Keep. The way America is structured is not the way UK is structured. And that really amazed me the first time I started working and doing business in this country. In California, the commercial city is LA, but the political powers are in San Francisco. In New York State, the stock exchange and everything is found in New York City, but the political activities are done in Albany. In Texas, Dallas is the biggest commercial, but the capital city is totally different. In Minnesota, Minneapolis may be the biggest city, but our parliament is found in St. Paul. So these people knew what decentralization was way too early. So it's not a big thing for them to do decentralization of commerce and politics. So, but some countries in Africa, they have done it. Tanzania has moved its capital city. Egypt wants to move its capital city. Nigeria has done it. And I can give you many, many other countries that has moved and decentralized their political powers and their economic power from one place to another. It is just the political gymnastics that we have had in our country that we have refused totally to move the political power from Nairobi to another place. But it can be done because moving it from, especially Nigeria, was the most difficult thing. But look at our neighbor Tanzania. I mean, the parliament is found in Dodoma. So I think what he is trying to say is right. And but the question is it something we can achieve in Kenya, really?
No, but
I don't know.
But Alex, before you go, Alex and both of you,
Alex, we need to move on.
Yeah, it's very quick. But you need to understand, even after these capital cities have been moved and the split between the civic side or the political side and the commercial side, you'd still find that the New York mayor needs to be is someone we always talk about. The London mayor is somebody we always talk about. So we're just saying that the person that is in charge of that particular city or county, like when the governor of LA was Arnold Schwarzenegger, he ruined the state. So we're just trying to say that Nairobi. Wait, Robert, let me finish very quickly. We're just trying to say that
Schwarzenegger has never been a governor. I mean, never been a city council, a county. Let's talk the truth here. People are watching us. Let's not confuse ourselves.
Okay. What I'm just trying to say is it's important that certain areas, I'm not talking about it politically, I'm talking about the management of the city. We need competent people. Not that the president or whatever it is. We need to educate our people that these cities are important. It's not about the president having control over it. It's about us electing viable leaders, not having the Sonkos or the Simbaratis there. And taleta mambo ya kisia popole sana. I just wanted to spark a little bit of fire there before I go.
Keep wacha Roba haraka because we are holding other people. Black is next.
Okay, so one of the things here, because people watch us, let's be sincere here, and just some mistakes there. One of the things is Sosnega, it was not a lay whatever mayor or something. Sosnega was governor.
Governor, I said
Yes.
governor.
You said a governor of Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a county.
Oh, sorry, I meant California. Sorry.
Okay,
Hey.
that's true. Okay,
That's
what
a
I was
little
saying
way.
is,
Hey.
let me say this way. The reason why I think Nairobi should be moved from Nairobi City to somewhere else, it is because, like Alex said, some other places have done it. We have examples there. You have examples. So the fact that it has the economy of Kenya the way it is, that it should be made in Nairobi or treated special than other counties, I disagree.
Yeah,
and that's why I say
move the political place elsewhere. I don't care. Move it.
Yes.
Malizeni, kuna watu wengine kwa discussion, kuna watu wengine wanafaa kukuja.
What I was saying, like Alex also, I wanted to make sure our capital city, like now, in fact, Los Angeles, that is not like where the man is. Don't forget the second farther where Raila will be, I think next week, in San Francisco area. Don't forget about it. But our capital city is called Sacramento, a very small place you never heard of. That's where the governor is and everybody is. So commercial Nairobi, that remain commercial, but some other things like politics, that's some get out of Nairobi. That's what I mean.
Black, come in.
He's still not getting my point.
Yes.
I'm saying
keep bana. Unaniumiza bana.
No, that point has to be driven in. I'm saying the leader of a commercial area has to be important. I'm not saying that we need to emphasize a lot on Nairobi. Move the political part of Kenya to somewhere else, or make it another what do you call it? Another place, capital city. I don't care, but Nairobi needs to be protected commercially. So we need.
I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. I'm with you. I'm just saying, Uhuru, Raila, Ruto should not be the people to determine who becomes the governor of Nairobi. Let the people choose. I'm with you.
I agree there.
Robana keep. There will be another round. Wait, keep. Wacha kunomiza nikiwa kwa kiti.
Sawa, lakini contribute mimi nangoja Julia contribute alafu.
Yeah, unakuja. Uko kuna ni Black, Julia, alafu keep, alafu wewe. Wacha Black akuje. Alafu Sarah atakuja pia. After that.
Okay, hello everybody. Hello everybody. Habari zenu bana? It's been a while.
Karibu sana Mr. Nyeusi.
Ndio. Sasa on the issue kwanza hiyo ya capital city Nairobi kwamba it should be treated the same as other counties, just like Wekesa said, I think you cannot do that. I mean, as a capital city, for it to be called a capital city, it has to be treated somewhat special, slightly more than the rest. Because there's a reason why a particular county or a particular city is chosen as the center of that city. Because most of the times that is where the power is concentrated on. You see, so in regards to change capital cities, it has worked. I think Tanzania did the same. Before it was in Dar es Salaam, now it's Dodoma, right? Isn't it? The advantages of changing capital cities is ile developments, it moves. I mean, the development, it shifts from one area and also goes to another area, another county, whereby the development here in a grow here in that particular new county. So changing capital city is also good in regards to development. So back to the discussion at hand, yeah? In regards to independent candidates, everything usually has a plus and minus. But from our end, we must also look at it from the perspective of who gets to gain. So what I've heard mostly is people are talking about how the particular MP voted in as an independent will feel alienated. That's the minus on his side. But what's the plus on our side? when it comes to having independent candidates, when they are voting a particular bill, there are those parties that usually have a stake in some other things. No. So you'd find that most MPs are usually whipped to vote in a certain way. But in doing so, most of the times it denies the people like us the gains that would have been found from those bills. For example, in a time when people were voting again on the 35% increment to the county governments, you see, it became a big issue, which I couldn't understand why, as to why there would be even any divide at all, when at the end of the day, it's the Wananchi that would have gained, you see. So, but having independent candidates in parliament, especially if they're in majority, they would have to think independently and decide independently and not being whipped by a particular party of which they lean on. So you should look at it from a point of the Mwananchi. What gain does it do for you when you have an independent member of parliament in that parliament? You see, for example, I'll give you an example of someone like Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali has done a candidate, but he was rigged out of the nominations. So he decided to go in as an independent, whereby he won the seat as an independent, and he has done great for his people in his constituency as an independent candidate. Why? Because his thoughts are not whipped by a particular side. Yes, at some point, for them to have their way in parliament, they would have to somewhat align themselves with a particular side, because at the end of the day, when the bill is being supposed to be pushed forward, there's a voting that has to get into place. So that's the time that now he needs.
Black, as you're going on, so that we substantiate what we're saying, can you tell us a couple of things that Muhammad Ali has done? So that way your statement is right to the panels. Tell us something that you can something you can just substantiate with it.
Okay. For example, there was a time when the most of the port facilities were being transferred from the coast to Naivasha. We all know that. He was amongst the few MPs that were against that, because by doing that, by moving most of the port facilities from Mombasa to Nairobi, it got some people off their jobs. No, that were depending a lot on the port facilities, because sasa kazi zilienda sana pande wa Naivasha, unaona. But when you look at it, when it came to debate in parliament, there were members like Abdul Swamad. He's a Mvita MP. Mvita is in Mombasa. He was silent. He didn't talk about it. There was this lady, what's her name? The woman rep for Mombasa. What's her name? I'm forgetting her name. If you unaweza kumbuka jina yake unaweza nikumbusha. None of them spoke. And Muhammad Ali was on record, even complaining about how these members of parliament coming from Mombasa, they were silent on this issue when that aspect of the port facilities being moved from Mombasa to Naivasha were actually affecting the coastal people. Yet they were silent. Why were they silent? Because their party had whipped them into their silence. No. So these are the plus that I tell you when it comes to a member of parliament being independent. There's a lot of plus on the Wananchi's side. The minus is usually on the member's side, the member of parliament side, but not on the Wananchi. That's why, to be honest with you, in my view, it would be best, and I always maintain the same, it would be best if we normalize voting in independent candidates. We'd get many things being done.
Don't you think too much of everything is poisonous at some point?
Poisonous for, question is it poisonous for who? Poisonous for the politician or poisonous for the people?
When you have a
That's why when I was talking at the beginning. Sorry?
When you have the governance spoiled and has no structure, because you cannot whip people to, bring the things that you want to bring as a governance, the structure of governance, That's just a question I'm asking, but anyway, you finish up. Kama kuna mwingine akona swali atainua mkono atasema.
It's fine. So ndio hivyo nilivyokuwa nasema, in regards to independent candidates, they have a lot of good to give to the people, and they're the ones wenye wanapoteza is the independent candidates themselves, because they lose on the committees. There's a lot of incentives on one being a member of a particular committee, on the seating allowances. So those are the only things, the only reasons as to why many members of parliaments who actually want to get into committees, as well as also, okay, on the part of advantage for the wananchi, they get also to craft in, part of their constituents' needs in the committees while they're discussing. No. Now, on the issue of elections problem solutions, as what's his name, the guy who just left, Roba. Yes, he was right when he said that we focus a lot on the problems and not on the solution. He's right. I think it's time that we also start talking about the possible solutions that we could have to the problems that we have in regards to the, in regards to the problems that we have when it comes to elections. Perhaps I think, in my view, if we could have separate election dates for the various positions, it would also do well. Because I think IBC is overstretched in regards to the resources they have at hand and the tasks that they have at hand. No. Because you see, there they have to tally the president's votes, governor's votes, the MP's votes, the women reps votes, the Senate votes, the MCA's votes.
Black, let me stop you kidogo. Asilis, are you reading what Asili is saying?
He's saying ODM was against the port facilities being transferred before Gichope. This guy has no clue.
Alafu harakisha kuna watu wengine, alafu tutakuja round 2 kabla kina Alex okuja.
I am from Mombasa myself, so I know what I'm talking. He can go on record and check that. If there was anybody who was fighting against that, the port facilities being moved from Mombasa to Naivasha, it is Gichopevu that fronted it. He's the one that tabled that motion in Parliament. Gichopevu, not the Mombasa MPs or the elected leaders in Parliament. Gichopevu is the one who tabled it. So let me just correct that man.
Black anza kufunga mtu mwingine akuje please. Tutakuja round 2 kabla kina Alex akuje.
About Sakaja being a candidate for Nairobi County governorship is a plus. Why? Maybe perhaps I'm biased because I'm a UDA stout supporter. But I think having served having served as a senator for Nairobi, doing the oversight on Nairobi County, he should be in a position to understand well the problems that face Nairobi and the possible solutions that Nairobi requires for it to be upright the way it should be. So I believe he's the best man to be the governor of Nairobi at this point of time, by virtue of that fact that he was the senator of Nairobi. He has done well, and being ukiwa prefect wa mahali au umekuwa umekiangalia mahali, for sure utakuwa unajua weaknesses za hiyo place. So of course you also know the solutions that are required for that particular place. So Sakaja would do best. There's a difference having a businessman coming in kama kina Igathe.
Funga bro.
Yeah. Anyway, let me leave it there. So what were your questions?
Hiyo round nyingine utakuja, kuna watu wanangoja. Julia, twende.
Okay, asante Martin. I apologize. Niko place yenye sitaki kuweka camera on. Lakini just kuchangia kidogo before I forget, I think I was just looking up about the ports, Kenya Ports Authority. I think we are misleading ourselves and misleading Kenyans. We have no difference.
Madam Julia, angalia internet yako.
Hatusikii kama nini yake.
Okay, imerudi.
Uko sawa sasa.
Okay, so I was saying that all the ports services cannot be transferred to Naivasha because we only have one port, that is a port of Mombasa. I'm trying to
Not all.
look up. Okay, I'm
Some
trying to look up,
facilities.
and I'm seeing that that
To be
some of the
precise.
services now are taken to Naivasha. I think Naivasha is time to be corrected. And I'm seeing that the rationale of Naivasha Inland Port is to provide an easy and a direct transportation of goods from Mombasa through the standard gauge railway. It eases congestion at the Mombasa port and expedites the turnaround time of freight movement. So I think Kenya, the problem we have, we always very quick to oppose something and we look at it politically. Hiyo ndio makosa ya Wakenya. I think we should look at how does it benefit both Mombasa and Naivasha, or how does it ease the transportation or the clearing of goods? That is how we need to look at it. Because literally and technically speaking, the port is still Mombasa and goods have to be cleared from there. I mean, technically speaking. So I think the only services that are transferable are the only ones that can be transferred to Naivasha, but not everything is transferable. The other thing to link that, people are talking about Nairobi. I mean, like we can change Nairobi not being capital city. Nairobi is a very strategic place for the capital city, and it was decided for many reasons. People are comparing to Tanzania, and I think Dodoma and Dar es Salaam. I think one of the reasons that the capital city was moved from Dar es Salaam is for security reasons. That is one, because Dar es Salaam is at the coast. Same with Lagos. Lagos in Nigeria, Lagos as the coast. So they had to move to Abuja. So they have other reasons, but one of the reasons why they moved their capital is because of security reasons. So capital city is selected for many strategic reasons. Now, we are in the era of devolution. So I don't see any harm by having a capital city and all those functions that are in the capital city, because that does not prevent the other functions that have been devolved from being performed effectively in the other counties. That does not prevent anything, does not stand in the way of effectiveness in the other counties. So I think the debate of whether we need Nairobi or not is not necessary. Nairobi is a capital city, and as long as Kenya is like that, unless we expand our cities and decide we can have another capital city like Nakuru or somewhere, it's okay. Now, so the other thing that we are talking about, the functions and all what happens in the capital city, I think now that takes me to agree with many panelists here that we need a manager in the capital city. We don't just need politicians. We need people who can manage this city. Now, people are praising NMS here, and I agree with those who are praising NMS. In the era of NMS, we have seen a lot of good performance. But when we had Sonko, and those who voted for Sonko really regret, because it was a political thing, it was not out of any I believe that many people who voted for Sonko did not think he's qualified. I think they just voted him because maybe he was in Jubilee or maybe he was their tribesman, all those reasoning. And I think Nairobians have lived to regret the decision they made. So I think Nairobi, we need professionals, ex-managers, people who can manage the city, people who can manage the environment, who can bring back cleanliness in Nairobi, people can make things run in Nairobi, the transport system, name them. People who can be accountable in the finances, how they have spent our money in the city. Remember, Nairobi is the face of Kenya. Now, I want to tell you there are good things in Nairobi. I have had friends that flew from Britain and they flew to Nairobi, and because they did not have a chance to see Eastlands, they were so amazed. They told me, Julia, we think that Nairobi is like New York City. They did not have the opportunity to see that we have an Eastlands. They were so impressed. They were thinking that Kenya is so far. And those who are flying now, and when they see our railways and all that, they think Kenya is doing so well just because they have not seen our Eastlands, because our Eastlands are still in the city. So we need somebody who is going to think about even Eastlands, somebody who is going to change how Nairobi looks like. So when we were arguing here between Igathe and Wanyonyi's, I don't want us to go tribal. Somebody even said here that Wanyonyi is handicapped, therefore he qualifies. He does not qualify because he's handicapped. The question is, can he perform? That's the question. And the fact that he has been campaigned does not make him qualify. We need to go back and ask ourselves, what do we need for Nairobi? So I don't want to take the tribal route. And also somebody said that the president should not talk. The president is a Kenyan. The president is a chair. Who are these people who keep saying President Uhuru Kenyatta should not participate? He's Kenyan. He's a chairperson Jubilee, and he's a chairperson Azimio. So he's a big stakeholder. He has a big say, bigger than Julia. That's the point. He has a bigger say than Julia. So he's going to really direct us where we are going because he represents us. Because me and Deto and Kip, we cannot attend those Azimio meetings, but he represents us. So at one point, we have to depend on him. However, we expect that he's going to exercise fairness. So what I'm saying, if we have Igathe and we have Wanyonyi, it's okay in whichever order they come, if they qualify, if they have the values that we are looking for. If Wanyonyi is the governor and Igathe is the deputy, it's okay. If Igathe becomes the governor and Wanyonyi the deputy, it's okay. And I think what will determine who becomes the Azimio flag bearer is the Azimio representative, the leaders. They are going to sit and agree on a formula because the ODM, I think mainly Jubilee, have to agree so that they don't lose this seat. Because if they don't, they're going to lose it to UDA. If they don't agree, they're going to lose it. So this person who was saying that if it's not Wanyonyi, he's going to vote for Sakaja. I find that kind of a limited thinking. You can't say that. I think we should say, if Azimio gives us Wanyonyi, we are going to support him. If they give us Igathe, we are going to support him. But let them give us qualified people. We don't want the Sonkos. We had enough of the kind of characters like Sonkos and those other counties that are going to have their Sonkos still, woe unto them because they are going to pay for it. Ask Kirinyaga people, they say that huyu ni mwizi wetu. Sasa wanaumia and they're still having the same person. You see that kind of reason that huyu ni mwizi wetu. How can you say somebody's ni mwizi wenyu? I mean, if these counties are going to change, I have said in this show again that whether Raila becomes president or not, or whether Ruto becomes president, Nyanza will not change if the Nyanza people do not elect the right governors who are going to manage effectively their resources. If Central people, even if Azimio wins, and Uhuru is a chairperson Azimio, Central Kenya will not change for the better unless they vote for the right people who are going to manage their resources effectively. That's a fact. So I think going forward with devolution, we shall not be saying ni serikali yetu. Angalia hiyo serikali yenu iko huko chini, mko na kina nani? Mumechagua hao matogeges and the thugs na wakora. Are they the people you have voted for? Mko na wakora na kina somebody was calling them the wanogos, the togeges, na wakora. Are they the people that you have voted for? It won't matter whether Ruto is president or Raila is president. What will matter is the people you have down there. So me, for the 6-piece thing, I still feel it is important to have 6-piece because if Baba wins, he needs people to support him. He needs the numbers in parliament. So if I was Baba, I would tell people to vote for 6-piece. And because I want Baba to win, I would ask people to vote for 6-piece. However, the independent candidates will be a benefit to the common man because they will help us express our views when these parties prevented us from expressing our views. That's my take, Mr. Ndeto.
And Julia, before you go, I think the other biggest question, and just to Arakaraka, if you can ask, I think the thing people were talking was about Nairobi, if Nairobi should stay a county or it should be controlled by the national government, because to keep the politics out of it.
Okay, yeah, I think that's so debatable because we have seen the army perform, and that is shockingly and surprisingly. What does that tell us about our politician? What does that tell us? See that when the army went to do river takes, do you know I find clothes from Kenya in Walmart right now, Mr. Deto? I even took a picture of my friend's son who was wearing some shorts and shirts they had bought in Walmart. There is
your internet is going bad again. I think stay on standby.
I have a question.
All right.
I have a question for Julia.
Are you done, Julia?
I'm here if you can hear me.
I have a question for
We can
Julia.
hear you now.
Okay.
And send those pictures of the river text thing. That makes us proud. I like that.
May I ask Julia a question?
Yes, go ahead, Black.
You just mentioned independence, and you spoke well at the end of the sentence about the independence, whereby independent candidates are good for the people. Now,
Yes.
may I ask you, now, do you think the independent candidates or an independent voted in MP would be best or not?
Would be best. I think it will be an expression that Julia and Black were able to make the decision they wanted. However, I don't trust them when they got to parliament. Who will buy them? Or Ruto will buy them? Mark my words.
Now, you're blowing hot and cold. Just a minute ago, you said it very well that an independent candidate would do well for the people, just like I said so. And that's why I just asked you, just to confirm from you, whether you'd prefer having an independent candidate come in or a party-sponsored candidate go in. What would
Okay,
you
I
prefer?
know what I say. I think for now, I want party sponsored because I don't want anyone to sabotage Baba. I'm sorry, I'm so biased towards Baba.
Now that's the problem that we have. You are thinking so much of Baba when you're supposed to be thinking so much of yourself.
I got
You
you.
want these people to come in to help you, not to help them.
I got you, Mr. Black. I understand you.
All right, guys, let's move on to Keep.
I feel a bit uncomfortable today because there's a lot I'm going to agree with Black today about. Oh my God, this is unusual. I feel it's weird. The thing for independent candidates, it is important. It is the will of the people. Even the way I'm talking about Nairobi County, I mean, going into managerial, like, let's not take it too serious, like what happened in Hong Kong, where there's a city manager. But it is important that we elect leaders that would manage the state or the county well and take care of our resources. But if come on, Aincho may decide, that is our democratic right to decide to elect an idiot. That's our democratic right to do that. So mimi sioni vile you cannot encourage independent candidates, because you can see that that person was elected for a reason, for the people around, for the people of his constituency or ward. There's a reason that guy has been taken there. Now the other thing is this drives now down to the 3-piece, the 6-piece thing. I want Raila to succeed. I do, and I hope what I'm saying right now would happen after his reign. The reason I say that is we need a formidable opposition. We can't have everything just flow, and it's not important, you know. I mean, it's not good to whip. I really don't know where this culture of whipping MPs came from, or whipping people into certain beliefs. There's a reason you joined a particular suit or a particular party. The ideologies should be the same, and you should not be whipped towards that or forced to do that. You should make your independent decision to represent the people that voted you in. Kama vitu kama cheo, what is that? Then that becomes more of what do you call it? Your political what do you call it? Aspiration. And if you're good enough leaders and independent, like what is the Bernie Sanders, unaweza pewa vio na the parties you're closest to. So I think we can mature like that in Kenya in future. So your story, Black, I agree with you. As for the Mombasa port thing, kuna kaukweli hapo. There's some truth there, because the people were whipped not to move some of the services. I think Black misquoted a bit. Some of the services to Naivasha. So those are the kind of things that we don't want Azimio to do in future, you know, whereby a particular group or a particular area is being sacrificed for another one. So let the MPs decide and see what is best for their people. And using Mohammed as an example, Black was not good. That guy is a betrayer. The way he's flip-flopped, he's been bought. No, I know he's a UDA guy. Hata si tunakuanga na mashetani huko.
Substantiate your claims, please.
Kuna rumor, okay, allegedly amepewa pesa. Allegedly.
Substantiate. Did you see that?
No, I said allegedly.
Did you see him? So how?
What allegedly means that there are rumors.
You cannot.
I do not have facts on that.
How do you talk? You speak on facts. Here we are talking on facts. If you don't have a fact, please withdraw. Please withdraw that statement. If you don't have facts,
unfortunately, I can't. This is an opinion.
Hey,
if we have facts,
keep Nanani. You know, I'm sitting in the wrong seat today, and it's my first time to sit in this side of the story. Ningekuwa nisha tambo. But
najua moto.
Leo nimevalishwa pingu. But just to throw a little bit of spanner in it, isn't Muhammad Ali the same one that went to who used to be the CID boss? Muho, was it Muho, the CID boss?
No, GV Paul.
No. Muhammad Ali used to be Jichopevu. If you used to
but he went to the head of the CID and was asking him. I think this was Jacob Juma's death passing. He went and asked him purposely, did you go ask the DP about this? Wasn't him working? I mean, working hard on that?
Yes.
Where is it today?
Yes. Where is who?
So, I mean, while you're talking about that, you answer me why he was Dichopevu. He went to the CID boss on TV. We were watching and asked him that question. Why did you investigate the DP? But today, who's singing DP more than any other person? So please, just when you're standing by that, by him,
let me respond to that.
Thanks for the lifeline.
Number one, at the time he was asking that question, he was working as an investigative reporter. Are we together until that point? So he was doing his job as an investigative reporter. And he went there to see the CID boss as an investigative reporter. And the question he asked was a sincere question and a logical question. Did you ask the DP? Did you ask, or rather investigate the DP? Did you ask any questions to the DP? I mean, I don't see anything wrong. He did his job. So the fact that we always believe that once someone is proven guilty, that's the time you can call them guilty. But until proven otherwise, they are still innocent. So since there is nothing that proves that he was guilty, he's still innocent. Let's deal with facts here. Not allegations, not rumors, not hearsay. So I believe until that point we are there. Yeah.
Okay, Black.
So let's
like
talk
I said,
with
I'm
facts.
sitting on the wrong
Let's deal
seat.
with facts.
Black.
And I'm happy.
Like I said, I'm sitting on the wrong seat. Anytime I keep let keep handle that.
Siwezi bro.
Please, Sasa Reto, I think it was clear that when we're having a debate, we talk on things or matters that we can substantiate with facts, isn't it?
Okay, it keeps time. Let me leave it that. You're here to tutapatana when I'm not sitting on this seat.
Okay, go ahead, Kip. Go ahead.
Sasa unanigonga na nimekutetea leo sasa wewe. As for I'm going to ruffle a few feathers today. Kalonzo, he's back. Now ameleta a troll of ladies, a very important constituency. Wakisema ati they were not consulted about Martha Karua being running mate. I think they're taking this to a little. Kalonzo is taking this a bit too far. You know, Kalonzo is Martin's friend. So
okay, keep sorry for disrupting you. Is it official that Mother is a running mate?
No, it's not. It's not official. They're coming in to disrupt the discussions. You see, names are being thrown around, and anytime something in the news or some rumors come in about running mate or Kalonzo sees that the team is moving towards a particular direction.
Keep from the meeting of yesterday behind the scenes. She is just waiting to be announced. It's out.
Yeah. So anyway, the thing is, it's just that,
and that will be the biggest mistake, if I may add.
What
mistake, Mr.
Go ahead.
Sasa kwanza Julia nakuja kugonga kidogo.
Hebu keep unajua sitashinda hapa, lakini kuna Sara Jongea
wakaja wakanikejele, nilisema mwahamisha utendakazi wa bandari, kasema hatuwezi kuhamisha, and then we saw very recently kwamba wameanza kuhamisha mabwena hapa yaende yakafanywe clearing and forwarding maeneo mengine. Sasa mimi bwana, whatever you do, whatever you tell me, ufanye utakavyofanya, mambo ya maslahi ya wananchi, I will never compromise, my friend. It does not matter the cost and what it takes. Tutasimama imara kutetea wananchi wetu, and that will continue to do.
Haya, bas, mmesikia nani alikuwa anatetea wenye walikuwa wakisema. But
does Joe stand in parliament?
I want to request something on the panels. Let Keith finish. Njiru, I think Njiru still here? Yeah, then we can go to Njiru and then Sarah, and then now we can make an open yenye atukalishi watu mbali yenye kila mtu akuwa ameongea kitu. If we can keep unaweza maliza tukimbia wengine wawili haraka haraka, and then now we'll start over, and now we can have that open discussion. Please.
Sasa chamge Sarah. I think as a constituency of the ladies, I think what Martin said yesterday was quite important, and we need to kind of keep that to point. We need to give women the opportunity to lead, the opportunity to be elected. Because I've never agreed with the women's rep position. I don't think it's necessary. I think we should mature as a society where women are allowed, because being a woman is not a disability, it's just different, So I don't believe throwing, what do you call it, leadership roles to women without them working like the likes of Martha Karua, the likes of Ngilu, Sabina Chege, she's young, but the woman is rising quite good. And then we've also seen falling women leaders like Osiris, I don't think she's going to make it. So I think it is important that we facilitate, but not just give like that. I'm just talking from a general point of view. Disabled people. We've just talked about disabled people for the Nairobi governorship. It's not just we're not just going to look at him because he's disabled that we're going to elect him. We're going to elect him as a manager for this county. If we're going to elect him if we're taking the Jubilee or we're taking the ODM part, I will not look at Sakaja. I'm sorry, I'm going to be biased. So the women need to stand on their own, and I think Martha Karua is a good candidate. She's a very strong woman and a very strong central leader. Her voice is quite loud, and you need to understand why there was a fallout between her and Uhuru. The Kirinyaga gubernatorial seat was actually her. She should have been sitting there. So there's a beef there. Na hiyo kidogo tutaacha hapo, lakini Martin, when you're ready, we can talk about Kalonzo.
Wewe ni mchokozi sana. But anyways, Njiro, come in. And then we go to Sarah after that.
Nilikuwa nangojea Julia pia niulize swali.
Juu ya mother ama
Wanawake.
okay, yeah, I really agree with you because I don't think women, even these women representatives, most of them, they don't do much in parliament. They think it's their right to be there, and some of them are just, political queens for some politicians, and it's like a show or something. I think we don't need that women representative seat. We do not need it. We've empowered our girls enough. Our girls are going to school. Women are going to school. They're qualified. We don't need that. They can compete competitively if they are not abused the way Keheka was abused. If someone touches me, I think they'll get it. Yes, keep. That's my view.
Yeah, gender violence or anybody touching anybody in any way should not be encouraged. Mnaweza ongea, you can use mouth. Mnaweza politics, but anytime another person touches another one inappropriately, that should not be allowed. It's just like what we saw with Will Smith the other day and Chris Rock. That should not be encouraged in society. And in Kenya particular, it's normalized. We're laughing about a woman being slapped. That was horrible. We shouldn't be laughing. Unfortunately, I caught myself unawares and I laughed a bit because of the political story. But I'm gonna say that I'm sorry, and that should never be anything that is encouraged.
All right. We ready to move on? Njiru, are you still there?
Yes, Nico.
Before you come kidogo to Black, kuna na usijibu, utajibu on your next one. Kuna mtu in the comment section ameniambia nikuulize Black. I don't know what feathers you rattled here, but ameuliza, his name is Andrew Moriasi. He's asking, Black, you did not tell Kenyans the 2 years we had, how rough we had in the 2 years that Kibaki was in, something about that. Angalia kwa comment section if you can look at it. I'm trying to look haraka, but anyway, Njiru, take over with that.
Yeah. Thank you. Na wasalimu nyote, kila mtu ako hapo. Ni asanti. We have really been here for quite some time sasa, na nafikiria tulikuwa hapa ile wakati siasa iko imekaa vizuri, na sasa hata siasa imepata shape. So let me begin with swali nimesikia tukiongea hapa sana. Hii swali umetuuliza whether Nairobi ikuwe county ama ikuwe county. Mimi hii ndio maoni yangu in terms of Nairobi being a county. Mimi naona I wish we can like watch out an administrative area in Nairobi that is like the parliament, the senate, government offices, the state house, those areas. If we can go out like an area to become the administrative region of Nairobi, and then the rest of the areas like the residential areas, all the
Ongeza volume, Jeru. Ongeza volume.
Okay, industrial areas. Yeah, what I'm just saying is that we cover like a 10 to 20% area within Nairobi if we are administrative area, because that is the area ambayo hata utakuta mostly hata inafanya even the national government itake.
Njiru, unaweza karibia mic kidogo tu. We are having a hard time to hear you.
Volume.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Hello?
There you go.
Oh, I'm saying what I see about Nairobi, the reason why both the national government and the county government are scavenging, it is because there is no distinct area for administration which the national government can manage. So the way I see is the state house, the parliament, big government offices, vitu kama kina KICC, ministerial buildings kama akina Afi House nini, all those areas, if they can be given to the national government, and then the other portion of the county, that is the industrial area, the residential areas, the hospitals, zikuwe kwa pande ya county itakuwa vizuri. I'm just trying to imagine of the same model like the one which is in the US about Washington DC and the other states which surrounds it. I wish they can, because we still have a big population in Nairobi. So even if the government takes the administrative area, we will still have close to 3 to 4 million people who will still fall under the county government, and we will reduce that scavenging. The national government wanting to manage the county. So that is my contribution in that. History ya Igathe, me I'm still against history ya kupanga siasa ya Nairobi. Why can't Azimio? Sababu unajua hii kitu italeta history ya kupanga siasa italeta the same mago ni mumeona pale kama Mombasa. Kwa nini tusifungue debe hawa watu wapigania hii kitu? We have Igathe, we have the other guy, tuko na huyu timu Wanyonyi. What is so difficult to tell Nairobians to vote in a nomination? Must we negotiate on everything, even in the places which you see, like in Nairobi, it is not like it's a race which is far apart. It's a contested race, and always the best thing about a contested race, you allow people to compete. That's why I was even against the Mombasa negotiation ya Mombasa. I wish you Abdulswamad na huyu jamaa mwingine Shabal, they went on a nomination. Tuone nani atashinda. Kama ni kuibana waibane, whatever will happen, because that is what has happened in nomination. But because there is more contentment in losing in a nomination than being told to come and you agree on something. So on Nairobi, I'm against any discussion. Wacha Nairobi ikuwe na nomination. We still have time. Kwa nini hawataki na wanachelewesha hii vitu tu? Kwa nini hawataki nomination Nairobi? Let me tell you, we will have another disaster ya Sonko in Nairobi. History ya watu kuketi chini kwa boardroom, that is a disaster which is being negotiated. Let me tell you, people will not be wrong. As long as watu wataamua ni huyu jamaa, ni huyu timu Wanyonyi, as long as watu wataamua ni Ngatia, it will be better. But wacha both Raila Odinga and Uhuru waachane na Nairobi kabisa. Wacha hiyo kitu tu iende nomination. But tu wana waste time ili watuambie hakuna time ya nomination, and I'm not happy with that. History ya kupangwa imekuwa too much Kenya. History tunapanga vitu mingi sana until now. Story ya uchaguzi inaenda kuruse meaning. I want to ask Mr. Raila Odinga himself. Ebu assume kama sahi Raila Odinga hata yeye mwenyewe aambiwa aachie mtu kiti. How will he feel? Mimi history ya kuambia watu atiachia nani, I'm against it. Please, it is not natural. It is forced. It is making people lose confidence. Mtu atakubali because there is the philosophies which you want to follow as a party, but people will feel aggravated. And let me tell you, usidanganywa na mtu ati unaambiwa ati wacha hii tutakupea kiti ya juu kwa serikali. Let me tell you, government seats will never be enough. Let me tell you. And unless we are talking of corruption and other things, whereby tutaanzia kusema ati maybe utaenda kupoa tenda za serikali na nini, I can tell you, better uende kwa ndebe ushindwe, you come out with your own contentment, kuliko kupangwa kila saa tu usemangi. And by the way, let me tell you, who knows that unaweza enda kwa debe na utoboe? Uchaguzi ni natural. Kuna uwezekano wewe ndio watu wanataka, and politics change with the time. So let's avoid these issues ya kusema tuacha watu wacha tuongee. Tunaongea nini? Watu waende kwa debe. Me, I don't support negotiation. I know why. Because negotiation injures than it repairs. So history ya Martha Karua. To me, I think it's common sense. Na ukiona, the issue of the deputy president is all about a narrative. Na sahi mukiona, ile narrative iko Kenya sahi ni narrative ya kukua na ni inclusivity, equity wa mama. So I think it is high time wazee waachane na hiyo kiti kabisa. Let me tell you, and the more men want to become deputy president in 2022, the more our election will continue to have more fiasco. Munaona wamama wanajitokeza, and the beauty huyu Martha Karua asapotiwi na Kenya peke yake, anasapotiwa wale wanawake nimeona wamejitokeza pale. Kuna watu wa Jubilee, kuna watu wa NAK, kuna watu wa ODM. So ile kitu tu nauliza, hata kama kuna watu wengine tu wanasema hapa it will be a mistake of Azimio. Mimi to me I don't see it as a mistake. I see it as progressive. I see it as showing our daughters that they can become leaders, because history ya Kenya kufika, we are now reaching close to our 60th year, and last year is the time when we got a Chief Justice, and we have not gotten a speaker. We are both in the Senate and in the Parliament. We have not gotten a deputy president. This is the time. So to me, naona Martha Karua amepata support. Watu kama akina Karonzo, Peter Munya, Peter Kenneth waachana na hiyo kiti kabisa. They move to other things. So to me, I see Martha Karua anatosha, anatupea validity by the way, because you see bado kuna watu wana confidence na baba, but I can tell you, tuachane tena history ya kuuliza ati which is the constituency which Martha Karua is bringing here. Martha Karua vied for the governor 2017. Personally, I believe she defeated Waiguru. Ni vifaranga za Waiguru is part of the vifaranga za computer. Ile wale watu walishinda na 52% ama 52-54, mnawanjua Machakos pale, Nairobi pale Sonko, Waiguru, au watu wote walisaidiwa. We know how it was. We know the election was rigged and Martha Karua was not defeated. So to me, I believe Martha Karua has a following. And in any case, Martha Karua is among the few Kenyans, females, who have managed a political party. Amekuwa na NAK. She was very involved also in NAK Kenya. So to me, I see this woman having all the qualities which she deserves. And in any case, if Vita Kalonzo ameanzia kuleta kwa hii kiti, he is just portraying immaturity on something which is naturally flowing. So sahi ni wakati wa mama, unless wa mama waseme hawataki. To me, mimi naona wa mama ni kama wameamua, and it is the high time sisi wazee to concentrate na kukua president, wa mama wa concentrate na kukua deputy president, alafu sasa tukutane sasa pale katikati. Lakini historia ya wanaume kutaka kila kitu, it is retrogressive, and we have also to support our women. If women are ready to support us on the presidential ticket, we have also to have confidence with them by allowing them also to give us a deputy president. And Martha Karua has ticked all the boxes. Martha Karua is progressive. She is a good reader. She is also respected in Kirinyaga. She won that vote. Ni vile aliibiwa kama vile the same way mumeona nomination imeibiwa Kenya. It is the same way watu wengine waliibiwa uchaguzi. So we know what happened in Kirinyaga. Huyo mama aliibiwa. She won that seat. Personally, I believe it. She won. Tuliona ile litendeka. Then pia kulikuwa na bias hiyo 2017. Akina Uhuru, they were biased against huyu Waiguru. So we know what happened. So this lady is independent. Na pia sababu mnaona ile pande nyingine ya Kenya Kwanza wanataka kuleta huyu Waiguru, it will be a very good thing for us. Waiguru has nothing. She is just a crook. She is a woman with no agenda. She has no history. Hata hii kazi kidogo tumempea ya county government, she is unable to do. She can't deliver. Ile siku alisema apewe kazi kidogo. So Waiguru is just, but he will weaken the ticket ya Ruto. And we are very happy for Martha Karua, and I can assure you Martha Karua will drive very many independent people na wale watu ambao walikuwa wanasema hawatapigia Azimio. Yes.
Njero, just very quickly, si huyu committee prefect apewe hiyo light duties alikuwa anauliza Waiguru, hiyo light duties alikuwa anasema zile nini anti-corruption waliongea naye.
Na sasa hiyo right duty ni gani sasa? Sababu unajua deputy president hata hiyo I think it is more harder than he anafanya.
No, I was talking about Anne Waiguru. Apewe hiyo light duties. Alikuwa anasema.
Anne Waiguru alisema yeye anataka right duties, and she still want to be in elective post all the time. That's why I'm telling you this lady is a crook, and nataka kuambia watu wa Kirinyaga, because I actually neighbor Kirinyaga, natoka hiyo county ya Embu hapo, but I'm very unhappy with the Kirinyaga people. Every time they are being forced to elect somebody who will not help them. Pale they have the worst hospital, for your information. Ile Kerugoya pale, it is the worst hospital. Walifuta madaktari. It is chaos in Kirinyaga. Nothing is going on.
the county is just dying, and they are now projecting her to become the deputy president. Huwa wajaribu tu, sisi tu pale tu tunapita tu na Karua wetu, a very determined leader, and we are very happy. Thank you, Bwana Deto.
Yeah. And then, ladies and gentlemen, those who are watching and those who are in the panels, all opinions said over here, they are for the panels. They are not Mutembe TV's opinions. So tukianza kuzuiwa tutaki hiyo story. Just on a lighter note. Tukimbie kwa Sarah, and then we'll come to Sarah ameenda tukimkujia. Okay, Alex. Bado uko ama? Alex pia naye amepotea. I'm gonna do something here, just make it an open session for now.
Hujafanya
Kama
contribution. You've not done a contribution, Martin.
I'm on the wrong side of the seat. I don't want to be biased.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Talk about Kalonzo to fry kidogo.
Not even Kalonzo. I also wanted to say that this thing about women, which I said yesterday, yeah, Mother Karua has worked for it. Ngilu has worked for it. You know, there's this thing, and I'm a big proponent of as being a father of a girl, my daughter. I'm also watching decay in society to where the boy child is being thrown somewhere, and the women, even though they've been so empowered, they feel the right to get something for free. For me, my opinion is that work for it. No one is denying you to get anything, but work for it. You know, we're not gonna just be giving you guys, okay, now there's, women rep. How about we have men rep, and things like that. What is happening here? Or boy child rep. Come on, guys. We gotta, work for what you want to work. I think women have been, empowered enough from since Geneva, that Geneva Convention and everything. I think, I believe, and like I said, I'm a father, and with my daughter, I will always tell her, being a woman is not a disability. You don't just get anything just because you are a lady. So I don't like the idea of people saying, oh, huo ni mama. No, she's a human being. Let her work for it. Mother Karua, the reason I support her is because, yes, he will bring the women in it. And then it's also a very historical time. If we got the presidency of Baba, who we want to call Nelson Mandela moment, that he's fought for Kenya for so long. And then also we have that historical moment and get over it, that we have the first, female vice president. Then I feel that's a very historical moment that we should be very proud as Kenyans to have that. Hoping that they will continue with the infrastructure and for the goodness and the betterment of our country, so that one day we move from, like I always say, from a third world country to a first world country. So for me, I like it, but I don't want it to be ni kama ile kituo ni mama tu. No, Mother Karua has fought for so long. People like, the women that are up there, and we shouldn't just give it to them just like that. I guess, like Kip, I told you I'm on the wrong side. Story ya Kalonzo staki to Tanzania.
Okay, so no, but you said something there that I don't think people should stop saying it. I don't know why people keep saying Mandela moment. I think it's the wrong notion. It's a Raila moment. And the reason why I'm saying that, it's this notion that Raila must do only one term, or he signed them documents to do one term. In 5 years, it's a very, very short time politically to do all these aspirations. What if we're happy with his work after 5 years? Won't we want to elect him again? So I think we need to keep that out of our heads and only think of the current election and the current space, the next 5 years, or like he said, his first 100 days. And then, we move forward from there. Let's not start saying Mandela moment or start speculating who's going to be there for 2027. Because when you start saying that, we'll start saying, oh, Kalonzo thing. No. Let's focus on the current leadership. the guys who want to elevate themselves in future as leaders, are the guys who should start working right now for the nation. Right now, we should see the Peter Kenneths, the Peter Munyas, the Martin Detos, the Njiru Maura, the Julias coming up to do some work or show some political presence, that they could be president of Kenya in 20 or run against Raila or even wait for him to finish. So I don't think we need to kind of think like that, you know. I have a belief that this man needs 10 years. That's my own personal belief, because I don't see anybody coming up yet in Kenyan politics that will take the mantle from Raila. Because although I'm saying that I like Martha Karua, I'm still suffering the hiccups of Ruto. So we need a partnership that works, and we've always seen that that a vice president or a deputy president that work together is where one is headstrong and the other one is mild, and they complement each other, you know. So you'd find that if you put a leadership where there's these two headstrong people, it's a letter shida. So that's the only concern I have about Martha Karua, because wow, that woman is tough. So I hope she doesn't bring a lot of the stuff to public. Maybe if they're doing that in the offices where they're disagreeing with each other, that is okay. But inside what do you call it, in public, I think this public display should not happen.
Okay, keep. I'm gonna bring Alex in, and then meanwhile, are you able to read some comments so that people know what people are talking about back there? But be choosy. There are some that you don't need to.
Yeah,
After Alex.
Yes, I'll be choosy. Keep ameongea hapo, keep ameongea Dave Olo, that's my friend.
Yeah, I think there's something that you said that has made my blood run cold, that being a woman is not a disability. I agree on a physical level. On a political level, I totally disagree with you. If we could flip and you become a woman politician, and the kind of insults they get for petty things that they have done, and the kind of treatment they get for petty things they have done compared to the mojo men of our country. Just imagine if Ruto was a woman. Will she still be a deputy president after having room 350? It's difficult. Just imagine a deputy president.
It's not a laughing matter, but that thing. Sorry.
No, I mean, I just, no, I'm flipping the coin. I'm just saying, let's not underrate our politician. There is a day we were having a good conversation, and then somebody said some of our women in politics need to behave motherly. And I said, no, they can't. Being in the politics of contestation in a patriarchal society that still in many places, you saw what Tobiko after even, I think she's the woman who brought Ruto to her home, and animals were destroyed, so on and so forth, and the husband made a lot of noise that Ruto has come. And after that, she loses her seat, okay, in nomination. What I'm saying, being a woman and being able to sustain yourself politically, it takes more guts. Somebody like Martha Karua, to be where she is, I mean, she must be respected. Somebody like Wangari Maathai, at some point, these women had they had to walk naked for months. For months. Remember, that's why when you looked at that woman, she was never appreciated by some people like Moi. But in the end, she single-handedly stopped Moi from building the tallest building in Africa, Uhuru Park, through the Green Belt movement.
Unasema, you're saying your age when you talk about that incident. Sasa tunajua riga yako sasa.
It's okay. It's okay. I've told you my firstborn is in college, so and I'm very proud of it.
Zamani sana, I remember that.
Yeah. So what we are saying here is, let us respect the political trailblazers of politics in Kenya. It looks bad on Kalonzo. That's why yesterday I said, if I was Kalonzo, I will play the card of rotational presidency. I can win. But if I play the card of fighting a woman, you can't go far. I tell you, Maloba may have won this coming election in Kitui as a governor because of 1 or 2, 3 things. But after Karua gets that nomination and she goes to Kitui and says, Kalonzo is fighting women, it's going to be very difficult. So I'll tell my friend Martin Dato it's not easy to be a politician woman, especially if you are even a younger age whereby you are raising children. Your children are in school. I don't know how the kids, kama wa Millicent Omanga, wa Aisha Juma, wa Keter Ruguru, when they go to school, the kind of insults they get. I don't know. I mean, I can't allow my mom to be Keter Ruguru or Aisha Juma. I can't. I'll be homeschooling. I'm telling you. I will do homeschooling. So let's appreciate these women, whether they are good or bad. The heart they have is a heart of a lion in a patriarchal field that maybe we should respect them, whether they are good or bad. They are playing with fire. Thank you.
And Alex, I agree with you 100%. And maybe just for the risk of not being seen a different way, I respect women with all my life. I'm just saying that when I say that statement, I didn't mean it in a bad way. I just say that, we appreciate hard work, whether it comes from a lady or comes from a man. We appreciate it, because if Mama Julia comes and works hard, we will appreciate her more than if Kip works hard, because Kip is a joker. Anyway, Kip, tusome nini? Tuambie watu wa nyuma wanasema nini?
No, there isn't much here. Sonko is allowed by constitution to ask for any post. So that is by Andrew. I think we can debate that, and Duke opposes that. Duke Moses is asking, why was Sonko the worst governor, having been the senator for Nairobi? So this is a debate that I've picked up on between these two comments. And I think it's important. We need to understand, from my point of view, and I would want the panelists to assist me in this, this Sonko issue. And what is his name? The guy for Kiambu, Babaya, what's his name? YT2. Why? First of all, my first question is, we need to play back the journey for his impeachment. His legal issues, are they still pending? Why he didn't have a deputy governor? And is he viable to run? Can he run?
And then Kip, let me stop you for a minute. Kip, nishikilie kidogo as na tukitafuta Gadhemba. I gotta do something real quick, but nishikililie tu kidogo, please.
Right, I wanted to go sleep. Well, joker. So for me, I need to understand why all these governors that have issues are still vying. We've got Kidero. Why are they being allowed? Why aren't some of them in jail if some of these cases of theirs are finished? So I want some help there, because I'm still yet to understand why are we so obsessed with people, or why isn't the system helping put some of these things to the table, some of these things to test? IEBC, why aren't they in jail? Why is Kidero still around? It's a question that puzzles me. So if anyone can help. Jeru, Julia, hata Black unaweza ingilia hiyo pia.
Okay, wacha niongeze point hapo kidogo as we discuss. You know, there is one card which I always know which happens and na ni ngumu kuibit. Unaona hata Marekani, the day when Hillary Clinton became the Democratic presidential candidate, which was almost bringing hope for the first female president in the US, the enthusiasm for that ticket was too huge. It's only that she got fall short of the electoral college, but when you listen to what everybody was talking about women, there was a lot of positivity. And that is why I'm still hesitant when I see Kalonzo positioning himself in a point whereby he wants to compete with a woman. And for your information, I don't know why that Kalonzo is the only person who is demanding this seat. Even the ones who want it, somebody like Peter Munya, he has not called his Meru people to tell them that I need to become this. Yeah, even the eminent persons watu ya Murang'a wale walikuwa wana push Peter Kennedy sana, imefika pahali wakakuwa docile kidogo, wameenda chini ya maji because kuna vile wameanzia kuona waves zina move. So then kuna these few elements ama watu wadogo wa Ukambani, this Dan Maanzo, this very strict Kalonzo supporters ambao wanasukuma Kalonzo ati akuwe deputy. Me, what I would like to tell Kalonzo is that dynamics ya 2013 na 2017 si yenyewe iko hapa. Raila needed Kalonzo in 2017 as a deputy because it was an amiable combination that time. Hakukuwa na hiyo dynamics. Lakini ukiangalia sasa siasa ya 2022 kuna parameters mingi sana zimebadilika. Number one, presidency is shifting from Kalenjin and Kikuyu, number one. Then we are also electing somebody who witnessed the post changes of Kenya. So Kenya is shifting into a certain agenda. Ukiangalia vile hii siasa iko Kenya, there is a dynamic change. There is some energy which is being built. It is not per se a tribal politics which is in line. Despite siasa ya ukabila kidogo hata kama iko, pia kuna kadi ya professionalism ambayo imetokezea kwa hii uchaguzi ya 2022. That's why unakuta saa zingine it is becoming very difficult when people are talking about my tribe and what combination. Ndio unakuta because Kenya's history ya ukabila, they are slowly facing it out. Inaweza kuwa it is still very, very deep, but ukabila ya 2022 na ukabila ya 2017 na 2013 na ukabila ya kina Moi, sahi ile ukabila tuko nayo sahi, even if you have to do ukabila, you have to do an educated ukabila. Sio ile ati ukabila tu ya kuenda ati pahali kwa podium unaambia watu sisi wakale tunafanyanga hivi, unapata opposition. So hata kama watu wanafanya ukabila, ni ile educated ukabila, ile yani convincing ukabila, meaning that in the next 10 or 20 years ukabila might be something which will be very difficult to market in Kenya. So that is why when you are only having people from your backyard, they are the only people supporting you, you need to start getting worried. Mtu kama Kalonzo, if you want to become the deputy president, we need to hear people in Marsabit, we need to hear people in Mount Kenya, we need to hear people in Nyanza and the people in Western supporting him. Lakini kama ni Wakamba peke yao, that one is not enough. That one is not enough, and it is something blowing up. So I'm not against Kalonzo, but I want to see a support throughout Kenya. Lakini ati story ati ya kutuambia ati ni Wakamba wanasema ati ya kuwe deputy president, that one is not enough.
tumetoka kwa arithmetic ya kusema ati mimi nataka kukuwa deputy president sababu naleta Wakamba, naleta Wakikuyu. We want to see your guarantors. Who are your guarantors? Martha Karua tumeona guarantors wake, wamama wako pale. We are seeing people, so let's see guarantors wa Kalonzo. Lakini kama guarantors ni akina huyu senator wa Makueni, Dan Maanzo, Wambua, those guarantors are not enough. I want to hear ambience saying the same. I want to hear people in Kirinyaga saying the same. I want to hear people in Homa Bay saying the same. I want to hear people in Bomet saying the same. Lakini hii support ya Kalonzo iko skewed sana, iko Ukambani peke yake, and I don't think it is good for him. If he want to become the deputy, he has to go beyond Ukambani. Otherwise, it is a trial in futility, and he is just failing. And we have to look for somebody who has acceptability throughout the Kenya, because we are not playing tribal politics here. Here we are playing dynamic politics, where you are combining tribes, agenda, and reform together. Hii sio siasa ya ukabila peke yake. It is an educated ukabila if it has to be there. Thank you.
Before you go on, Jeru, I think this debate is getting a bit better now in terms of, what do you call it, talking about the deputy president position, because David Olo has made a couple of good points in the comments. And I want to expand on this. I know we've talked about this in the past, but I think if we can expand it kidogo, it would be nice. So, like, for example, David Olo says, Karua was fighting the BBI and was recently, and she made sure that it was thrown away. What if she will carry this, she will carry this habit with her, and one day do the same when the government wants to make laws. So, for example, be another Ruto. So that's one point. I'm just going to say it as if I don't know what's going on. So I'm just going to be the devil's advocate here. And ile mambo ya Raila, when the Raila government ya nusu mkate, she facilitated that as High Council. That's another point. And then looking for docile number two like Peter Kenneth. What is wrong with that? So I think if Njeru and Julia, you could put on that, because I think your Mount Kenya forum might have discussed this this fact.
Okay, let me begin. Then Julia will get in. Let me tell you one thing. You know, when we are talking the issue of deputy president in Kenya, I would like Mr. David Olo to monitor what happens, like, for example, in the US, because the US has been having this issue of a vice president for quite a long time. If you look at Harris, this Kamala Harris, if you try to look at what was happening in their primaries debate, when they were looking for a democratic candidate, there was a lot of sharp division in terms of policies and agenda between these two people. So what I say is that before people come and congregate on one ticket, there is usually subdivision. People cannot be the same. And it is natural for Karua to have a sharp division with Azimio and other agenda which are there. But now you need to know that when it comes to a presidential ticket is about a manifesto and an agenda and a direction which people are going to agree on. I think Martha Karua is not coming here to push Azimio. Martha Karua is coming to Raila ticket as part of the manifesto which Raila Odinga has placed there. And at the end of the day, Azimio is a document which is work in progress. And if Kenyans, or if majority of Kenyans will still be convinced that Azimio is needed and the procedures are changed, I do not see the reason why Martha Karua will not vote this thing. But this idea of criminalizing Martha Karua because of the stakes which she played in Kibaki second term, and what she did in in this BBI, I think it is ill-advised. We need to understand that a presidential election is a new game altogether, where you are working on a manifesto, where you are working on an idea. And I think Mother Karua wants Kenya to succeed. Raila Odinga wants Kenya to succeed. And if both of them, their orientation is on success of Kenya, they will succeed together. But if one of them want a different agenda, surely it will not work. So we have to be natural. So in fact, these people who are not in the same wavelength, I think they are a little bit better than maybe the people we might say that they agree with one another too much. I'm not saying that Mother Karua, by being a bit with divergent ideas, she might bring sabotage. But we should also give her credibility that when she showed the government was not functioning, she resigned. And I can tell you, I would also be very happy if Mother Karua is in the Raila government and the government is not functioning, she resigns. I will be very happy with that. We have been having somebody like Ruto who is disturbing us. He is saying the government is not functioning and he doesn't want to resign. So we want people who can take responsibility. And Mother Karua has that credibility of taking responsibility. The problem in Kenya, people do not take responsibility. Okay, about Peter Kenneth, people are saying, the only problem I have with Peter Kenneth is experience. Peter Kenneth still needs to learn. Maybe in the next 1 or 2 general election, we can think about him. But for now, I think Peter Kenneth is not ready. Peter Munya, he can be a very good finance minister. He can be a very good agriculture. He is very good there. But for the deputy president, bado. Mother Karua.
Julia, if you would like to add anything there.
Yeah, Mother Karua, mimi nimeona she fits to be the deputy president, not because she's a woman. Okay, of course, being a woman gives her a head start more than the other candidates, because it's like Kenyans are waking to the thing that we have a female running mate, which is kind of an excitement. It's going to excite Kenyans, both men and women. But also, I think she has principles that we really need to appreciate. Even the time she had challenges with Uhuru and even Kibaki, I think it was basically because of her principles. And even when she didn't really win in Kirinyaga, I think it's still because of our principles. That is what everybody has been saying here, that it's high time we stop voting people because they excite us in the things they say, or we look at who they are. I mean, what do they stand for? So what Mother stands for stands out, makes her stand out. When we compare her with the people that she's been compared to, even with Kalonzo, I mean, she stands out. So that's my take, Kip.
Yeah, and just to add on top of that, because it's been mentioned, her fighting the BBI, and it should have been an advantage to Central mostly. The addition of constituencies, what I also agree with, other than the adding of more constituencies in Central, I don't agree with that so much because Central will be too powerful. But one man, one vote, one man, one shilling is what I like. I'm not seeing the Jubilee leadership doing a lot of talk about this, what you lost in the BBI. I have a feeling that you're not selling that a lot, because UDA came out to say that they're against the BBI. They've been very vocal in the media. I don't know when I'll start hearing this, where the Mount Kenya people will not be educated as to what they've lost. So I don't know if you've discussed that in your forum, but I think I feel that the Kikuyu nation lost a lot, and including the Embu and the Meru people. Mulipoteza a lot when the BBI was cut off. I don't agree with a lot of what the BBI has, but I think there were some beneficial things, and I think those are things that Uhuru negotiated for you, for your community, and Muliangusha, you dropped the penny there. So I want to know why it's not being broadcasted. Have you had anything in the ground about it, or it's something that's just going to be personality campaigns right now?
I can add something on that, Bwana Keith.
Yes.
BBI, Mr. Ruto managed to demonize it. And up to now, he has been using it as his play card. Because what Mr. Ruto managed to tell people in Mount Kenya is that BBI was about positions to expand the government, and that is what he took into the grassroots. So yes, though it could be important to educate people in the ground about the BBI, but more talking of BBI was going to be counterproductive at the moment, especially in Mount Kenya, because already Ruto had managed to demonize it, and he had managed to galvanize a lot of his support through anti-BBI campaign. So it became necessary for people in Mount Kenya to first of all capitalize on campaigning for Raila Odinga and talking of other agendas, like what he is going to do, what he is going to achieve, how he is going to blend what Uhuru has done, and how he will be able to bring more projects. So that one has become more of a direction than each and every time talking about Azimio, because actually the more we talk about Azimio in Mount Kenya, the more not BBI, the more Azimio was nosediving, because Deputy President used BBI as one of his will, and actually some of the things ama hiyo dilution unasikia iko mingi sana Mount Kenya. 50% of dilution in Mount Kenya, it is actually BBI related. So if you talk about BBI, you are helping Mr. Ruto to propel his agenda, to propel his life, and it is not beneficial to us for now. So what now we are doing for now, we are concentrating with having progressive leadership, having people like Mother Karua. In fact, somebody like Mother Karua is creating a lot of enthusiasm in our area. The issue of having young leaders, the issue of how the Azimio is becoming inclusive. Those are the things now which people are observing. And what people want to hear is if Mr. Raila Odinga can be able to explain the continuity of projects, which sababu like in Mount Kenya we have projects like the Mamau Road, we have kama ile ya Sagana, the dual carriage ile inabebo ya Sagana, kahawa majani chai. So if Mr. Odinga can be able to, and I know he is concerned, so that is what we are saying. And because what we Mount Kenya, they are too much of project related, and history Azimio ni kama ilileta shida. Once Raila Odinga becomes the president, he can easily sell the idea to them on a presidential level. But for now, imekuwa ngumu.
Thank you for that. Yes. I could see that Black's year was burning. So just before you interject, I wanted to say something about the BBI. I believe that referendums should be brought one piece at a time. There was just too much information for the public, and I think it came out wrong. So if it's one vote, one person, one vote, 1 shilling, one person, 1 shilling, that should have been the agenda. But Black, I could see your ears are burning, and after that, I'd like Alex to jump in. No, unless, go first. Black.
Yeah, we want to see Julia.
Yes.
Julia, the screen is too dark.
I'm sorry, Alex. Niko jikoni na chokora vitu kwa jikoni.
So what I wanted to say, or rather ask Njiru. Are you there, Njiru?
Njiru is there. Njiru is there. Don't worry.
In your perspective or in your view, Do you think the BBI would have done more good to you than harm, or more harm for you than good?
I read the BBI, and
Look, okay.
I was not 100% on everything, but on compromise, because
I can't hear you.
Njero, your mic has got a problem again. Could you, the way you usually shake it kidogo alafu inafanya kazi.
Ati shake it.
Anafanyanga tu kitu kingine hivi tu inafanya kazi. While Njero is still shaking it, we could. Alex wanted to add a little quick thing before you can ask.
Okay. So the thing is this. What I always ask people is, what good would it do? What good would something do for you more than the leaders? Oh, Jerry, you're back. You're saying something.
No,
you are telling
Jerry is
me.
not back. No, Jerry is not
Oh,
back.
he's not back. Okay, sorry. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the thing about this BBI, it was not entirely bad. You understand? The whole document, the initial intent of that document was for the people, until it was hijacked by politicians who now infiltrated it and put their own agendas into it, and they attached it to whatever the wananchi were to gain. So for us to gain, they would have to gain. If they lose, we lose. That's how they put it. You understand? Such that kama sisi tungeipitisha ndo tuweze kupata whatever gains that were supposed to be gained for the people, they would also gain. But if we decided to vote to vote it out, we lose and they lose. That's how they put. So in short, we were put at ransom. You understand? And that's the reason why they refused a document. When it comes to referendum, it should have been placed in different questions. You understand? Because they knew 100% sure, or at least, no, let me not say 100% sure, a majority would not be for the positions of government that they were talking about, that they wanted to be added for. And they would have voted the other things like the issues to do with devolution and all those. And hiyo mambo ingine ya politicians seats na nini ingetupiliwa kando. And that's the reason why hawakutaka the final question iseparatiwe iwe kando kando. Walikuwa nataka iwe one question. And that is where the problem was. Nobody was against it. But the only part that we were against it, okay, personally, I was against it, was your fact ya kuwa they wanted to attach all that under one question. You understand? Because when you look at it,
I think
the way it is,
wait,
the
Alex.
way we are, the way we are at this point,
okay,
the position we are at this point, the government cannot even sustain its own expenditure right now. They want to add more seats into it, add more expenditures onto it. How would they manage to, how are they thinking, or how are they proposing to manage those expenditures? They didn't tell us how. Did they?
No. So because I'm feeling a bit sick today, because I'm agreeing with a lot of what you're saying, I don't know how that is possible. I'd like, before Temba takes reign, Alex wanted to add a bit on top of that, but I'm feeling a bit faint because I'm agreeing with a lot of. I've been in this forum before and I've never agreed with the way the BBA came in. So leo ni kama niko mgonjwa kidogo. There are some things I'm saying that are making sense. Alex.
Really?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you.
Neto, I see you.
Yeah, I think Black is trying to be smart in one way or the other. Then we are agreeing with him things that are not right. You have to ask yourself why the BBI came. And the explanation from Raila is that when they met with Uhuru, they asked themselves, when did the rain start precipitating in Kenya? They went back to the times when we got independence. And that is the history many people don't want us to speak. People want us to speak the history when Uhuru and Raila and Uhuru and Ruto stopped talking. But for Raila, it wasn't about elections. It went back, it stretched back to where we got our independence. But again, when we wrote the new constitution, 2010 constitution, Daniel Arap Moi told us the powers that we are giving the legislature is too much. Some days they are going to disappoint us if they are going to be bought. For even a simple bill like two-thirds gender majority or two-thirds gender for women, we couldn't even get a quorum several times in parliament. For simple things that later on, Ruto comes in current to give us a pressure that those things could be done in parliament. Those people themselves refused to enact those things in parliament. They took the powers of the IG. Remember that. So we were having a police force that was completely rendered useless. So the question comes then, why did the BBI come? It came because our legislature, who we gave powers, refused to fully do with the new constitution. And you saw that. For example, until now, we are talking about provincial administration, something that is totally illegal, but acceptable by the courts. Then why are we having counties if we still call it provincial administration? Is it legal? The legislature failed. The consolidation of power that the president had, they did not want to dilute it and give it to the counties. Even the simple thing like 40% or 35% to the county, until today, under the watch of Uhuru and Ruto, has been denied. We are getting only 15%, and when you take everything out, we end up getting between 7 to 12% of our national revenue to the counties. These are things that could have been done. These are things that could have been done by our legislature a long time ago. But when BBI was almost passing,
Alex,
wait, no, don't confuse
it's less than
thought.
7.
Pole. Let Alex finish his point, because Tamba is about to take the reins. Please let him finish.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
When BBI now crept in and they almost see that BBI is going to pass, then William Ruto calls a press conference in Karen and say, this can be done in parliament. This can be done. Now, that is when Murkomen wakes up. Things when they were majority leader, they had everything in the house they could have done. It is the BBI that woke them up. They only refused BBI for political expediency. And I can tell you for a fact, there are people who were in the camp of Ruto who even made some expediency comments that I'll never forget. Somebody like Mandago who said, I'm happy if it passes, I can be a governor for the next 2 terms again. You remember Mandago saying that? So that is the political expedience we are having with our legislature. They are not honest. So when you come here to criticize that it was a one question, I'm telling you that one question was going to save us. Why? We don't want a debate with the legislature. We want that thing to go one way so that we don't debate it anymore. The issue of women, the issue of agriculture, the issue of 40%, 35 going to the, it should not be a discussion that we are having today after we have done devolution. Money should not be the issue. This is something that is so small that we could have done in 2013, but these people refused until we crept in the BBI. And remember, when we went to court, we were never faulted on anything. It was the process that the president was the initiator. So we have an opportunity to initiate it again and put everything that was there, whether you like it or not, and it will pass. And it will be one question, because the other side refused a debate about it when we really needed a debate. Remember the Mandagos and the so on. When the BBI task team went to our Singishu, they refused to come for a debate. And later on, they start lying that they never came to our Singishu. Why would they want something that they did not want a debate on? They failed their people. So what I'm saying is, if we go back and start having a debate what we should not have in BBI, we are going to take another 5 years. We will take BBI the way it was and bring it to the people and pass it and start amending it later on. That is it. We are not going to start from scratch because it's going to take too much time. 100 days in office, Baba must do something. In 1 year, Baba must show us what he has done. In 5 years, we must overhaul the system. Overhaul the system. By the time the Mandela moment, which Nani anasema that he doesn't agree with, 5 years that we are sure we are with Baba, we want it utilized for the posterity, that we will never be able to change back where it used to be. That is my take, for sure, because you give the legislature the opportunity to talk about issues. What can Sudi talk about BBI? What can
May I
Sudi
ask
talk about
question?
BBI?
No, wait, Black, wait.
I'm
Tell
rattled, baby. No, he's having blisters. Let him
no,
talk.
he's going to
Let
say,
him talk.
he's going to talk because I'm partially on your side and I'm partially on his. Like I said today, kuna ugonjwa kidogo.
You're sick. Like you said.
No, it's with the BBI. I think the process was not good, and I still don't agree with bringing everything in because there are things that were discussed in the board meeting that I don't agree with. The problem is it's a chicken and egg situation. We have a problem with the legislator, and that is also a problem with the people. So I believe we still need to fix the constitution we have right now before we start adding in new things. First of all, us as a people, we need to get rid of these legislators that are useless to us. Then, once that is done, ndio tunaweza kwenda vitu, we can start changing the constitution one by one. I wanted so that before Black comes first, then Martin, I want Temba to take over reign. Kwa sababu mimi najua ni wakati, najua mimi sikwange kwa wakati ya wazee. So, Martin, I'm sorry, this was a question directed to Black, then you. Sorry, Paul. This is not
okay, Alex.
No, swali ni yako, Kip, wacha kuepa.
Yes,
Alex.
yes, Black. Talk to me. Talk to me, Black.
About this BBI, yeah?
Yeah.
You're saying it should be taken as it is.
Yes, that's my point.
Do you know the implications of having a president who is like the supreme king? And how do I
Actually,
why do
we
I
need
say
a
that?
monarch.
Why do I say
We
that?
need.
Let me
Okay.
finish.
Okay.
Why would you have a president that appoints the ombudsman? Ombudsman will be more like the head of the judiciary. This ombudsman would have to align their loyalty to the president because he's the one who appointed them, right? In short, the president will be controlling the judiciary. That is one. And then who appoints the prime minister?
The president.
The president again.
The president again. Yes.
So
Yes.
in short, is like an imperial king. What's the
Yes.
difference of having that and having Moi?
And I will explain that. Allow me.
Now, before you answer that, I would like to take you back to the time when Waiguru had issues with her county in regards to the corruption scandal that she had. She paid a single visit to Baba, the laundry house as they call it, Mosho Moja, and she came out as white as snow. Isn't it? Now, this is what am I trying to say? If Baba becomes the imperial president, he controls the judiciary. Do you also expect this same Baba who alipatiana Mosho Mmoja Waiguru kufuatilia issues of corruption the way he says when it is involving his own people? I don't think so. I don't think so. Now that Waiguru has crossed the lines to UDA, is the time that people are again going back to call her a corrupt person? No. So, hii issue of BBI, the only problem that I have with it is kwa hiyo mambo ya leadership structure. That's it, nothing else. The rest is fine. Only that. That's the only problem I have with it.
Okay. There's a lot, Black.
If it could be, so we could be able to separate. If we could, in my view.
Yeah.
Because okay, for you, you may have a lot to keep, but for me, my problem was that you cannot have a president who controls judiciary. You cannot have a president who controls the parliament, and then you cannot not also have a position of prime ministers and many other positions that would incur the government extra costs to run it, and those costs are transferred to the wananchi. I mean, huh? As you can see,
Ruto's propaganda.
As you can see, it all runs mambo ya leadership BPM. Is it not part of the BBI?
But it's what Ruto
that the president will appoint the ombudsman and as well appoint the prime minister.
But that does not make him imperial. It just means
he's the imperial. I mean, he can appoint and as well demote you, right?
Let me ask you, friend. Let me ask you, Black.
Why are you shaking your head, Martin?
Black.
Your employer. I mean, if you're the boss, you have employed someone. You are the imperial president. You can choose to have Kip as your prime minister, and as well use your influence to have Kip thrown out as being the prime minister.
But Black, you're not seeing the point. You've not read the whole BBI. Actually, the president's powers is going to be split. He's going to reduce his powers in the BBI. If you read it carefully, you have just looked at what Ruto has told you to look at. That is the. I thought you were looking at the BBI objectively, but I'm beginning to see where unaangalia vitu Ruto anakuambia. But I need to go now.
Kip, ameniuliza kwa nini na shake mind yangu. By the way, Rani, Black, please tell me what ombudsman is.
It's basically like kama you oversight wa judiciary. Anafanya oversight ya judiciary. In a simple term.
Okay. The current constitution bado ya 2010 tuko na ombudsman, na ingine pia ilikuwa na ombudsman. Tell me what venye ilikuwa imeandikwa at that point.
Nini kwa
ile mzee na yeye ilikuwa inakuja.
Nini kwa imeandikwa yani? I mean,
hujasoma BBI wewe. I thought I was on your side wewe.
Hata bila BBI, ombudsman ilikuwa bila BBI. You tell me what ombudsman, the roles and everything was in the one na bill. Alafu kama unaweza uniambie pia hii ya BBI.
Who's appointing? Who's the one appointing? Maybe you can help me on that.
No, I'm asking you on the roles and their constitution.
Okay,
what the constitution says.
No, who's the one appointing? The question I've asked.
Okay.
I will answer that.
I will answer that. According to BBI, it's the president who's the appointing authority for that position. Okay.
And now.
Okay. Now that you have answered, let me take you on that. I will take you from a familiar situation that we all know, which is not a secret.
Okay.
Recently, we had the so-called Sonko links.
Okay.
We saw what Sonko was posting We saw his video, and he revealed the theatrics behind saving his governorship.
Yes.
The independence of the judiciary looked like it had already been compromised within itself, to a point that they ganged Sonko and told him that no more leaks. The person that was named, if he was in a civilized, not in a banana republic, could have stepped aside and be investigated, because whatever the allegations were, they were not just allegations. They had put the judiciary into a conundrum.
And what stops them from doing that right now?
Listen, there is value in listening. There's civilization in listening, because we listen to you. So I'm asking you, without the ombudsman now, they are independent. Do you trust the present judiciary that you're trying to protect?
Should I answer, or should I wait for you to finish perhaps maybe?
No, I'm asking you from that point of view. We have seen how it compromised.
Do I trust the judiciary?
Do you trust what they are doing and covering themselves when it comes to grave allegation of such magnitude of corruption, of getting money? We have had justices with billions of money gotten in their offices. They get away with it. Who will protect us from them?
I'm listening. Continue.
Because everything that we are brought to the justice system, even the weakest by Omutata gets away with everything. Omutata has like 30 files every day. He can even stop you from going to the toilet, and there's nothing you can do.
Because that is law. I mean, if there's any dispute, before you go ahead with something, I mean, it has to be sorted first.
That's why we need an ombudsman. That's why we need an ombudsman. Because
so having an ombudsman will make sure that nothing will stop. I mean, for example,
the judiciary today is the greatest enemy of Kenyans. They are against MMNS. They are against everything that is progressive in Kenya. They have stopped everything that is helping Kenyans. They are even stopping free healthcare. There is nothing the judiciary has helped in this country. Everything they are stopping. Why should we not regulate them?
Again, I'm trying to say, how can you have a president regulate all arms of government? I mean, does that make sense to you?
Because an arm of government called the judiciary has refused to respect itself. You can see
so what will be the difference between that president? What will be the difference between that imperial president and the time of Moi? It's a question I would ask. You're basically taking us back to the same problems we had. It all started good and rosy until it ended up to where Moi led us to be.
I may try to understand your point of view, but what I'm saying is that the judiciary has become rogue and it has become the enemy of the people. That even the most progressive ideas, the smallest, they are stopping us. We can't trust them anymore. From MNS, just services people are receiving in Nairobi, it's illegal. Every small thing that is progressive, from free healthcare, it's illegal. Everything that goes to them, it's illegal. Who is going to protect us from this judiciary? It has become a monster in Kenya. The greatest problem we brought is to make the judiciary bigger than us, the people's court. You today and me have no voice because the judiciary can stop anything and there is nothing we can do. It needs an ombudsman until it gets to a point it behaves. We will have to choose between two lesser evil. Should we go back to Moi's days or we stop them? I will choose going back to Moi's days than allowing the judiciary to do the things it's doing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Let it not hurt you. That is my point of view.
Well, your point of view means that you are taking us to the days of Moi.
Black, hold on. Have you read the BBI report?
Not entirely.
Okay, so you just picked one and you ran away with it.
Not one, just a couple. What was your question, or what was your point? Because what we are
My
talking
point
here,
is,
we was talking about, we were discussing about whether in its entirety the BBI was a plus or a minus, and that's why before I started talking about it, I said the BBI had both good and bad, but the bad for me might not have been bad for you. So the bad for me is what I was trying to explain. That were the points that I mentioned. You understand?
okay, okay.
But in the other areas, in regards to, like, for example, devolution, allocation of funds to 35%, that is wonderful. Though as it is right now, being at 15%, it's not stuck. I mean, it's not fixed at 15% because it just says not less than 15% should be allocated for the county government. So the government right now is also able to push it to 35% if they so wish. But the best thing about that BBI in regards to devolution and its allocation of resources is that it already caps it not to go below that 35%, which is a good thing. And that's why I say it had plus and minuses. You understand? It
Do
had
you have
plus and
another,
minuses. So I was talking about the minuses on my end.
do you have another gadget that is open on your side?
Computers.
Okay, go on.
There are pluses and minuses. So not that in its entirety it was a bad thing. No, I did not say that. And that's the reason why the whole argument that came in was that I was of the opinion that the BBI should have come in multiple questions, not as a single question. Because if it would have come in as a multiple question, I personally would have voted in all the others, but then voted out the ones that I've mentioned for the reasons that I've said.
So a question that I want to ask you again: Did you understand what was going to go for the to the referendum?
What do you mean? What was going to? Precise.
You know, in that BBI, is not everything that was going to go to the referendum. In fact, quite a big chunk of whatever was agreed on in the BBI has already been, is already in works. There were administrative. There were some of them that could just be passed by a simple, parliamentary, amendment. And then there was what was to go to the referendum, which was only the first part that talks about inclusivity. I think that is the only part. So why would you want to have a multiple choice question?
Because then when it comes to the point of choosing whether to have the president having a prime minister and these other posts, I would have voted it no.
Yeah.
Why?
And you see,
because I don't think we need to have more offices created that would all be again be controlled by the president. Making the president taking us back to the same problem that we had of Moi. And I heard Alex saying that he doesn't have a problem having the Moi issues again coming back now. I mean,
and you see that the only part that was to go to the referendum was where it touches on the executive.
That's no, not just that. Was that the only question? Was that the only question that was to go for the BBI?
It never got to the point where they are going to form the referendum question, because it was now to be forwarded to the IBC to form the referendum question. So we never got to know what was going to be the referendum question.
The document that was supposed to be taken for the referendum, did it only have that the executive part only on it, or was it also attached with the other items on it?
There are so many things. There are so many things. If you read the one that was being passed, what was happening?
Yes.
The referendum question was not going to be for all of them. The referendum question was going to touch those ones that are now that were to be taken for the referendum. All right. Now, what was debated in county assemblies, what was debated in the county assemblies was to be passed that they agree with the whatever the document. Now, from there,
The whole
it was to be
document.
passed to IBC. Hold on. It was to be passed to IBC now to come up with the referendum question. But if you remember the report, there was some of it that were needed administrative change, didn't need a referendum. Some of it that needed just parliament legislation, all right? They need a referendum. So that part you never got to even read that final part, because it from there is when it went to court. So the assertion that is being put, hold on, is it okay to I finish the point, then I'll give you time.
Go
Is
ahead.
that
Go
okay?
ahead. Go ahead.
Because when you're
We're
talking, I'm talking. If you can mute. So you see, when the document that now was to be forwarded to the IBC to form a referendum question, we never got to that part. And the referendum question was only going to touch at certain parts of it, not the whole of it. All right. So this set of we need multiple answer, whatever multiple question was a propaganda a propaganda process that was brought about so that you guys can start saying that there'll be multiple questions. I'm supposed to say no or yes to this or that. But I agree with you, Black. This is why I'm agreeing with you. A document like that deserved, like you're saying, a lot of interaction with all the members of the public, which is okay. You submit your fears, you submit, which is a healthy thing. What I like about the discourse is that you're submitting your view on what you agree with and what you don't agree with, which is the healthy thing that you do in a democratic society. A democratic society is not made of all of us singing a choir or a chorus. It is about us having a healthy debate and expressing our fears, wishes, ambitions, and dreams in a document that is going to govern us. So I agree with you. We deserved, and you deserve that kind of ventilation. So you need to ventilate. You need to say, okay, I don't agree with this. You need to be made to understand. And it's not the first time a referendum is happening in a place, and even the position of the executive is defeated. It has happened in the UK, and the prime minister, stepped down. So it is possible that we can ventilate, we can talk, and then eventually we need to make a decision. At the point at which we are making a decision, then we can only know. It is only then that we can know how many people are for it and how many people are not for it. So we never got to that particular point. All right, we never got to that point. So in our discourse, you are likely to meet people who argue like you, which is okay. You are likely to meet those people who argue like the others who are also saying it's okay. So unfortunately, we will never know what the majority think because we never got to that point. All right. So I respect your view in terms of disagreeing with it. Probably sometimes I also imagine probably from that point, maybe which the courts pronounce themselves to. The civic education, maybe the awareness creation, whatever was done around it, probably did not capture. Didn't take time. Personally, I had my reservation about, especially the education part. If people were really given time to ventilate, I had an issue with, going to discuss it in some rural places in Kiswahili and English. I thought they should have probably had some, it interpreted to the point that the person at the ground can be able to ventilate onto it. And your fears are genuine. and that deserved a lot of ventilation. There's a question, I think, from Alex, then I come back to you, Black.
Yeah, Themba, I respect your views on that, but I wish you could have taken him deeper on the point of his fears, that he fears the powers of the president entrenching into the judiciary. Now, then you must ask yourself this question: why was that even a matter by the executive? Do you realize that this country has become unmanageable because of the powers of the judiciary? Do you realize the president cannot manage this country anymore because, as we were warned earlier by Njonjo, and that was a simple article that Njonjo wrote, and I was going through the nation, and I was in Kenya that time, and you know, when Njonjo writes something, everybody is mesmerized by it because, oh, Njonjo has written, because we take him as a legal scholar, having been, you know, the Njonjo we know. And one thing he warned us is that the future of this country is going to be controlled by the judiciary. Your legislatures, anything, anybody can go to court and it can be stopped. We have corruption cases. We have other matters that are pending because of the judiciary we have. The question now lies, who is going to help us from this powerful judiciary that has become an enemy of the people, an enemy of the progress, an enemy of devolution? Because if you fear ombudsman, now tell us how we can exonerate ourselves from a judiciary whereby we see a person come to WhatsApp and comes to Facebook, gives us leaks of videos and voice of what is happening in the corridors of the judiciary, how money is exchanged. We can't go back to the court because the court gives us a gun that we can't do that. Now the question lies, if you don't want the ombudsman, because that is your point. I want us to take you on that, not the whole process, because the ombudsman is something that really disturbed me as a person. But when I asked myself, why was it even put in there? Who is going to help us from a judiciary that is too powerful, that protects itself, that cannot accept that corruption has ruled within the judiciary? So I think, Themba, I wanted us to take him on that, because the reason I believe that the ombudsman was, because, I mean, everything, a court order, everything, court order, everything, court order. As a president, you can't rule a country when everything goes to the court and stops you. And the president had to go further by now using internal security, by refusing them to do what? To enact their court orders. Now the president say, if you have to append my signature, if you refuse that I can't do anything, I can't offer you the police and the security so that you can do that. So the question is, who is helping us? Let's take it on him on that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before Black you come in, there's Julia. Julia has a comment, then I'll allow you to comment. Then I think also Rob has a... Yes, Julia.
Yes, I just want to add on what Alex is saying, or maybe almost say the same thing. We are held hostage by our judiciary. Our country is corrupt because we have a rogue judiciary. That's the biggest challenge. We have a rogue, we heard what Sonko said. We cannot, nothing goes on in those courts. That's why you dear people keeps asking us who has been jailed, who has been judged, who has been prosecuted, who has been sentenced, because we have a rogue judiciary. And something is, I don't blame President Kenyatta for disobeying court orders. I would also do the same, because we have a rogue judiciary. So this ombudsman or whatever it's called, something needs to be done. Something needs to be done. Or we are going, Mr. Black, we'll go back to the streets because we are done, tired, and fed up of a rogue judiciary.
Now, may I speak?
Okay, Black, right of reply, and then I bring Rob.
Let me ask with an example. recently we had the KEMSA scandal. I think everybody is aware of it, isn't it? Was it ever taken to court? Because the court cannot prosecute what has not been brought to it. Was it ever taken to it? Was the case ever taken to it?
Did you take it?
That's to Julia, Temba, Alex. Was it ever
No.
taken to it?
Okay, if you saw it was
I
a
think
case,
the
did you
problem.
take it?
I think the judiciary is not not so clean. I'm not saying it's clean. Understand me on that.
Yeah.
At no point have I said the judiciary is clean. What I said was the fact that you have a president that will control the judiciary through the ombudsman will make things worse. It will take us back to the days of Moi. And I gave you an example of Waikuru, who went to Baba's office, and upon coming out, she was as white as snow. Nobody spoke again about the issues she had. Now, what I think we require is the political will.
Just a second, Black. I think we are yes, we are prosecuting well, but I think we haven't understood the role of the ombudsman.
No, what I was talking about.
Now, wait. You see, when you say the president is going, to control the judiciary using the ombudsman, that is the propaganda. Now, when you like, for example, right now, the president once the chief justice has gone through the what do you call it, the interviews. The president is the one that appoints, isn't it? Does that make him control the judiciary? So you need I don't know if you have understood it all, because that is, you are now responding to the propaganda. Have you understood the role of, actually the question was, do you understand the role of the ombudsman?
Of which I explained. That's why I'm trying to tell you again that the problem with the judiciary is not specific to only the judiciary. There are other organs, state organs, that also play a key role in crippling the judiciary. You understand? For instance, I gave you a simple example of the KEMSA scandal, for instance. The case has never been brought there. We have the EACC, we have the DCI, all these are state organs. Has any of them produced a case to the judiciary for them to look at it? No. None of them. So now, if a single example like this, why I brought this up is because it's the recent issue that happened. So it's in the mind of everybody of what happened with the KEMSA scandal. What do you expect to come out of it? If the government could not just take this recent issue with the KEMSA scandal. Are the DCI not aware of this KEMSA scandal? If you are aware of it, are they not aware of it? We are all aware of what happened. Are they not aware of it? Have they investigated it? Have they brought a report of the investigation? Have they tabled it? It means someone somewhere is pulling strings. So what we need is the political goodwill of whoever will be in charge, and that's the president, even at currently what we have, to make things work. It's not only the judiciary.
Hey, bro, can I
That
step
was
in?
the point that I was trying to put across.
Okay, let's hear Robert and then yes, Robert.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Temba, nice to see you. Maybe we're here in the morning. Welcome. You know what? Julie and Alex, they have surprised me here. I'm shocked. If we say that the judiciary has let us down, that's not a true statement. Who has let us down? The government has let us down. Do you know why? The judiciary waits the government does the prosecution. If we are talking about corruption, you can't wait the judiciary to go and just decide cases without prosecution. I mean, wait a minute. So we are talking judicial because they root against the president. Now it's a problem. Then now we are becoming a problem. The judiciary is on the right trajectory. I'm sorry, or they are on the right track in our country. If we start now saying we should give the powers to the president, we are going to come a banana republic again. If some of us are saying we want to go back to Moi era, okay, please, you can go back. I don't think we ever get there. No more. Nobody's going to, I mean, it's not going to happen. It's gone. Moi was gone. That era is gone. But blame the government because of their failures. Some of these people, criminals who are walking free, it's because the government, they decide who they are going to prosecute. Yeah? The most corrupt people is the government. Starting from the president, the first president is more worse. I don't mean in corruption that they would have stolen money. No. I don't mean that. What I mean is in terms of prosecuting those who have stolen money, those who have broken the law. And you talk of KEMSA. What's the government prosecutors prosecute and take the cases to court? Then if the judiciary will release some of these people, or they cannot listen to the cases, then we know what? Then they have failed. What we have a problem in Kenya is prosecution. And that's why I've been saying, for us to end corruption, we must have major prosecutors from every county. Major prosecutors. And there's a time we talked about this one here. I know it's against the constitution, but the bottom line is, if we say our judiciary is failing us, you know what? Then we don't have a country. We don't have a country. I like what the judiciary are doing, and I want them to do more. The president is not above the law. He is not. The government get prosecutors so they can prosecute cases. The judiciary is waiting. That they are fair and balanced. Right now they are fair. Even though I have a case in court which has been there for almost 10 years about my problem, but I don't mean the judiciary have not decided. The problem, I can say, is my lawyer. Yeah? If there are some people who are corrupt right now in Kenya, the government is the people who have failed us. Bring those people in, prosecute them. Then if the judiciary is corrupt, now they're taking money. And you know what? Some others said, they have some photos of people, the judiciary being bribed. If that's the case, we have a process. If somebody has been caught, and that's why they can impeach if it's a charge and removed from office. Or they can be arrested like anybody else. But at this time, the government has failed us. The government has failed their duty. The judiciary, they are the best people we can depend on in the country right now. Thank you.
Okay, just before I bring in Julia and Alex, Domi, you have been raising your hand. What is it?
Okay, I'm Jamboni Wate. Now, I think if we are talking of failure, Mr. Robert, I think let me correct you on this. The failure of the court or the judiciary is the cause of the failure of all the other bodies. Imagine when
Alex, you can mute your mic. Domi.
When the DPP,
Okay.
yeah,
Work on your audio.
when the DPP presents a case in court, 3-4 cases are thrown out, and they are thrown out just out of technicalities that are not on principle. You know, it's just the failure of the court. You know, the problem that is brought here is this: for you to create a failure in the system is to create a process that is going to fail it. is to create a very long process that is going to fail it. The problem with the court is, the judiciary is, they have set the threshold so high of proof. You see, we have, for example, the case like the one that was the Okema and the group, the friend who are being asked to go to the suicide. I think it's imagine those people who are part of that case in those countries. They were prosecuted and so many years ago, but here Okemo and the friend are just walking free. I mean, you present a case to court, they create they just out of corruption, they just go round. Let me give you another example. Like I've been working in Kenya Railways. We have a case with as employees, we have a case in court from 2017 until now. It's not over. Now, give me a break. It's a very straight case. The judiciary has failed us. Just failed. Taking a case, a very straightforward case of transfer of service, is taken from 2017. It's now almost 5 years. Do we blame the government? No, it is the judiciary. I'm saying judiciary, you know what we need is solutions, not politics. Judiciary needs to be watched, and we need the ombudsman square. And that is a fact. You know, if the DPP presents a case today and it's blocked, it's thrown out, he presents tomorrow a case and it's thrown out. What does he do? And remember, these are cases that may sometimes be a threat to his own life. Yeah, these criminals are a threat. Instead of pushing the case to be done very fast, the judiciary just takes their time and they don't prosecute. So what happens? The DPP also gets scared. Yeah, because these guys threat, they can kill. The corrupt people kill. So the failure on corruption is squarely with the judiciary. In as much as the government, the executive has failed in some points, it's okay. Okay, they deserve to be blamed, yes. But 80% of the blame falls squarely upon the judiciary. Now, I have our friend who is here, I don't see the name. You see, the thing is, what we need here is a solution. When we are talking of having an ombudsman, we need solutions. We don't need politics. When you're talking of having a imperial president, okay, we know that, okay, it's a problem. It may be a problem, yes, but it's not as a problem as where we are now. Where we are in a mess, not even a problem. We are in a mess, and the mess is brought by the judiciary. They need to be checked. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you
Okay.
are directing that question to
Hold
me.
on.
Let me answer what you just said.
Hold on,
I
Robert.
think
Robert, just hold on. Julia.
Yes, Mr. Robert, I'm very surprised. I don't know which Kenya you're talking about. I think you are the only stranger in Jerusalem. First, you need to remember that we have three arms of government. We have the executive, we have the judiciary, and we have the parliament. Now, the executive cannot play the role of the judiciary. The executive cannot jail anyone. And we need laws to sack these judges. They cannot just wake up one day and sack the judges. We need laws to sack these corrupt judges. We have examples and illustrations and counter illustrations of court orders, counter court orders to set these criminals free. An example is what have the courts done in the hands, the likes of Gashagwa, Aisha Juma, name them. They are nameless. The list is endless, Mr. Robert. We are tired. So I think even if we have to say the government has failed, Please do not defend the Kenyan judiciary. It is the worst judiciary on the face of the earth. It is the worst, I'm telling you. That is why people can go scot-free. Because Kenya, you can even get a court order to get you out of the cells after killing somebody. That is the Kenya we are talking about. Court order, court order. You can get a court order to set you free from anything in Kenya. But they cannot be sacked. The executive cannot sack these judges. We need laws to implement that. So you got to get it that. So we have three arms of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the parliament. So we need laws that will make sure we sack these corrupt judges. Why should cases last for 10 years? What is wrong with the judiciary? There's something wrong with the judiciary, Mr. Roba. Please, even if the government has failed, do not defend the Kenyan judiciary. It is the worst judiciary on the planet Earth. I'm sorry to say that.
Okay, Roba, wait. Alex.
Roba, I've been appalled by your assumption that the government has a lot to do with the failure of the judiciary. The judiciary is an arm of government that is headed by the Chief Justice. And over the past 10 years, the judiciary was given so much power, more than any other arm of the government. Do you know that it is the only arm of government that can stop the two, but nobody stops them? And it has reached a point whereby being a president in Kenya is an impossible task. Implementing the simplest of your manifesto, it just takes your enemy to go and get a court order and stops you from doing anything. I will remind you to go to YouTube and see 1 year ago where the CS Fred Matiang'i was chiding about the judiciary and how they've been frustrated by only one man in various things that they were doing, from passports, Huduma number, the simplest thing to curb corruption, one single identifier called Huduma number has been stopped by the judiciary. Let's take away everything and just put only the Huduma number. In Huduma number, you have your title of car, you have your birth certificate, you have your passport, you have everything like the Social Security. Then the judiciary stops it and says, it is wrong. We can't move on as a country where we have reached whereby you find somebody like you, an individual, you have like 5 plots, you have a house in Nairobi, you have in Kisii, you have in Nakuru, you have a few cars, you can't be identified. You have a case of a land case, it goes for 20 years because we can't have a single identifier and the court has blocked it. And there is not, we can't go anywhere beyond the courts. We are saying the courts are not perfect, neither are they too evil, but they have held us hostage that there are few things that we can do and move on as a country, but after them, where else if they stop you? We must check them because the people who ought to check them have become collaborators again. Today, when you look at cases, corruption cases, for example, let me take an example what Julia said. We have a governor who's still in office, who was jailed for a few days, and in the few days he was supposed to resign. He was not supposed to be a governor anymore. But the courts have refused to help us in the impeachment process, so that in the end, we find ourselves in always a laguna because they can interpret anything how they want, which is okay, but there are national issues that the courts has been so partisan and are moving us back. And we are saying they have to be checked. The powers they have today, it's not that they are taking us back to the Moi era. No, that's a lie, that they are taking us back to Moi era. You just want to give us a reference of fear so that you can give us a clout of fear to Moi era. We are not going to allow that. We will say the truth. It is holding us hostage. It is not about taking us back to Moi era. If the president can be given an opportunity to be a president for 5 years with the help of the judiciary, not blocking everything, so that in 5 years we can say Huduma number was given, it did not succeed, and therefore we can take him to court. You can't be blocking everything and saying that the courts are okay. We are not going to agree. Now the question is, when they do that, where do we go? I want you to answer me, Robert. For the issue like Huduma number, they have refused it. Where do we go after that?
Hey, Alex.
May
I think the case of Huduma number, if I'm not wrong, some of the argument was you want to put somebody's all information in one basket. How do we know that information is going to be protected?
Why we do it in Canada, we do it in the US, it's done all over the world.
Yeah, but the government was challenged and direct, and I think you also have to agree with me. They come up with a process, or they come up with some ideas, or to tell the court how the people's information will be protected. So they
Did you read that? They were told that. Did you read the verdict? Or you are just talking about it?
No, what I'm saying is, that's what I know. That was where the sticking point was. But let me come to my point. So you guys were telling us we should give the president power so that he can fire or do whatever he does to the judiciary.
I mean, Temba has already told you that the role of ombudsman is not what you are saying. Honestly, the problem is that you are defining ombudsman in a wrong way. Therefore, we are headed a wrong direction in this debate. Can we define what the ombudsman is so that we can stop this propaganda?
Do you want me to read for him, Mr. Vemba? I have
the read for it, because you are defining what is not right.
Yes, Julia, read it for him, because I asked here, that is what Black said, that, the judiciary is going to be controlled by the government, and Robert is running away with it. Go ahead, Julia.
Okay, we have maladministration. Maladministration is a primary role of the office of the ombudsman in Kenya. This maladministration is the actions of a government body that can be seen as causing an injustice. Number 2, administrative injustices. The commission looks into allegations of administrative injustice. This includes actions or decisions carried out by the public service or a failure to act when necessary. Number 3, misconduct and integrity issues. The office of the ombudsman in Kenya ensures compliance with the integrity requirements in the law of public officers. The commission investigates improper conduct, abuse of power, and misbehavior of public service. Number 4, advisory opinions and recommendations. The commission provides advisory opinions or proposals on the improvement of public administration. Number 5, capacity development in the government. Number 6, performance contracting. Number 7, alternative dispute resolution. Number 8, promotion of special rights. Number 9, promotion of constitutionalism. Number 10, access to information, ATIA. So that is in brief. You can read the details, so that it is not the president. We've not mentioned the president anywhere, Mr. Robert, there. I think this ombudsman is helping us implement chapter 6 of the Constitution.
You guys, you cannot.
The issue was who appointed him,
from your
who
mouth.
appoints the ombudsman.
No, wait. you see, let's be systematic. Okay, now we are done with the role of the ombudsman. You have seen there's nowhere the president is mentioned. Now, if you say appointment, the Chief Justice is appointed by the president. isn't it?
Mr. Demba, upon recommendation.
He's vetted by the
Upon
parliament. Is it not?
No,
Sorry, the JS. The
He's
JS.
appointed by. Your question, who he appoints? I mean, don't run away from your question. The issue is appointment. That is your question.
Black, who appoints the Chief Justice?
Sorry, who shortlists? There are a number of people that are brought. There's a number of names that is brought.
Who appoints?
Just
Black, who appoints? Please answer that.
Chief Justice. Again, you're not.
We are asking.
You want me to answer in your way, and I'm trying to come through my way. I cannot answer it your way. I'm trying to.
You see, Black, you are the one who's complicating the debate. You know what?
What
Black,
I'm saying is this.
hold on.
There's a process that before it comes to the president, the name comes to the president.
Even the appointment of the ombudsman, you have not looked at the process of appointment.
Parliamentary. It is not appointment and go. It has to go through parliament.
So let's be systematic, because now you are running away from the role. Now you are going appointment. Now we have asked you if appointment alone can make the president control. The president appoints the what? He appoints the Chief Justice, isn't it? He appoints the Chief Justice, right?
After going through what?
I know you're not after, but he's the one who appoints, isn't it?
Who comes up with the name and present it to the president for him to appoint? Is it him that picks a name and says I will appoint him? Or the names are present?
Wait, Black. You have said the issue is appointment. Does the president appoint, yes or no?
He has the final say.
Does he appoint, yes or no?
Yeah.
He has the final say, so yes.
Good.
If he declines it,
therefore, does it suggest that he controls the judiciary because he appoints the Chief Justice?
We also have to look at the fact that he will be controlling parliament through the prime minister, whom he appointed. So he can, please, just a minute. He can have his hand in the selection of the actual shortlisted candidate to be appointed as the ombudsman. If today he decides and say, Temba, I want Temba to be selected as the ombudsman, he'll come there for the interview, but please make sure that you select him. Okay? So the prime minister will go and whip his people, because we are taking into the assumption that he'll be having the majority in parliament, isn't it? So are you trying to tell me that he'll not be able to whip them if he already has control of the prime minister, who the prime minister has a control of the parliamentarians, assuming they have the majority? Of course, yes. He has a say. Okay, he can decide today that I want out of the 10. He can decide out of the 10 names that have been brought to parliament, I would like you to choose Temba as the ombudsman. Okay. Now tell me who will stop that from happening. Okay, that's so the problem.
What I'm picking from you, anyway, let me, before I make my comment, because I might probably, preempt what someone else wanted to comment. Let's hear Robert, and then I bring in Mato. Robert.
I wanted to say something, just I was finishing. Alex was talking about the way courts stop proceedings and actions of some things. I would also like to ask Robert, what about the way that courts had stopped demolitions of houses of the poor people? Were they wrong in doing that? Should they have just let the demolitions to go ahead? Alex, would it have been proper if the courts would it have been proper that the courts would have just allowed the demolitions of the houses for the poor people to go ahead?
But let's finish what we have, not him just asking all the questions and us wanting to answer him 24/7.
Black,
I just asked two questions.
You're all over. Black, wait, you're all over.
Alex.
You're all over. hold on. Let's first of all move step by step. I wanted to bring Robert to finish a point he was making, and then now the next point that you guys are trying to bring across is the court processes. All right, and what are the rights of the accused and the rights of the accuser? What happens? I mean, when someone goes and gets a court order, you know, they say that the law is an ass. It can be flogged either way, right? So we need to appreciate when we are speaking in this context. We have serious concerns about the judiciary, and again, also there are also the processes of the court, right? That's why you have from down up to upper court, you know. So I want to hear Robert. There's a point he was making. Then I get back to that point, and let's just be systematic, so that we are not losing the other people who are. Am I misleading? I'm not saying anything. Now you're telling me I'm misleading.
No, okay. I want to be okay. I want to be quick on this one here. I'm not going to sit down here and say the judiciary are perfect. If I do that, then I'm lying. But what I'm saying is, look where we have come from. And somebody here, I remember a few minutes ago, he was asking, what is the solution? Let me give you the solution. And I've been saying this one here. Let us involve the county government on this. If we empower county government, the power spreads. So everything's Nairobi, and other places. Let us have judicial even the local level. And what I mean is, we should even be allowed to vote for a prosecutor in every county, if it means that. That's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you. There's a yes, Alex. I'm not before I bring Alex. Mato, what do you want to say?
You know, it's so funny. I've listened because I was in the back. Nilikuwa narani kitu Black akikuja. And Black, you know, we did a good thing. Black, nimesikia ukiingilia Alex sana na ukiingilia watu wengine wameongea hapa hivi about ombudsman. It came when we were talking. Black, at the end of the day, every civil servant, especially the big ones, they have to go through the president's desk. So huwezi kuja hapa hivi uanze kutudanganya, uanze kutuambia, and I will not let you do it. Uanze kutuambia ati who appoints who. No, the president does not appoint. He signs into law. Nani amekuja? He signs. He has to sign as the president. He's the president of the Republic of Kenya. Hata ikiwa ni wewe, by the way, utasign mtu mwenye is your enemy.
Can he say no?
It's a constitutional obligation for you to sign for them to be legally, even for some laws that you don't even like as a president, for you to sign for them to be put into law. Kuna law inaweza toka parliament au pendi, by the way, imetoka kwa your worst enemy, your what do you call this? Your biggest opposition. But you know what? It comes to your desk. And as the president, even though you don't like it, you have to sign it for it to be a law. So usiseme ati sijui nani anatuandikia hapa hivi. Let me ask you a question real quick. How many judges today, kwa ile list Uhuru alikuwa amepewa, how many of them are judges today? He had a choice for that one. He said, hawa wako na shida kidogo, hawa sita sign. And you know what? Also, for you to be that leader of that country, you have to know what to sign, because kuna vitu zingine tutataka usign ndo zikuje zikuwe law, and then you don't sign. Now, just the fact that the president of the country being black is the Kenyan president of Kenya, and then the ombudsman comes there. What the ombudsman is supposed to take care of the judiciary And like Alex also, I mean, saying, and a lot of people also said here, we have to have some measures. Even if when you go to the military have their military police, somebody to take care of them, somebody to watch over them. Even on that, and then it comes to you, and you're the only person who can make it law. Sometimes you will sign some things that you don't even like yourself. But why? Because the other side likes it. But now, at that point, are you the one that said everything? No. It's just your constitutional obligation of what constitution is, that you are the one that is going to make it official. And you have to do it whether you like it or you don't like it. And that's where the leadership comes in, because sometimes you're going to do things that you don't even like yourself, but because everybody wants to do, people have come up with something, there's a bill that has come there. Hii kitu ya kusema sijui ati just because I'm the president and I sign a bill on something, I'm the one that appointed. Stop it, man. There's so many things that works before that bill or that thing that becomes the president that has to say it comes to your table. Please, let's not play games about this thing. I'm sorry, hiyo imefanya nirudi na nilikuwa nishaenda anyway. I was watching you guys from afar, but I heard Black. Think about it. Go read the Constitution.
Ndeto,
Yes, Mr. Yes.
it is not a must that the president has to sign. The president has also the power of veto. Let us remember that. There are things that we can agree and everybody agrees. And the president has unprecedented power called veto. So not everything that comes to him he must sign. Let us also remember that. He can veto it. So in as much as we may agree with that, but the president has the power of veto. And that is why he's the president.
But Alex, the other day I asked the same question over here. I think you are here. I hope you are here, because if you remember that question that I asked, what if people bring something to the president so many times and he keeps on saying, no, I'm not going to sign that. He keeps on going. And somebody told me that it's going to pass through the parliament twice. And then after that, then it has to pass even though the president hasn't won. And that's the constitution that we're trying to figure out. But sometimes we are coming here just being political, especially some people calling us, people, diaspora and stuff like that. Like we don't understand this thing. But so, Alex, this is straight to you. How? Because I think you were here. If my memory, serves me right, when I asked about that, if the president says, I'm not going to sign this, and somebody told me that it has to go back to the parliament, and then it comes again, and if he doesn't, sign it the next time, then now it's law by the parliament.
You remember the 6 judges that the president refused to sign?
That's why I reminded him that the president has the power of veto. That's why I made it clear. That is his constitutional power, okay? And we can't take, that's why he's the president. That is the privilege of a president, which we can't take away. So, but I will tell my friend Dato, let us not open another topic, because Black already opened another topic and we forgot the topic we had, because we are having here 6 topics at a go. So I think Themba should tell us what, because Black has taken the time from the previous topic that we had. Remember when me and Roba and others were here. But I don't want to open that.
I can answer Martin real quick. I can answer Martin real quick what it means, if you want. Hey, Martin, the only way that thing becomes law, if 2/3 of parliament, they can override the president if he refuses to sign. If it passes 2/3 of parliament.
And it is also good to note that it is most certainly sure that the president will be controlling the parliament, because he'll be having his troops there. So most likely only the bills that he would want to go through will go through the voting, because he'll surely have the majority. And the ones that he doesn't want will not go through, because he still has the majority to vote them down.
Temba.
So who has the
Black,
power?
if you have a constitutional right and you do something, does that mean that you have everybody has to follow you just because you're the one that did it? Come on, man. Argue like a grown
In
up.
parliament, it's all about the
Hold on,
majority takes the day, the
Temba
minority
will
have their say.
propose that Nyerere, Temba,
Hold on,
I will
Black.
propose Nyerere, Makiadi, and Omar to speak, because it's going to get a point whereby you'll start saying we finish up, and these people haven't made their submission.
Yes, it's
That's
actually
being
getting that
unfair.
point. But we are getting
Yes.
right there. But before that, we have introduced many topics and subtopics, and we seem not to be exhausting or even conclusively, which we might not generally. I believe we might not, because it is the nature of debate, right? That at times we may hold certain areas and lines of argument that may not necessarily converge, which is also okay. All right, it is not wrong if we don't come up with an agreement. We disagree agreeably. That is the nature of debate. They say, okay, fine, you have made your point, I've made my point, I've made my argument, you've made your argument. And the best way to look at it is there are many listeners who are also making their minds out of what we are presenting. And probably from there, the health and the richness of the engagement is going to make someone to want to read more and to want to appreciate certain ways of looking at it. I'm sure right now, Black, you have a little insight on what an ombudsman is, as opposed to probably what you had when you came. But you can choose to still stick by your earlier definition, which is also okay. But the richness of it is we have looked at the whole of it, and hoping that we can continue, engaging. We can continue engaging. And as I keep saying every time here, we don't have to converge. We don't have to say that now we have agreed. No, that's not the essence. The essence is to open your mind, vent, speak to it, speak to the topic, give the different variations of what we think is what we believe about the topic of discussion, and then we leave for the masses to now look at it and interrogate it, and they will. People here, I think, are gaining a lot from our presentations, and they are also going to interrogate whichever side. And that is how we grow knowledge and how we grow information. Because I believe people are going to sit down and read and look at some of the things you have mentioned here. Look at the various perspectives that we have given. And I think that is the richness of our engagement here. Personally, I don't look forward to us completely agreeing. There's a problem, actually, Black. If you find us, 9 of us, getting out of this place, and they say that if 5 people are agreeing all the time, there are 4 people who are not thinking. 1 person is doing the thinking. So it is important that you keep having that richness of thought, which I think is a good thing. So let me bring in Nyerere. He's been sitting here quietly listening. I'm sure you have a view on one or any of the topics that were there. The thing in the evening right now, we don't confine you, right? We don't confine you to what is down there. By this time, people have really talked and talked and talked. So you might run into the danger of repeating what someone else said. So that does not really so much benefit those who are here, because most likely what you're going to say has been said here like by 10, 20 people. So it doesn't really make a lot of add a lot of value. But go on, Nyerere.
Hello, Jambo.
Yeah, Jambo, karibu.
Sasa mimi kwangu naenda ile mahali tulianzia maneno ya deputy presidency, hiyo maneno ya ombudsman and whatever PIECE. Hiyo wacha tukichukua serikali
kudu wako ni audio, kuna sijui ni mic yako ama what is happening there?
Maybe it's not me, somebody is putting his mic on.
Oh yeah. Sorry, there's this guy. Okay, there you go. Right.
Sasa, what I'm trying to say needs seconds of Kalonzo Musyoka. To my side, I've been following this guy from it's long time ago now. All the time when it comes the season of election, there must be a problem all the time. And this time it seems that there must be a problem again. If in case our presidential aspirant, that's Raila Amolo Odinga, angeonelea yeye mwenyewe akae chini ajue ya kwamba mtu ambaye anastahili awe msaidizi wake ni nani. But to my side, I had to propose Martha Karua. That's the best candidate ambaye ataweza fanya kazi na yeye. But ukiangalia maneno ya vile imekuwa kwa media all the time, just ni kama amekuwa furious, amekasirika, watu wameongea hivi na hivi kuzi yake nini asimu Kikuyu. You see, those things are not at least does not bring any value. In the case of BBI, nilikuwa nimesema kidogo hapo, hiyo kitu mahali ilikuwa imefika, tulikuwa imefika mwisho. But it came on the way, ikanyamazishwa by our opponents. But all in all, hakuna kitu kimeharibika. Tumejifunza mengi, yale tumejifunza. As the time goes by, teams come on board na mambo yote yatakuwa mzuri. Thank you.
Okay, asante. Makiadi, karibu.
Thank you, Demba. I think there's an echo somewhere. Thank you, Nyeri. I think that was your mic. So I just want to say hi to all the panelists. I've been listening to this show the whole day, and I just want to pick and make a statement from where you left. I found you guys talking about the courts. I don't know if I will be out of line, but I just want to make a few statements about the courts here. You know, I had a lot of faith in Kenyan courts until I think the 2013, if I'm not wrong, judgment by the one Dr. Willie Mutunga. Willie Mutunga came to the court and made a brief statement and said he's going to publish the rest of the judgment. It's almost, from 2013 up to now, November. How many years are those? 9 years? No one knew the basis under which they made their decisions. And so, moving forward, there has been a trend. The Supreme Court took case in the 2017 election. All the judges were on vacation except Maraga. The IEBC disobeyed the orders that were given to it, and they were never sanctioned. The DCI boss was jailed by one of the High Court judges. He never went to jail. He disobeyed the orders, and he went to appeal. Gachagua, Jumwa, all have their cases postponed so that they can campaign. So the big question is there a problem with our judiciary? The answer is yes. Are we better off than we were before the Constitution, the 2010 Constitutions? Yes, but we still have room for improvement. The other big question is the Ombudsman Office a solution to the current problem affecting the judiciary? I would say yes and no, simply because the Ombudsman can also be subject to interference. He can also be contained and controlled, with things like budget cuts and pressure from the executive. So it's going to take more than the appointment of an ombudsman to have our judiciary reformed. Let me stop there with the judiciary. Now let me go to today's topics. I'll start with the State House deal for the Igathe State House, the Igathe meeting that basically selected him as a candidate for Jubilee. I think Igathe is a very lucky man. He's a very lucky son of a woman. If you can be changing jobs the way Igathe changes his jobs, then you must be born, a lucky person. Igathe quit his job when he was working with the Sonko. I don't know under what circumstances he left. And this year again, he comes back to us for the same job, but now he wants a promotion to a governor. The question here is, who is fronting Igathe?
Richie, he had quit Vivo Energy before that.
Thank you, Martin, for the clarification. So he's been quitting jobs, very, very, very good jobs, very high-paying jobs, to come into politics. And when he comes into politics, he has never campaigned. In 2017, it was given to him on a silver platter. He came in late. Sonko was already doing the groundwork. This year again, we are almost 3 months to the election. And Igathe has come up again saying he wants now to be governor that he was and never performed. And now he wants to be a governor. The question is, who is fronting him and why do they need him there? I believe Igathe is one of the people who will be captured. Alex mentioned here a group of people called Mount Kenya Mafia. I do not know what interest they have in Nairobi, because I don't believe they own everything in Nairobi. But I believe if Igathe goes for that top job and gets it, he's going to be a captive of Mount Kenya Foundation. Their interests in the city, I do not know. Sakaja will also be a captive of William Ruto. Sakaja has no financial muscle to sustain a governorship campaign in Nairobi. So basically the person who funds him will be calling the shots. And from what I know that from the previous experiences I've had, especially with the Sonko and Kidero, we've seen even primary school land being hived from schools just for the so-called private developers to build their concrete jungle. What happened? Zero, nothing. Did we have governors? Yes. Did they have the power to intervene? Yes, they did. Did they do anything? No, they didn't. So these are guys that have been captured, and we are looking at a situation whereby if the two, either Sakaja or Igathe, come into office, we are going to have another Nairobi capture for the next 5 years. I believe Tim Wanyonyi is an open-minded person. He's independent, he's a sober thinker, and if I was to be asked, I would front him as the next candidate for the next election in terms of Nairobi governorship. Moving on to party nominations. Party nominations are chaotic. It's not just in UDA, it also affects ODM. I was watching the news today and I saw a lot of chaos. In Kisumu, there was chaos. I think in Nakuru, there was chaos. So what happened to having a free and fair elections? We look at the developed countries around the world. People walk into polling stations without even an agent. They put their ballot there and they walk out, and their ballot counts. So Kenyans, we have a long way to go. Looking at the fallout that comes after people feel that they have been rigged out, and then they move to independent. Some of them support a different political party. The big question is, do we have politicians who have an ideology? Do we have politicians who believe in a political ideology? I believe in Kenya we don't. And so for me, the politicians we have in Kenya are just there for selfish gains. They are in politics for money, and they do not have a political stand whatsoever. Now, the person, like I said yesterday, the person who is going to minimize the damage that emanates from the nomination process will definitely have an easy time campaigning post the nomination processes. When I look at UDA, they have a big problem. When I look at ODM and these other parties, they still have a big problem. Now, I want to, sign off on the issue of Ruto in Nyeri. I think reading from the statements that William Ruto posted today that Kenya needs a country that has leaders who are God-led or something. There's a statement he made that sounds like leaders should be people, I don't know, people who are selected by God or something. I don't know. It's a crazy statement, but I think this is something that is very dangerous to our country. Our constitution advocates for freedom of religion. And therefore, I normally don't advocate for a situation whereby leaders want to impose their religious beliefs on everybody in the country. We have Muslims in Kenya, we have Indians in Kenya, we have Sikhs in Kenya, we have Dinia Wanyonyi, we have people from Dinia Musambwa, everybody, and everybody's freedom to religion is guaranteed in the constitution. And so I think it is a very dangerous trend when a certain political party wants to portray themselves as God chosen. It's a wrong thing to portray that they only speak, they are like the advocates of God. And it's like they are sending a message that if you don't elect us, then your country is going to the dogs. I think that is dangerous. It is wrong for the other religions. And I believe this thing should be condemned with all the strength it deserves. I'll leave it there, and then maybe I'll come in to make a few statements later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Who is this? There's this other person who joined us. I'm trying to look for that. Is it Collins or what? Collins?
Omar.
Habari gani, Omar? Omar, how are you? Omar.
Unanisikia vizuri?
Nakusikia. Haya, ongea tafadhali.
Haya, huyo ni Omar kutoka Pennsylvania.
Audio yako?
Mzuri sana, ndio hii platform nitafuata hii kazi hapa hii wanaacha kiasi.
Okay, hatukupati vizuri. Can you work on your audio?
Msikiza vizuri?
Hatukupati. You can drop off and come back again kama ushatengeza audio. We will yeah, it's okay. We will take another round, maybe kuanzia hapo kwa Julia tukikuja hivi Black, then and then after that now we start taking our closing remark. Kwanza na Julia.
Okay, I want to say something about I don't know why people have a problem with Igathe. When I was listening to Makiadi, the only negative thing he said is that Igathe is very lucky. He jumps from one point to another. But if I can recall well, I think Igathe resigned from working with Sonko because he couldn't agree with Sonko's policy. And I think if we search, it has to do with corruption issues in the Sonko government. So we can attribute that to him. And when Makiadi is talking about this other guy, I didn't hear any attributes of what you think he has. He has better qualities. I mean, the Wanyonyi man than Igathe. However, going forward, I think I will expect that ODM and Jubilee will agree on the people to represent them, because if they do not, and they start arguing the way we are arguing, I think they are out for a big defeat in Nairobi, because we can't run away from the politics of tribe in Nairobi. Some people were arguing here earlier that they think Sonko did not win genuinely. I also do not think he actually won genuinely. I mean, I don't trust, I really don't trust that election process at all. Somebody's, Mr. Black, I think you need to mute. Thank you. So I don't think that Sonko had that overwhelming win like it appeared, but I also want to believe that he had a bigger command than Kidero, because it was a tribal blocking thing. So I think for once the Kambas in Nairobi voted for Sonko, even those who are in Wiper, even those who are voting for Raila as the presidency. I think for governor they voted for Sonko. So there's those that tribal backing in Nairobi that is still going to play. We cannot run away from that. So I think Azimio and the Azimio parties are going to look at it as they decide who is the best candidate to front. For me, I am not taking sides. If we have Igathe, Wanyonyi, it's okay. For me, if we have Wanyonyi, Igathe, it's okay, whichever way they want to look at it. I think any one of them scores better than the other. And to add on that about Nairobi, I think Nairobi needs a manager, more of somebody who has administration skills and effective management skills more than a politician. Because Nairobi, we need somebody who can do what NMS is doing. We appreciate the performance of NMS in Nairobi, and we can say that we are seeing like they're doing a better job. I was giving an illustration earlier here that since the army took over Rivertex, I think we are seeing some kind of better performance. I can't say the best performance, but I can use the word better. I was sharing here that the other day I see clothes in Walmart made by Rivertex, Kenya. So made and manufactured in Kenya. I see that in Walmart. I even took some pictures some time back. Like, this is impressive that we have clothes that are made in Kenya. And I think that just came the other day. So we need someone who is going to perform. We don't need politicking in Nairobi. We want someone who will clean up our city. We want someone who will be accountable. We want someone who is informed. We don't want ignorance. We can no longer do with ignorance in Nairobi. And not just Nairobi, I think in the rest of our counties. We can't do with this high level ignorance. So politicking is, politicians are good, but we need politicians who are performers, who are informed, who are a little bit educated. These politicians were fighting people with first degree, but I think that is the way to go. Now, look at someone like Oscar Sudi. You know why these politicians hurl these insults? Sometimes it's because they have some level of barbarism in their lives. And sometimes when you take people to schools, not everybody changes. It's not that everyone who goes to school changes or becomes educated, but there's some level of information you acquire that makes you change and decide that I cannot utter this kind of words in public. I cannot do 1, 2, 3. So we need someone with good management skills in Nairobi. So even as we argue between Wanyonyi and Igathe, let us ask ourselves as Kenyans, what do we want for our city? So I don't want to take a side of Igathe or Wanyonyi, but I hope that the Azimio partners are going to make the best decision when it comes to Nairobi. Now, the party nomination consensus or coercion, I don't know. I think both will work. I think people should have a democratic right to decide whom they want. That's why we have many independent candidates. But I think there are also parties that are doing well when they decide on their candidate, especially if they are going to look at integrity. When deciding who to have as their nominees. So I think that the two things will play. Digital or analog is impressive that we are going digital. I think somebody is saying that IBC should borrow that. And I think Ruto in Nyeri, I didn't pay attention to that. I really pay attention to what Ruto does. Jubilee 6PIECE, now, even though we appreciate the independent candidates, going forward, 6PIECE, especially in Mount Kenya region. And I have been thanking the people of Mount Kenya region. I can see you've been paying attention to mwito wangu. So pia leo natoa mwito. Kama mnasikia mwito wangu wa kuvuka sakafu, naomba msikie huo mwito, Operation Chase UDA out of Mount Kenya region. 6PIECE, Azimio ndani, ndani, ndani. Thank you, Themba.
We ni kama unafunga. Haya, sawa. Black. Black, sikusikii. Unmute Black.
Wanisikia?
Sasa nisikia.
Sana. Okay. Me on the issue of Igathe, first of all, before we proceed, we should ask ourselves why in the first place he turned down the offer of being the deputy governor after going all the way until they won the elections with Sonko. Now, upon being asked the reasons as to why he had to step down or resign, he mentioned that he failed to earn the trust of Sonko. That was his main reason. Now, we should also ask ourselves another question. Why did Sonko fail to trust this guy? Now, it takes me back to what I think Makiadi was saying, that Igathe could be pushed by some business people, commonly referred to as the Mount Kenya Mafia, to get in as to vie for the governorship. And of course, for any businessman, they have to get the return on investment. See, they cannot invest in something whereby they're not going to get return of whatever they put in, isn't it? So I think with that in mind, the fact that his governor could not trust him, and we already have this idea that he could be fronted by some persons that are business oriented. Maybe his actual core reason of wanting to get into that governorship is not for the people of Nairobi. And that could be a scare, at the end of the day. So in my view, I'll be ish on Igathe. Now, as to who would be best, just like Julia said, I think it would be best to just leave it for the people of Nairobi to decide. At the end of the day, the majority will take the day. I think that's all I had to say for that, because I'd already spoken on the other issues previously before this. So I don't want to take much of everybody else's time.
Thank you, Black. Alex.
Yeah, I will turn around and bring another issue that maybe we didn't dwell on today so much, but kind of excited me as a student of politics, and I think I'm learning that in as much as we may think that a certain area embraces democracy, I've come to love the county of Nandi. I'm in love. I wish I was in the county of Nandi. I wish I was a Nandi. The county of Nandi in 2013 elected its first governor and the county assembly. Come 2017, it did an overhaul. And this time around, it has done it again, save for very few seats. But more so, there is this young man called Alfred Keter, very interesting figure. A person who has been fought, but yet today the people of Nandi stood by him and told off the deputy president. And I think I like his politics in that. And this is what we were talking earlier. We must reserve our politics to be independent. The reason you came to politics is not to just be euphoric and follow the aspiration of other larger amorphous group and leave the people who elected you. In as much as Alfred made his noise and he was anti-DP on many issues, many people feared that this will be his end. In fact, you saw today, an entourage was sent there, Sudi being one of them. Big-mouthed Baraza was there, a person who doesn't have ethics of the podium with his usual verbal diarrhea, and they were sending venoms as if the person had lost the ground. And for some reason, we were terrified and we said, man, run as an independent. But the guy stood firm to the last minute. And I was worried, what is this guy doing? This is a man who has stood by his people, done his job right, criticized where he needed to, and did his job right. And I've always opined here, there's a difference between doing the right thing and doing things right. The guy didn't do the right thing because he criticized DP. The question is, did he do things right? He did things right in his constituency. So when they came and looked at his work, they realized, why would we send home a person who has done his job? Now, Kenyans, I will urge you to look at the man, Alfred Keter, and ask yourself, is your MP of that caliber? Can he stand against Raila, Kalonzo, and the bigwigs of Azimio when they are going wrong and tell them off while doing his work back at home? And later on, we stand by him, vote for him, based on the contract that we had with him, based on the contract we had with him that he delivered. I think we must embrace that new politics. The Nandi people have shown us that, yes, we love our man called William Samoei Ruto, but he's not going to come here and dictate us what we are going to do. The man was subjected to humiliation and mental torture for the couple of days, even the funeral that was there a few days ago. And from what we heard, what we saw, some of us believed that he's gone. But thank God that the people in the ground realize when you do a good job. If your MP did not do a good job and get direct nomination, honestly, I'm blaming you for voting him. It's not about Azimio. It's not about Kenya Kwanza. It's about what somebody is doing. If your MP totally did nothing and got a direct nomination, you have an opportunity to do something. And that is why I'm saying I am more mesmerized with the people of Nandi County. I am not a person who gives congratulations easily, but I must congratulate these people because I think they are showing that democracy, internal democracy, is sufficient to uplift us, and we must not kill. You know, Bob Marley sang a song, how shall we kill our prophets while we stand? How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? But he says, I have no fear for atomic energy, for none of them can stop us at a time. We must not kill our politicians who are performing on the ground, but because they did not agree with one person who is not even a member of our constituency, then we just do some Stonic principle and die. Like Samson died with all those people one day. Said, if I'm dying, I will die with everybody. Our people, if your MP performed, bring him back. If he did not, like my MP in Kitutu Masaba, he must go because he did not perform. So I think congratulations to the people of Nandi County. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Robert.
Okay, my MP from South Mogrango, Mr. Soro. I can't wait when you get the hell out of my constituency. You've never performed. You are a liar. Some places where in our constituents, we even don't have electricity right now. And you know what I'm talking about. You are one person I support, Alex, what you just said. There are people who never performed. And yet, they got what we call direct tickets. Like Osoro, he got a direct ticket to run as a UTS South Mogrango. I know he's the only one there and a couple of people, yes, but you don't deserve to get a direct ticket. I'm one person who support those Kenyans. NMP. I don't care whether it's Orengo. I don't care who it is who got a direct ticket. Vote them out. Vote them out. Because all of us, we want equal playing field. We should not have people that, because we don't know how they perform, they get direct tickets as if they're special. I support that. Coming another thing I want to bring here, maybe some of you might make you uncomfortable, is the idea of politicians or Kenyans. We have developed this idea of bringing politics to funerals. I mean, I don't care. When people are grieving, people have beloved members of our family, their family have died. What I've come to realize now, that's where politicians go. I get it. They bring some money, yes, maybe it can help. But now has come the fact remains we have turned funerals to political arenas. I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, I don't know when I'll die. God knows. I hope nobody's going to speak politics on my funeral. And this idea of saying Mr. Ruto was in Nyeri, I did tune it in. I thought he asked, then I found it was a funeral. Instead of us telling us how somebody was, whatever it was, instead, it was a funeral. I mean, it was horror politics and other things going forward. I don't like it. So I want to disagree with Churi about this idea of saying he wants a 6-piece in central Kenya. Personally, I don't believe on that. I believe politics should be like, do what people say. I mean, what our politicians say. So to have a 6-piece, maybe it should be, like you said, from all the way down. Also think about it, when it comes to the local government, it's going to be chaotic. And that's why I can tell you, like Waiguru and other people, they got away with a lot of things because they have only one-sided members of our county assembly. I can give you an example. Go and look properly, you see that some counties where we had like kind of mixed up different people from different parties. That one, sometimes it works a little bit. But a situation where we have like everything is ODM all the way down, UDA all the way down, that might bring some problems when it comes to local issues. And for me, the way I just see it, let people vote whoever they want. It doesn't matter which party they belong to, as long as they win. And I see they are saying Baba was in Mombasa. I saw that. I expect the Baba to be here next week. If not, a few days, he's going to be in DC. Then from there, he's coming down here in San Francisco. And from there, by then, what surprised me was, by the time the deadline passes, he's going to be with Martha Karua and somewhere in the US. So I don't know. Maybe it's like I told somebody before. I think this is done. Martha Karua is going to be the running mate. Let's see what happens. But I'm still waiting what Mr. Ruto is going to bring on the table. If it's going to be conman and vice conman, hell with their conmen when it comes to election night. That's what I can tell. Thank you.
Mr. Robert, whom do you think is going to be? I'm sorry, Themba. Whom do you think is going to be, now that we are suspecting that Mother Karua is going to be the running mate for Baba? And whom do you think Ruto is likely to nominate for running mate?
No, he's going to get Gachao. He has no option right now.
Who? Gachagua?
Gachao, whatever his name is, that conman who doesn't even know how much money he has in the bank.
Wow.
The conman.
I don't know what the other members of the panel think. As you talk, Makiadi, can you interrogate that?
Yes. So Mother Karua is a done deal. I have my sources too. I have my sources. I know that for real. And we are preparing for Papa here in San Francisco. He's going to be here.
Robert, they're saying Ruto is gonna try and go with Minji.
Who is Minji?
Who is saying Miji, Mr. Makiadi? Or who talked? It's
Can somebody Minji? Is that a new name? I've never heard a person. Who's that?
Miji is Waigoro, Mr. Robert.
Oh, what? No. You know what? That's fine. They go there. Just they have 4 months to campaign together, and they get out of the hair out. Anyway, that's who they are. Oh, I didn't know it's Minji. Man, that's a new name. I can give her Matia, but maybe that one might fit her. Because if that's the case, I'm sorry. I'm sad to say that, unfortunately, it just looks like we have people who have corruption one side, and we have people who are fighting for people to survive on the other side. If it's Analogue Guru, then you know what? It's not good for Ruto anyway. It never looked good before. It's not going to be good anymore. I mean, I wish he could even try Musalia Mudavadi. Maybe he might just like he might take some victory rap if he gets a little bit. But that one's not going to work. That's my opinion. You never know when people wake up. But what I believe in is in democracy. If they win, we will support them. And if they start calling us, we fight them. But at this point, I think the Mata Karua, Raila Rarua ticket is done. So someone was talking about the Kalonzo. Let me tell you one thing. I'm sorry. Just like I was about to finish. I think Kalonzo came out just because he knew what's going to happen. He knows what's going to happen. He's just trying to put his names there, trying to protect, just in case it happens. At least you have some information. Yeah, at least we have some information. But if you, before we look at the history of Kalonzo, when they ran with Raila, he never came and demanded to be a vice president. They just kept quiet. Then things happened. Then we were shocked, or who's going to be the running mate. They come forward and we cheer. But this time, for him to come forward, a couple of days even before, to start claiming this Mamba vice presidents. And you know what makes me tired of this idea is just like only people from Cumberland. I love people from Canberra. I love them. Not all of them, of course. Why should we just like, oh, we want Mr. Kalonzo to be the vice president? They are demanding. I mean, I think that demand is wrong. What about he becomes a president and they lose? Well, what have you gained anyway? I'm one person who has said here, presidents or a candidate like Raila or Ruto, they should be given the opportunity to choose wherever they feel is comfortable to work with. This idea of trying to impose candidates on them, you have to choose so and so, I think that's where we get it wrong. I've been saying over and over again. That's why we have this issue of Uhuru and Ruto, because of what happened. Remember what happened? Remember, Ruto stood there. He said he appointed himself as the vice president of Musalia Mudavadi or Uhuru Kenyatta. He told them, square it out. Me, I'm going to be the vice president. What happened? Kenyatta and Mr. Lusa, I call him Mr. Lusa, Musalia Mudavadi, they came together, then Uhuru was the candidate. Now these people, when they came in, their aim was not like they liked one another or they had some ideas. They just wanted to win an election, get the power. And you see what happens? I'm telling you, that's why I'm saying, if it was not about the constitution, these people could be shooting one another to hell. These things could be out of control. And I thank Uhuru Kenyatta because he can control his emotions. Because what Ruto has done, I mean, if it was another country, hell, we could be just having a country on fire right now. So let us give the candidates to choose their running mates who they feel they're comfortable. Let us not impose some candidates on them. That's the way I feel. If somebody feels the other way around, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I feel.
Julia, let me try to answer that. I think after the nomination of UDA, the UDA brigade, who are been given this awful, I call it awful duty to look for a DP, are having nightmares. Because when you look at the so-called their bedrock whereby they thought everything is right, with what is happening with Susan Kihika again and what she's coming out revealing of a few, 2-3 things, DP Ruto will just go for a running mate that will just fill the slot, not a person who will be able to help him in any way. I think the prophecy has come true that by the end of April or the beginning of May, the Mount Kenya was going to be a very volatile political place for DP Ruto. And I'm looking at it from an independent point of view that if Ruto was to have a strong candidate from Central, it can't be Wahome, it can't be Igathe, it can't be everybody that really surrounds him today. I wish he was more closer to business associates, a person like Igathe or somebody from the Human Rights Commission. Somebody like Obama, when he ran, he did not have the foreign experience which needed him to handle the Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan, and he brought Biden inside. Because of the issue of corruption and other issues, he needs to get somebody like Karua. But I don't see anybody on inside who, especially from Central, who has that record. Unless Willie Mutunga decides to run with him. But from the point of view of his weakness, Ruto does not have anybody right now who can save him with the numbers or can propel him. That is my own view, because I saw a circular today, I don't know if it was propaganda or not, that Musalia Mudavadi wants the finance docket from William Ruto, and they have already offered it to him. So, which puts him out. So, where we are seated, the 4 people from Central, after the nomination, I don't see anybody except Kindiki. I don't know if Kindiki is willing to run as a deputy or is going to defend whatever he's already put himself to. Those are my views.
What about Muturi, Alex? Does Muturi stand a chance? Can Muturi vie for as deputy president, or does the law allow him now that he's a speaker, or what are the consequences?
Whether it allowed him, the 2 people don't have chemistry. Muturi is throwing tantrums because he thought he was going to be the next kingmaker from Mount Kenya. Even, I don't know, it says he inaugurated himself as the king, only to find that Sagana too, the president said, a son cannot take over Boma kama baba hajakufa. So I think the guy is just throwing tantrums, no power, no vote, no caucus, nothing. I mean, he comes with nothing. Martha Karua comes with many things to us that can bring votes from Central. I don't think Muturi comes with anything.
That's right, Alex. When I went to the Mount Kenya, facing Mount Kenya on Friday, and there was this young man who is so controversial, like he's in UDA, but he said one thing. He said if Baba appoints Mother Karua as running mate, they are all going to turn back and vote for Baba. That surprised me. I didn't know that they were paying attention who is going to be Baba's running mate.
I think that needs to be. I think if Papa points, like I know he's going to, it's going to change the way the campaign going forward. If he gets, like, or some of you are guessing, if he gets the governor of Kirinyaga, then it's going to be people who fought for democracy, people who wants to end corruption versus people who are promoting corruption. And that's not good for Mr. Ruto. You talked of Mr. Muturi. You know, Muturi, there's something here, I think I might be wrong. I think within Mount Kenya, there is the Embu people, where I think he comes from Embu, if I'm not wrong, or they just feel like they are told they are Mount Kenya, but they have never shared the cake of Mount Kenya when it comes to leadership. So this time Muturi thought is going to be given that mantra from Uhuru Kenyatta, but he has just realized, I mean, like somebody, he said, you know, Muturi said, yeye ni mkuu hawezi kupangwa. Na huyu mama alienda huko kwa bunge kapanga Muturi very, very good. I mean, he lost everything there. He lost everything. Muturi cannot make it. I think he's done. He's done. He's done. That's the way I just feel.
Good. Hello. Hold on, Alex. Let's allow Makiadi to give his submission. Makiadi, you can give your submission and then also you read for us you finish the chapter 4. Tunaimaliza leo ama?
It's too long. It's too long. We can finish.
Before Makiadi asome chapter. I thought that was the last one.
Yeah?
I haven't given my submission. Kama Makiadi anasoma chapter, si hizo tunafanyanga za mwisho alafu maombi. Si you let me give my submission.
Wacha asome chapter ukiwa hapa, alafu utatoa submission yako. Najua ukisema submission
Siendi mahali, nitasikiza tu mpaka mwisho. Let me just finish it.
Makiadi toa submission alafu usome hiyo chapter, hiyo asomi chapter na anasoma nini article. Kama bado wako hapa.
Okay, sawa. Mimi yangu nitaanza na kujibu Julia. The reason why NMS hii jeshi na perform vizuri is because they don't have to answer any political questions. They only do the managerial thing, they implement projects, but then when it comes to accountability, they do not answer to the county assembly. Now, you said that Nairobi needs a manager. I think the seat of governor does not just need a manager, it also needs a politician, and a good politician. Why? Because of accountability. Do you see accountability in Igathe? Can he sustain the political pressure if anything goes wrong? Can he go to the county assembly and answer? Can he go to the Senate and answer? For me, I think not. I'll point you to Tim Wanyonyi's record. Tim Wanyonyi, the MP for Westlands. For me, Tim Wanyonyi is a manifestation of what we call disability is not inability. Let me read you an extract here from one of the articles. It says that although Westlands has some of the highest income areas in the city, it also has many informal sectors. This includes Kangemi, Deep Sea, Kibarage, Mji wa Huruma, Nduboine, and Githogoro. Many people in these areas live from hand to mouth. Their children flock to public schools, with some entirely depending on CDF bursaries for their education. For several years, opinion polls by leading pollsters, Infotrack and Ipsos Synovate, have ranked Westlands MP Tim Wanyonyi as the best performing legislature among the 17 MPs in the capital. So we are talking about a person who has a track record, not just in terms of managing CDF, but in terms of economic empowerment to the people of Westlands. He has many slums, he has low income areas in those areas, but the initiatives that he has initiated have had an impact in the residents of Westlands. And that is why I insist here that he's a free, independent thinker. He is one person who cannot be held hostage by any political elite or cartels, compared to Igathe, who is being fronted just to protect the interest of a few individuals, and Sakaja, who is a proxy of the deputy president. If Sakaja gets this seat, then I can assure you that all the playgrounds in Nairobi that are still remaining will be converted into concrete jungles. Now, and then I can go just briefly to read, or Julia, you wanted to counter, and then I can read
No,
the one.
you didn't say anything about Muturi and and the
Okay.
rest.
Okay, so for Motiri, I was watching something here, and they had a documentary about Gachagua, and they said he's one of the person that is being considered as the deputy president candidate for William Ruto. You know, the only interesting thing about Gachagua is that although he's a staunch supporter of the deputy president, he has a corruption case. He has a corruption case that is potentially devastating to his career. If I was advising KKA, I would tell KKA to avoid Rigathi Gachagua as a plague, because if anything goes wrong, then he's going down, and he will go down with the thunder. Now, coming to Minji Minji, I don't think Minji Minji is that stupid to let her career go away by trying to chase the wind in terms of finding, the presidency and the deputy presidency under William Ruto. I think she will maintain her candidature in Kenya, and probably she might win or she might not win. The person that I think would or will be the deputy president candidate for KKA stroke William Ruto might be Kindiki Kithure. That is the only person, because after all, if he loses, then they are going to nominate him back to Senate. The rest, I don't think so.
Kindiki is vying for governorship, right? I thought he's vying for governorship against.
No, there's a guy called Modhomi Njuki, right? From Tharaka Nithi.
Modhomi Njuki is in Tharaka Nithi.
Yeah, and Kindiki is a senator for Tharaka Nithi.
Meru.
No. The Meru senator right now. Yeah, the Meru senator ni huyu anashikagwa kwa lodging akiwa amepotea room. Huyo ndio Meru senator wa sahi.
Who is competing Kiraitu?
That Meru senator guy.
Okay, got you.
Huyu jamaa wa lodging huyu ndio anang'ang'ana na nani? Linturi.
Oh, Linturi. Yeah.
And then in Tharaka Nithi, the senator I think is still trying to maintain his seat, who is Kindiki. And then the governor is Modhomi Njuki under UDA.
I think you got the picture. I think that could be the running mate.
Yeah, so the rest of the people, I think they have a lot of baggage, and I know Ruto will try to, portray himself as a clean person. If he gets somebody like Gachagua, who has over 250 million shillings in his account, which he says he don't know where it came from, then they can be painted as a corrupt ticket, and that will be to their downfall. I don't know if anybody has anything before I read that chapter. It's a small one anyway.
I was hoping I'll put my finishing remarks, but Demba says you have to do that before. But I wanted to do my finishing remarks before you do that, so that's a closing.
Well, Martin, why are you rigging? Najua rigging, it takes place in many forms.
No, but
Richard,
Demba, everybody else has
Makiadi,
done their finishing except me. You
Makiadi,
just have to let me finish, then, so that when Richard does his chapter, then we do the prayer. See, I should finish like everybody else.
Makiadi, read it's just a small nini, alafu wachie Martina afanye nini.
Okay, so sawa. Jana tulisoma 27, I think, na 28. Today we are reading 29, article 29 of chapter 4. And let me just go 29. So 29 talks about freedom and security of the person. Freedom and security of the person. It says that every person has the right to freedom and security of the person, which includes right to be right not to be deprived of freedom arbitrarily or without just cause, B, detained without trial, except during a state of emergency, in which case the detention is subject to Article 58, C, subject to any form of violence from either public or private sources, D, subject to torture in any manner, whether physical or psychological, E, subject to corporal punishment, or F, treated or punished in a cruel, inhumane, or degrading manner. 30, slavery, servitude, and forced labor. 1, a person shall not be held in slavery or servitude. 2, a person shall not be required to perform forced labor. And that's it. Tomorrow we'll be reading about privacy, Article 31.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ndeto, you are going to make your submission and kindly prepare to do for us the national anthem. Yesterday you ulihepa na today tena nilikuwa najua unataka kuhepa, so nimekufunga hapa ili utoe submission yako na utoe the prayers. Ndeto.
Saa unaona karibu nishatolewa, but well, si mi nafanya prayers, Alex atatufanyia leo. I know hapo ndo ulikuwa unanikimbiza, but
Nilikuwa nakufunga kabisa, nilikujua, nilikuonea 18.
siko huko, ni Alex anatufungia leo, aje tufungia na kujua wewe, nishakujua mi. Sasa umenifanya. Anyway, let me just finish. Me, I think honest to God, I think UDA is over exaggerated. I think it's a very young party that these guys are just about to come in. I mean, they're going to have their first run for their money. I also think this is the easiest elections and most peaceful elections that we're going to have in our country. I also think it's also history in the making. These elections, we're going to have somebody who's, I mean, it's just going to be a different kind of thing that we've never seen. Like, you know, like we'll have somebody who's not a Kikuyu or Kalenjin being a president. And also, we'll have a woman, from what I hear and from my sources, I hear 80%, it's already decided. It's just, they're just waiting for the time to announce it. I think Mother Karua is going to be our vice president. So for me, I think I'm happy. And I also think that we will be able to sit down and thank Uhuru after some years, you know, like we used to thank, what's his name? Mwai Kibaki after some time after he left office. I think we're going to sit down and thank Uhuru because of what has happened in Kenya. Some of us who've traveled in Kenya, we understand what's really going on. There's so much going on, the infrastructure, the changing of the country. Yeah, the prices might be up, but I mean, I guess with everything, there's always a sacrifice to something, you know. So I think that's one sacrifice that we have to take, but I think it will come down at some point. But I think these elections will be remembered for a long, 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 long time. It will be the changing point and the turning point for our country. I am happy, and I'm hoping that my prediction be true, that on the 10th, on the 12th, some of us here that have connections and we can talk, will be somewhere that we can actually celebrate, sit down and say what it is. And maybe a year after that, we can actually sit down together and say, you remember our prediction? Or remember, you know, we just look back and say, we were there as panels, international panels somewhere, and seeing each other. So I just want to encourage everybody and tell everybody that let's brace for a joyful time. He, na baba akichukua hiyo kitu na ikue kwanza pia ni ararua. We, Kasarani itakalika. I don't know mali wategekea. Anyways.
Martin, nitawaita South Carolina tusherehekee. Nitawapikia chapati, mbuzi.
Hakutakuwa kuna kalika huko bwana. Kama hata ile fake Nairobi yeku inakalika. Sasa hiyo ukweli.
Okay. Okay, kabla Mata hajatuimbia ama Alex utatuimbia wimbo.
Themba, actually I was just waiting for that to give my final. I gotta go. Siwezi funga leo, pole. Maybe kesho.
Unaenda wapi? Kaa hapo tufunge.
I have to. Niko na obligations. I gotta go pick up my daughter.
Oh, yeah. Hey. Okay, sawa, bro. Sawa.
All right.
See. Now, on the thing that we talked about, Alex utafunga?
Haina shida, niko. Tunafunga.
Aye. Now, on the thing we talked about, Makiadi, Julia, you remember? We talked about the issue of having a forum for diaspora. So we are going to have a program called Diaspora Diary. And we are launching it soon. All the diasporians, it will be called Diaspora Diary. And we'll be, of course, you know what a diary does. We'll be diarizing the journey, the challenges, opportunities, threats, and of course, anything, the sights and sounds of diaspora life. And it will include everything. And if you see any, you can document any interesting things within where you are, in and around you, that you think can be helpful to our viewers from across the globe. So it will be Diaspora Diary here at Motembe, and we are coming. It will be coming to you fast and furious. So prepare. All of us will be having some. If you have video clips and you have photos that you want us to share as we'll be having the Diaspora Diary going on, you will bring them on. We know that there are African, Kenyan thriving businesses. You have the Kenyan thriving, Kenyan driven, and of course Kenyan successful stories. And also you can tell the stories that some of us maybe back at home you never saw, the pictures that you hardly find. Like you can air some of the, you can give us some of the wanasema kwa Kiswahili sad, you can paint for us a picture of the other sides of where you are, so that we can be an eye. So it's called a Diaspora Diary. We'll definitely invite your input in terms of how it's to be made better, and we will all have a part in it, especially those who are in diaspora. And wherever you are, you can send clips, you can send videos, you can send, so that you can work out those clips and we can speak to them. You can share opportunities, you can share challenges, you can share any beautiful stories. Like I know here in Texas, they haven't paid me, so I won't mention their name. There's there's a nice Kenyan brand. They actually call it the Kenyan name supermarket. Yeah. Once you get in there, you speak Swahili, you speak, it's a very beautiful story. So we'll be able to open up, yeah, and talk. Basically, that's what we'll be calling the diaspora diary here on Mutembe. I don't know if anyone has a point before we close.
Kuna Evans Nyatuka, Ndeto disappear. He promised to share some information today. You remember that? He said he has some opportunities of engineering students and all that.
Yes. We'll be having that. We'll be having Evans Nyatuka, Julia reminded to share the info, promised to share like the one. Yeah, go to www.facesinc.org. I checked it out, and I shared. So those who can try, a man can try.
Yes, they only need a passport. They only need a passport. I mean, everybody has when you want to fly Ngambo, the passport. So passport, driver's license, because South Carolina, there are no buses or trains. And then Bachelor of Education. That is
Yeah, actually, when you go to their website, it's all indicated there. It's all there. Yeah, you must have at least taught 1 year after graduation. And they also say that they don't want you to come and say that, I've done accounting, so I can teach accounting. No. You must be a teacher in your area. So you can't say, I did engineering and I'm not teaching at the university. No. You must have done education in your area, and specifically that. Mine is with the school. Let me call. Okay. Anything you want to say, Richie, to that?
I think it's an important and good initiative. I think people will gain information from that, and I hope we'll have enough resources to help people who will make inquiries about the same.
Yeah. Now, Alex. Well, before Alex, I don't know if you want to say something to that before Ufunge.
Oh, sina kusema. I mean, today's debate has been good, and I think we are doing better because, even when Wekesa left, we were able to hold the debate without you being there. I think it's a progress we are having. Now, I think you are getting used to whether you are there or Bernard is not there, this thing is ours. So I was kind of fearing at some moment watu watatoroka, but we came in blazing. Tukajaza panel. Thank Julia, what is his name, Dato, Kip, who came and saved when Nani was leaving. So tembo unakuja mapema kidogo, hata kama unatoka, unakuja una clock in na unatoka.
Okay, well noted, sir. Nitakuwa nafanya the transition period nitakuwa nakuja alafu nina
Yes.
Okay, what happens is this. I get off work, then I come go to the gym, then I come back.
Okay.
So what I'll be doing, I'll be coming in, niache mkiendelea, then I go to the gym. Then I think
that really helps. When Wekesa is going and that transition, when you are there, it's better than, that period. Your presence is important.
I'll do that at least so that we can have continuity.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Let me appreciate.
Where is Bernard? Bernard ako wapi siku hizi?
Bernard alikuwa na challenge ya blackout. Unajua Kenya saa zingine kuna places wanaenda. Alikuwa ameenda Kiminini ama wapi. There's a place he went to. And unajua ni mchungaji, and mchungaji lazima afanye kazi ya kuchunga watu. So anaweza enda mahali alafu kuna hiyo blackout. So he experienced that challenge today, and yesterday too alikuwa pia na hiyo mahali anakaa kunakuwa na blackout, but hopefully mambo ya blackout pataisha, and kesho atakuwa hapa hopefully. Alikuwa amesema akipata stima ataingia. Unajua there's nothing you can do about stima.
So he needs, Alex, what were you trying to raise money for? Do you want him to get a power generator, or what do you want him to get?
No, I mean, we wanted people to give the views because you people are addicted to the show. Ikifika saa 8 kama hakuna show, I mean, people call Mtembei mpaka Mtembei anafungua show, and you know how Mtembei is. Atakuja mkiingia 5 hivi, he will leave. So what we were saying is, if we can find something whereby Bernard, wherever he is, the full equipments, wherever he is able to access and hata tuanzie show, it's okay. And that's why we created the group, so that you can give your views. We did not have the monopoly of the views. You people are to give the views and say what you are able to come up with.
Does he use his laptop, or can he start the show through his phone?
And that is what we wanted. We needed our laptop, camera, and lights, and backup lights. Wherever he is, we don't want to hear that thing called blackout. Wakati yo wiki, stretch wiki ya to election. I know very well some blackout itakuwa nyingi Kenya, na we don't want that.
So he can do with a laptop. There is Safaricom gives something like, I don't know what they give. I don't know if it's a SIM card or something that you
Can you put your number down here and you tell us on the group, so that we haven't come up with a solution, but we are debating. And Makiadi chukua your number and put her there, so that
I think, Julia, every information you're asking, you can give us your number. I'm still not the admin in that group, but you can just put your number there, and then Alex will get it. And then after that, we can discuss these on the side, because I think we need a lot of ideas to make this a success.
I think we can discuss that, because he can have a laptop, and kuna SIM card ya Safaricom that they give students, and they don't have to have power with them. Like if your laptop is okay na battery iko sawa, you can always be on the internet. I mean, free internet. Si ati lazima ukue na Wi-Fi karibu na wewe. My son is
here ni modem.
But how can you see? How can you see him?
It's a modem, I think so, right?
But modem is not has nothing related to power.
So that's what I'm saying.
Power ni mnunulie generator.
Okay, if I'm saying, what does he need to get online? He needs a laptop and he needs connectivity, right?
No, there's. Of course, yeah. So those are just some of the things. You need
your number here, Makiadi will write it down.
Weka namba yako hapo, Julia.
Okay, nimeweka hapo.
Yeah, that will help, so that we will discuss that over there.
Why are you guys complicating going online?
Because he needs a laptop and connectivity. Not
and also if you don't have power, you'll have trouble hata kama uko na connectivity na laptop. Kama huna power ni shida nyingine. And I'd rather
we Makiadi acha story mingi. Mnunulieni Bernard generator. Bas.
Hata kuna solar pia. Si lazima iwe generator. Even solar is cheaper.
Hiyo story ya power itaisha hivyo kabisa. Solar panel, inaitwa solar panel ama nini? Solar power.
Yeah. Actually, there are ones that are very powerful. I mean, very cheap and very powerful.
Yeah.
He uses it on lights only. Akiweka fridge. Unaona, akianza kuweka fridge.
Ataipeleka nyumbani.
So at least akiwa na background light, akiwa na laptop connectivity, alafu power, tukitake care of that, then it should be good. At least akona head start.
Alafu mumweke kwa payroll, msimbaie vitu na mumweke kwa payroll.
So
hiyo tutaongea yote. Hiyo tutaongea yote.
Makiadi kwa hiyo discussion discuss pia kama hamwezi facilitate mtu na hamweki kwa payroll.
Baby steps Ndemba, baby steps.
Hiyo agenda kwa sababu umeileta, tutakuweka huko ulete hiyo agenda.
Na sijamuona Ndemba uko kwa group kweli?
Representative wangu ni nyinyi wote. Sasa mimi nyinyi wote mkienda hapo mseme haya. Kevin Ogola.
No, I mean, Themba, you need to be there. I mean, you know, we are making Mtembei better. I mean, this has become a platform whereby I believe all of us are happy with. Otherwise, we couldn't be here every day. So we are just giving back to the community. Now, Najua, the thing is that people get information from here, or we also get information and learn. So I don't think it's a bad investment. It's a good investment.
Aya. Kizito na kugonga hapo chini. Alex, you saw you people talk of impossible things. But anasema Alex, what happened to evening conference call? Kevin Ogola, he can use his mobile hotspot for connectivity. Most critical here is a power source. Aya. I mean, it's good you guys are bringing. Let any of you zote, that committee is going to brainstorm on them. Hakuna shida. Na tents, he can even sit outside. Apewe tent, haya sawa. Atawasha nyumba nayo. Natumia power bank. Julia, it's called modem. Okay. Thank you so much kwa maoni yenu. Kama uko na maoni, pitisha kwa committee ambayo inakuwa led na Mr. Alex. Tafadhali wapatie maoni yote, are still brainstorming. Focus on one thing.
Lights.
Solution. Useme tu solution, yeah. Focus on solution. Usifocus kwa problem. Hatutaki shida, tunataka solution. So if you have a solution, patiana hiyo nini. We want to the solutions. They say that there are too many problems. We don't need to discuss problems anymore. Ziko mingi. We can't finish them. So let's focus on solutions. So that's a very important thing. I think what has happened with that committee, Alex, led by Alex Makiadi and others, I think that's a good way to go. People think solutions. Those are the people that you need around you. Uko na shida mingi. Hata wewe mwenyewe uko na mingi.
Kizito anasema hapa diaspora people wana making a promise and they don't do it.
No, this time around, Mwambie, we are making good progress. Just tell him that we are making progress.
We don't need people who are highlighting problems. Si tumesema tu hapa saizi. Sasa wewe ungesema hivi, badala ya kuleta problem, sema nimetoa hiyo generator. Hiyo ni solution. Kusema we make promises, hiyo ni problem. Tuko na shida mingi, hata mimi niko na zangu mingi sana. So I don't want you to keep highlighting them. Give a solution. To a solution. Let's think solution. This world moves forward with people who bring solutions. There's someone who will come discuss, another one will disappear, others will solve it. And I think that's what these guys have done, and I think I like the spirit. And David Olo, asante. Gitash Day, asante, nimekumention hapo isiwe issue. Kizito Patrick, nimekumention pia isiwe issue. Elikana Shivashi, rafiki ya Makiadi huyo, nimekumention pia isiwe issue. Simon Waithaka, Kikwetu Ventures, James Njoroge, pole, link ilikuwa imepitwa na wakati. DA, asante sana. Asante sana DA. Kama nimekuacha jina, sio eti sikupendi, ni kwamba sijakuona. Wakati mwingine pia nitakumention tu. Mato, najua, acha nikumention usije hapa kesho kaleta shida. Today I beat you Themba on moderation. You don't evaluate yourself, my friend. You wait to be evaluated. Teacher Julia will tell you that. Of course, there's self-evaluation, but you wait at least mtu akupatie response. Ungeuliza watu umefanya aje. hakuna kushindana, lakini wewe umefanya tu kiwewe, umekuwa tu mato, ni sawa. Julie, unataka kusema nini?
He did well. He did well.
Oh, you did well. You did well. So that is an average performance. Haujakuwa above average. So lakini inategemea what were the parameters that uchokozi tu. Thank you so much, everybody. God bless you. It's about almost seven minutes to the hour. We really appreciate your being here with us. Kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembe TV. And if you'd want to support in any way, get in touch with the person leading this venture, anaitwa Mr. Alex, ili uweze kusema okay, utoe maoni yako. Unapo comment, unapo subscribe kwa Mutembe TV, kumbuka also kusubscribe kwa Themba and Lulu Show. Nenda pale pia uweze kusubscribe. Mimi support, ukienda pale utanisupport, you support my daughter, you support me. Really appreciate. Thank you so much for taking us this far. We are on our way to 1,000. Tunaenda pole pole. So kama uja subscribe unangoja nini? Enda pale subscribe. For Alex, Makiadi, and the rest, Mato, thank you so much for the initiative that you guys are running. And we hope that by the time we are done with it, Mutembe TV will get better and better and better every single day. Now, kama kawaida, tunamalizia na maombi na Alex atatupatia the national anthem.
Yeah, kwa sababu tuliongea kitu ya Bernard, nitaomba niimbe ni sura ya mwisho ama ni na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Asante sana. And let's meet again tomorrow at exactly 9:30 or 10. If we are so late, we'll come at 10, but if you're early, 9:30 Kenyan time. And when you come and the studio is having 10 people, know that we are already full. You can always wait on the background. You'll be given an opportunity to come in and share. You only need 4 things to come in: a working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. Remember, we come here, we act with civility, respect everyone, everybody's opinion matters, and even you, your opinion matters. Nobody has monopoly over knowledge. All of us come here to learn from everybody, and everybody is going to teach somebody something. So come in, share with us. You can be in the comment section, you can decide to join the panel, and let's learn. Let's iron sharpens iron. Wacha tuendelee to sharpen each other. And I want to say this, I know Alex doesn't like it, but I'll say it again. Socrates said, cast be the day that you learn nothing. Let this not be the day that has been cast. God bless you. See you tomorrow. Inshallah.